This audio presentation of the Jeshua Letters, A Remarkable Encounter with Jeshua, Jesus, by J.M. is brought to you by audioenlightenment.com. Copyright 2016, all rights reserved. Preface. A moment ago, as I completed the last sentence of this book, a memory flashed suddenly across my mind. It came with such clarity and power that I not only saw the image, but I also experienced the smells and sensations. I am about 5 years of age, and my mother has brought me to an evening service at church. There are candles on every windowsill, their enchanting light flickering off stained glass. It seems to disappear far above me into pointed arches. We sit in hard wooden pews that, from my viewpoint, stretch on from an enormous distance, finally giving way to a carpeted platform, upon which sits an altar draped in fine white linen edged with a golden fringe. On the altar are 2 candelabras placed on either side of a golden crucifix. Beyond the altar hangs a towering cross that reaches from the vaulted ceiling all the way down to the altar itself. I feel something. Turning to my mother, I state matter-of-factly, "He is here, Mommy." Without turning her head from the hymn book she is thumbing through, she asks, "Who's here, dear?" "Christ," I answered confidently. Now she turns to look at me. "No, honey, that is not Christ. That is the minister, you see." "I cannot see the minister at all. No, Mommy, Christ is here." My response is insistent and somewhat loud, so that the man sitting on the other side of my mother glances at me, then my mother. Both of them smile, and I am asked to be quiet as the service is about to begin. With surprise, it becomes clear that no one else has noticed him, and perhaps for the first time I doubt. But what then was that feeling? Later, when I learned to read, I would often sneak a flashlight to bed, and when I was sure everyone else was asleep, I would get out my Bible, crawl way down under the covers to shield the light, and grapple with the discrepancy between the feeling I got from the words attributed to Jesus, the same feeling I had in church that night, and what everyone else was telling me his words meant. I even prayed a lot, since I had been taught that God answers prayers. I was pretty sure my request had been overlooked. Gradually I grew frustrated. The older I got, the more I realized I was in a minority. In fact, as my social world expanded, it seemed apparent that most people really didn't care much about such things. They were either too busy to think about it, or they were quite sure where Christ was, in heaven, sitting on the right hand of God. I don't remember just how it happened, but I came to forget that feeling, and in my own way became entranced with the drama of my life, just like everyone else. But the question never really died. It resurfaced years later and led me to an intensive study of philosophy and comparative religion, where I discovered the treasures of the East, the sublime wisdom of Zen, and especially the deep insight and transformative ways of yoga and meditation. Here that feeling seemed to be not only understood, but actually sought and refined. For all my enthusiasm and periods of discipline, I also spent a great deal of time avoiding the subject, distracting myself with the conventional forms of avoidance with which we are all familiar. Still, my fondness for Eastern spirituality continued, and over the years I moved farther and farther away from anything to do with Christianity. It is the simple fact that makes receiving the Jeshua Letters all the more remarkable, for the being from which they were received identifies himself clearly as the historical Jesus. The message contained in these letters is radical and possibly threatening depending on your perspective. What I am most certain of is that my childhood prayers had been answered. In fact, it is clear that the whole of my life has been a servant of that answer, patiently showing me all the places, both inside and out, where Christ is not, as well as gently preparing me to hear the Master, helping me to understand that feeling of a 5-year-old boy. My own journey of awakening is not so very different from your own. In fact, I have come to see that it is your own, as yours is mine. For our participation in this grand mystery we call life is one of a very sacred intimacy. Though on the surface our lives can appear to be quite different, at very deep levels it becomes virtually impossible to distinguish one from the other. It is then the open, wholehearted sharing of our seemingly separate journeys that helps us all move closer to the answer we are seeking, regardless of how we ask the question. If, by my sharing the Jeshua Letters, even one reader gains light on his or her path, or is compelled to ask fundamental questions in a new way, then the time I have spent writing this book will have been more than worthwhile. May your own journey be blessed with light. J.M. Chapter 1. Each and every one of you is here for but one reason, to realize the truth and to come home again. July 20th, 1987. "Are you okay?" asked Kendra. "Huh?" For a moment I turn my head and look at her, just as quickly look away again. "Yes, I'm fine," I mutter half-heartedly as I sink back into the couch, resting my feet on the wicker chest that serves as our coffee table. Leaning forward from her position next to me, Kendra picks up her cup of tea. takes an unhurried sip, then pauses with the cup held between her hands. Are you sure you're okay? I don't want to talk about it. Yes, I do. No, I don't. I've been distracted all day. Begrudgingly, I realize that watching television is not going to drown it out after all. Technology has failed me again. I had a rather interesting experience during meditation this morning. I guess it has preoccupied me a bit. A bit? That's an understatement. You haven't been here since your body walked through the door over an hour ago. She puts her cup down and leans back, slightly turned now so that she can look directly at me. She is not going to let me out of this one. I sigh, let my shoulders relax, fall into the memory of what happened this morning. Let's see, the iron is plugged in, so while it heats up, I'll just buzz into the kitchen to make my morning smoothie. A little juice, a little yogurt, 2 eggs, dash of vanilla, 1 large banana, and 2 tablespoons of spirulina. I hit the button on the blender, and in an instant the whole thing is dark green. One of life's beautiful pleasures, I think to myself. A few gulps later, the pleasure has disappeared. Checking the iron, I frown. It is still not quite ready. Well, I can make sure everything is in my briefcase. Papers, check. Glasses, check. Pen, check. Certs. Where are the certs? Why am I always out of certs? Is there a certs monster living in my briefcase? I shrug my shoulders as I close my briefcase, setting it down in the foyer. It just won't get too close to anyone I'm speaking today. At last the iron is ready, and in a few minutes I'm donning an almost perfectly ironed shirt. Buttons are fastened and tails tucked in as I head for the bedroom to grab a tie when it happens. Out of nowhere, and for no apparent reason, I am hit with a sudden impulse to sit in meditation. The force of the thought is so powerful that it is quite literally stopping me in my tracks. Finally managing to recover, my only reaction is, this is absurd. I'm not scurrying about like this because I have time to kill. Nevertheless, the thought persists, if you can call a feeling that resounds through your body and is also a voice seemingly coming from all around you a thought. In fact, the experience is so impactful that my priorities suddenly switch as I walk back to the living room, plop down on the couch. Crossing my legs, I glance for a moment out the window at the waters of Puget Sound, where a tanker slowly makes its way past Vashon Island. Really? This is absurd. The voice of reason is softer now, making one last attempt to win my attention. I begin to breathe softly, gently, rhythmically. In time, my eyes naturally close, and I'm increasingly aware of the myriad of thoughts swirling and whirling and tumbling through my mind. At first they seem to gobble me up, eliciting momentary emotions, generating yet another thought and reaction. Slowly I become more and more the witness of the display of mind stuff, releasing attachment to content, resting more and more into awareness itself. There comes now a growing sense of peace, of ease, as when churning waves begin to melt back into a vast and quiet ocean. The thoughts grow fewer and fewer until there is only silence. My breath is barely perceptible, sea of mind calm, clear, empty. That the meditation experience has been reduced to a physiological mechanism of the relaxation response by the God of science means little when compared to the feeling of this most marvelous experience. It is the most natural of the most natural. Perfect stillness begins to give way, but not to the usual rebirth of thought. Out of the emptiness there emerge a soft golden light, like a pinprick star in the dark of night. It grows effortlessly, steadily expanding and expanding, coming closer and closer, until it completely fills the field of my inner vision, until it suffuses my entire being, until there is nothing but that supernal light. Kendra has been listening with rapt attention as I describe the experience. That's it, Kendra. I know this probably sounds corny, but that is it. She has a puzzled look on her face, so needs to say nothing. I mean, that place, that feeling. If I could live in that feeling, that place, there would be nowhere else to go, nothing to strive for, nothing and nowhere to be or become. Am I making sense? Why is she smiling? Why are her eyes glowing? Oh, Mark, that is wonderful. Kendra softens a bit, then continues, You are very fortunate, you know. Her statement stops me. I stare at her for a long time. Fortunate? Kendra? Mark, she interrupts. Do you know how many people would love to experience that state? You are the one who has a library full of books from every culture, every philosophical perspective, every religion. You know that, at their heart, they all talk in the varying terms of this type of experience. She has obviously missed the point, probably because I hedged a bit when I recounted the story. I notice my breathing coming a little faster now and feeling more tension in my jaw. Kendra is silent, but her eyes are riveted on me, silently questioning my lack of enthusiasm. No longer able to hold it within myself, I break the silence. It's there's a little bit more to it than that. More to it? What was more to it, Mark? She asks imploringly. What is more to it? Kendra, I pause and turn and look at her. Do you promise not to, say anything? You aren't ever going to be able to say anything again if you don't fess up. She cries as she lovingly, but not so gently, pokes me in the ribs. I look away, not at anything particular, but rather back into the memory still fresh and alive, the kind of memory that I somehow know will always remain that clear. I opened my eyes, and the pinprick of light was right in the center of the room. Out of the heart of that light there began to emerge a form, an image of someone. It appears as if it were dressed in long, radiant robes of some kind. The form began gliding toward me, becoming more and more distinct, and yet was surely identical with the light from which it would spring. Growing more comfortable with the sharing of this experience, I turned to look at Kendra. As the form came closer, I suddenly recognized him. It was as if a friend, not seen for many years, had just walked around the corner, and in that instant you lay your eyes on him, you know who it is without asking, without any deliberation. But in this case, there was also the recognition that I had not seen him with my physical eyes. Does that make sense? Kendra's face reveals her answer, one of agreement, of acceptance, one that allows me to continue. He came closer and closer, and I felt an increasing intensity of energy, like waves of joy and warmth until his eyes were all I could see. And then his eyes seemed to pour right through me, and I felt like I was dissolving into them, into those incredibly peaceful eyes. Pausing now, I am not certain whether to continue, but Kendra is not about to let me stop. Her expression is one of curiosity. She studies me for a moment. Damn, now I am cornered. I have seen that look before. She's not going to let me go anywhere until I confess all. What else? He communicated with me, or to me, I guess. And she won't even let me catch my breath now. What did he say? My shoulders began to hunch a bit, chin dropping to my chest. He said that he has a message to deliver to me. He said it was about the work he is doing, or something like that. And? So she can be so unrelenting. Why am I struggling with this? Kendra has been with me through it all, every high, every low, even the lowest of lows. She knows me better than anyone, maybe even better than I know myself, and she still loves me. If that is not a miracle, then there are no miracles. The hell with it. The FBI, she is not. I blurted out the rest. He said I had known him during this lifetime, and he told me his name. I continued softly. It is a name, a lifetime, which has been an enigma, it seems, for the whole world. Well, if you are attempting to try my patience, you are succeeding. Okay. He said I'm familiar with him as Jeshua. You mean the Jeshua? The one we all know as Jesus? Yeah, that Jeshua. Now Kendra is quite animated. Well, what else did he say? What is his message? Oh, Mark, this is more marvelous than I thought. Then I can think. What is he going to... When is he... Hold on. I throw up my hands, demanding silence. What is so marvelous about it all? Kendra, out of the heart of a nice, peaceful meditation, this being is emerged, announced casually that his name is Jeshua, that he was and is known as Jesus, that he is going to give me some messages, and to top it off, he said that I knew him. So what's the big deal? What's the big deal? God, do you think I want this to happen? Look, I will admit that I'm open to reading about this kind of thing, but this is just, She places her hand on my arm. It is just that what, Mark? It is just that this scares me. I mean, it's all well and good to examine metaphysics and the likes from the standpoint of an observer. That is what the intellect gives us, room between us and the experience itself. Nothing has to change, you see. I can read books, go to the workshops and lectures, do all sorts of things, but part of me can still be safe. Besides, what if this is all one big ego trip? What if I am making it all up? Her smile fades as she realizes my fear is real. She sits reflectively for a moment, takes a cigarette out of the pack sitting next to her, a cup of tea, picks up her lighter, then relaxes a bit into the sofa. Still looking down, she asks, Do you remember what I shared with you about my session with Jeremiah? Her question seems to trigger that memory, and it all rushes forward into my consciousness, as if someone had slipped by the security guards to my archives, picked up a file off an obscure shelf in a dimly lit corner, and blown the dust off, revealing the label. Jeremiah, non-physical entity channeled by Billy Ogden. Kendra is given bizarre, unverifiable information, March 1987. File for future reference. Yeah, remember, we met for lunch at that cafe in Ballard. Do you remember what I shared with you? Well, sort of. She knows I just don't want to open a file on this. Recognizing my reluctance, she sits up a little straighter and speaks more firmly. Jeremiah, if you'll remember, gave me some rather startling information about you, me, and about Jesus. Don't you recall how excited I was about it? Okay, I remember. But I'd conveniently forgotten it until now. Don't you think it's interesting that a channeled entity you have never ever seen would say that you and I had known each other then, and that we had been present when Jesus gave his Sermon on the Mount? And I haven't even mentioned your name. I wince. Now it is my turn to pick up a cigarette. I turn it over and over in my hand, watching little strands of tobacco spill out. I don't even smoke. Kendra continues. I told you then, and I will tell you again. When Jeremiah said that, it was like somebody throwing the shutters open. Mark, there just isn't any doubt in my mind about it, even if you insist that it's too far-fetched. And now, you are essentially being told something similar. Why are you having such a hard time with this? Tired of picking up strands of tobacco from between my fingers, I toss a cigarette down. You could always go see Jeremiah and ask him what's going on. I sigh, get off the sofa, stroll over to the glass door, opening them a bit wider in order to feel the breeze which is beginning to kick up. It's probably a scout from the rain god always hiding in the northwest. The thought of dealing with yet another one of those invisible souls or entities or discarnate beings or whatever they are is just not very attractive to me. I began speaking without turning to face her. You know, nearly 3 years ago I was riding in the back of a friend's car on the way home from Seattle when we had been attending a business seminar. In the midst of our conversation, Lindia turned over to me and suggested I go see Jonah, that she had just been hit with a feeling that it would be very good for me to do so. Heck, I thought she was talking about a band or something. She hesitated, then explained that Jonah was a channeled entity. Turning back to Kendra now, I continue. God, the hair stood up on my arms, but then I realized it wasn't because of fear. It was because her suggestion was, well, right. I had never even remotely considered such a thing. It smacked of fairy tale woo-woo stuff, but I went, and somehow nothing has ever been quite the same. It was as if Jonah knew why I had come, and he left no doubt that he knew me through and through. Returning to the couch, I plop myself down. Kendra still has not lit her cigarette, which is just fine with me. He said some things that sent wave-like sensations through me, sensations that were some sort of recognition of the truth of what he shared. Some of what he said kept rising to the surface of my mind from time to time, and I remember knowing somehow that it was particularly important, though I had no idea why it felt that way. He said, My friend, ye have been what we have termed a philosopher many times. Is it not so again? Indeed, ye were in that which you would understand as past incarnation, associated with that of a great one, a great master. Be of assuredness, you were not this great one, but ye were an association with this one. I look at Kendra and quickly anticipate her question. No, it never occurred to me to ask who this great one was. As he spoke, I was getting pins and needles up and down my spine. I couldn't think, let alone talk. In fact, Jonah said it would be good to pause, as I had much to ponder. Since then, I have had a rash of what might be called mystical experiences, not to mention odd coincidences, hunches, and feeling drawn to people and books, as if some invisible magnet was pulling me first one direction and then another. And then one innocent Saturday morning, I heard Jonah speaking to me. I jumped out of bed and scribbled down the words, complete with his trademark phrases like, "For goodness sakes," and "ye" instead of "you." You have any idea how wary I was of that? Well, of course I do, and don't forget the time at the lecture in Bellevue, when you heard him tell you that he would speak directly to you, hours before the evening actually started, and then he got up and walked right to you, basically announcing to everyone that he had been communicating with you. It is not a memory one can forget, but she knows that. Yes, and I am still wary. She finally lights her cigarette and takes a long, reflective draw on it. You know, Mark, if you are suspicious of Jeremiah, you could always ask Jonah. My reply takes no forethought. Kendra, I just don't want to run off and ask some being who someone inhabits a body from time to time what I am experiencing right now. But I will leave my options open, okay? I prefer to work on this myself. She is watching, studying me. I can feel it. What subtle information is she picking up? For over 3 years now, you have cultivated a deep admiration for the love and guidance Jonah gives, and you also know from experience that his counsel is impeccable. What could he possibly say that frightens you so? Well, that's it. That is what she is picking up, fear. I turn a bit toward her, bending my leg and placing my foot under the other thigh. It doesn't feel right, so I try the other way. It's no good either. Finally, I put my feet back on the floor. Look, it seems to me that there are only 2 options here. Jonah could either replay that it is happening, or he could reply that it is not happening, that it is all my grandiose imagination. Kendra looks baffled. So what's wrong with that? Kendra, don't you see? If it is happening, then I will have to do something with it. And if I am somehow making it all up, I really will have a problem to deal with, the kind that usually requires the help of a shrink, who will probably have to visit me on his rounds at Western State Hospital. Is that what you're afraid of? I think I'm afraid of both outcomes. Right now, I would just as soon avoid the whole issue. Look, aren't you ultimately in control here? Why not go this for a while, and if it doesn't seem right, you can always chuck it. You do not have to share any of it with anyone if you don't want to. Well, she's right, of course. The obvious truth seems to calm me a bit. I'm breathing easier now. Well, Jeshua did say that I should begin writing down whatever is communicated. That if, when he is present, I would simply focus my awareness on him as I open my eyes, I will be able to maintain the connection. I don't suppose it could possibly hurt anything, could it? Turning my head towards the window, I noticed that the warm summer sun has disappeared behind a small bank of deep blue clouds hovering over the top of Vashon Island. The rain gods have revealed themselves. Without turning back, I continue speaking. There's one other thing I realized this morning that is not the first time I've had this contact. Kendra sits up quickly, resting her hand on my arm. It isn't? When? A few weeks ago, when we were all camping at the beach. It is early morning, the dawn beginning to melt away the night. I walk along a sandy shore at water's edge, gazing first to the right, out to a cloudless horizon, then ahead to distant steep cliffs where a barely perceptible waterfall pours silently down to meet the sea, crashing majestically into giant boulders at the base of the cliff. An eagle suddenly leaves its perch high atop the towering evergreens that blanket the sloping hillsides to the left. Its giant wings move powerfully through the air, piercing eyes survey all that lies below. There is no question whose country this is. It has become a habit. Since we first stumbled upon this glorious place, we have come here at least once a year, building camps out of the plentiful driftwood, exploring the endless pools created by the outgoing tides, and standing awestruck beneath a canopy of stars that simply cannot be seen anywhere remotely near civilization. Luckily, it is not one of those beaches found easily unless one already knows the way. I walk from our camp to the northernmost end of the beach, eyes dancing momentarily with the eagle soaring across the empty sky. I come to my favorite just-sitting rock, large enough to keep me just above the surf. Squatting on my haunches and watching the surf pound against the rock, I begin to sense an incredible grace and beauty. The rock and the surf are playing together. Staring down at this exquisite interplay, the rhythm penetrates me until I feel what I hear. There is an odd feeling beginning to grow within me. Not quite like an ache, and certainly not painful. It is more like a faint hum, a vibration. I feel it in the center of my body, near my heart. Moving now, it expands as it rises to fill my head. It seems so odd to be both feeling and passively witnessing this strange little phenomena. Hello, Mark. The words emerge out of that vibration as clear and distinct as if someone were talking to my ear. With them, the vibration seems to have changed somehow, and I begin to feel an energy, a warmth unlike any sensation I've ever felt. It is sublime and peaceful beyond description. The words startle me, for there is an unmistakable sense of familiarity, as when the person you love most in the world calls, and when you answer the phone they simply say hello, and you know who it is. I am glad that you have come to this point of being willing to allow this communication to take place. Rest assured that I will be speaking with you more often in the future. I cannot maintain the connection. The energy fades, and again hear the surf pounding in its dance against the boulder just below me. I see the sunlight flicker across the ocean, and I feel the breeze now blowing strongly against my skin. I realize that I've not been aware of any of these things, not surf, not breeze, nor sunlight. Shaking my head, I rise, but painfully. My legs are stiff. How long have I been sitting like this? What was that? I mutter to myself as finally I am able to move my legs. Climbing carefully off the boulder, I jump the last few feet down into the sand, warmed by the sun which has now risen quite high in the morning sky. I begin walking back to camp, and suddenly there is trepidation. I resist. No, it can't be. I know this being, somewhere within myself, yet I cannot name him, or perhaps I refuse to. Back at camp, friends are stirring, breakfast begun. I sit quietly, watching gentle waves roll into shore and recede back into the sea. Comforted by that timeless, rhythmic sound, while emotions stir somewhat deep inside of me as from a place unknown, or is it a place merely forgotten? "Do you want more tea?" I asked after recounting my experience at the beach. Kendra doesn't answer. She sits motionless, looking not so much at me as through me. I walk into the kitchen and put the kettle on to boil. "Peppermint again?" She gets up from the sofa, walks to the kitchen entrance, and leans against the wall. I don't think she heard me ask what kind of tea she wants, so peppermint will have to do. I remember now. Her voice is soft, eyes staring off into memories. I remember glancing over and seeing you sitting on that log, aimlessly kicking your feet through the sand, just staring out at the ocean. It struck me that something was going on with you, but it didn't seem appropriate to disturb you, so I continued helping with breakfast. I put the tea bag in the ceramic pot and poured boiling water into it. Replacing the lid, I turned back to the stove, this time remembering to turn the heat off. Mark, I think you need to accept that something is going on here, don't you? I take the lid off the teapot, bend over and peer into the now slightly colored water, steam rising to warm my cheeks. Yep, it is starting to smell like peppermint. Replacing the lid, I turn to face her. Yeah, something is happening here, but it perplexes me to say the least. I didn't ask for it. I don't know what to do with it, or even why it is happening. I guess it's a little disorienting. Well, that's a brilliant observation. The sparkle in her eyes, together with a loving jab in my ribs, helps release a growing pressure within me. You know, Kendra, the whole bent of my own spiritual path has been to the east. My own statement triggers a stream of memories, still images sweeping by, comprising the motion picture of my spiritual, philosophical pursuits. Initiation into the art of meditation nearly 20 years ago. College days spent drinking in the sublime beauty of the Tao Te Ching, the succinctness of Zen Buddhism, the rich and timeless mystical poetry of the Upanishads, the fascinating story of the warrior Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita. Later, the transformative but sublime practice of yoga. Hours, weeks, months, years of postures, breathing, deepening awareness, letting go in body, mind, and spirit. Endless mantras dissolving into the clear and empty space of samadhi. There were experiences of the siddhis, or powers, telepathy, astral travel, out of the body, past life regressions. Warned that these things are but passing phenomena, I had let them go. All these images and more swiftly seen in but an instant. Our eyes met, two friends, so close that we did not so much share our lives with one another as blend together. The boundaries of our separate lives are gray, overlapping, flowing into and out of one another. She already knows all these things. You know, if a god from the Hindu pantheon had appeared, like Krishna or maybe Rama, or maybe a god of old Zen patriarch Ken, the Buddha himself, then I don't think I would have any trouble with this. It would fit, wouldn't it? But Jesus, Kendra. We stand and continue looking deep into each other's eyes, recognizing the unintended pun. Finally, I break the silence. You want the tea now? Kendra takes the cup, cradling it in both hands, savoring the warmth it brings. Without looking up, she asks quietly, just what is a philosopher anyway? It comes from Greek, two words, actually philo, which basically means love, and sophia, which means wisdom. Philosophia, the love of wisdom. A philosopher is a lover of wisdom. It is later in the day now, and I am alone. Sitting down on the couch and crossing my legs, I relax, gazing at the last trace of a soft and nurturing sunset. My gaze becomes progressively less focused, my breathing calmer, more rhythmic. It feels as if my eyes are withdrawing into my head, and as happened before, they begin to naturally draw upward. There is a sensation as if my consciousness is becoming focused in the front of my brain, just at the back of my forehead. My surroundings begin to recede from awareness, allowing recognition of an inner environment to emerge. Now there is a sense of movement, and I am led by someone toward what appears to be a door. It opens, and I glide forward through a tunnel of magnificent pulsating lights. As I near the end, there is a bright light which begins to take on the form of a man in radiant garments. The face is now familiar. Now we begin. Begin to open your eyes, Mark, yet allow your awareness to rest with me. The words are both heard and seen, appearing against an empty backdrop, but more than this, I can feel them. I am the one the world knows as Jesus, and now you have come to where I am. Our first meetings will be brief. It should be viewed as an exercise for you in learning to acclimate to what may be called my frequency. In truth, where I am is never inaccessible to you, nor to any of the Father's sons, for that is of course who you are, each and every one of you. And the time of remembrance is upon you. Who among you will choose to awaken from the dream you chose to dream so very long ago? What I will share with you during these first communications is not what you would call profound wisdom. However, if you dwell upon what I will share with you, it can indeed accelerate your own journey home. I have been with you always, always. You have known me. You are a servant of the light many call God. It is all you have ever been, even throughout the many experiences, what you call incarnations, you created in order to hide from the truth you have always been. It is permissible to relinquish your dream. It can serve you no longer. It has brought you to the recognition, through your experience, of all the forms of avoidance the human soul has ever devised, all because it deems itself unworthy of its heritage. I will share with you my final message to the sons of the living God when this task is completed. I shall return to where I am, awaiting the heralding of the new age of light upon this physical plane. It is soon to be manifest. Now I will leave you. I would endeavor to impress upon you the conviction of the truth you know. Trust your inner voice. It neither fails nor deceives you. It is in silent humility that the voice of the Father speaks. Do know that I, the one you know as Jeshua, am indeed with you always throughout eternity. Rest in peace. Amen. As his energy fades away, I gradually come back to my everyday reality. Come back? Where did I go? What went where? What does it mean to come to where I am? Where is that? What have I left without moving a muscle? My dream? With a sudden start, I look around me. Stereo, fireplace, plants on the balcony moving in the wind. I recall how Bishop Berkeley, an 18th century philosopher, had once argued that our experience is very much a dream. Having heard enough of it, a student walked outside, shouting that he would refute the good bishop's outlandish philosophy, and promptly kicked a stone with all his might, breaking his toe. Of course, he had missed the point, but part of me wants very much to kick the stone too. I begin to have a sneaking suspicion that I will not find an understanding for this experience by looking around me, and that is disconcerting. August 15th, 1987. Now we begin. Such love have I for the sons of God, be they momentarily identified as male or female, for in truth the Son is one. The Son is that which springs forth eternally, from the Holy Father, which is unspeakable, and yet is ever-present fullness. Therefore, the love I feel is the love I am. This term signifies not merely I as Jeshua, but the truth and reality of what we all are. Allow yourselves to feel the truth of this, that each and every one of you is here but for one reason, to realize the truth and to come home again. Never upon the earth has the opportunity to do so been such as it is now. Yet even when the Son stands at the door and knocks, and the Father has opened the door, there remains a choice to be made. What will be your choice? Amen. Kendra places the communication down on the table, but does not yet take her eyes from it. Sorry it took me so long to read. Your chicken scratch is horrible. It seems to come so fast that I can barely keep up with it. Even I have a hard time reading my own writing. Maybe I should learn shorthand. Now she smiles and lifts her eyes from the paper resting between us. I want you to know that it feels good to me, Mark. I encourage you to go ahead with this thing, whatever it has to be. I fidget a little. God, it would be nice to have her say it. All sounded trite and worthless. The Son is one. When he said that, it struck me quite deeply, but hell, I don't know. I get out of my chair and walk over to check on the Ming tree. I never check the plants. Even though I profess to love houseplants, it's possible they could be dead for months before I would notice. Mark, may I make a suggestion? Of course, suggest away. When you go on vacation to Molokai in a few weeks, why not spend some time contemplating all this? Maybe you'll get some answers on why it's happening and on what is happening. It seems important to me somehow. What do you think? I don't need not to think about the suggestion. No way. The last thing I want to do is to try and figure this out. I'm going to go kick back, unwind, and just be a normal tourist. My main task is to soak up as much of that glorious Hawaiian sun as possible, and all my energy is going into that. I guess the plant will live, even with my negligence. Returning to the table, I plop down into the chair and pick up the communication. Look, I feel that I do need to go with this experience, yet something in me doesn't really want to. But I know that I can always burn the stuff, or at least tuck it away in a box and bury it somewhere. So what are you going to do? For now, not much. If and when it happens, it happens. What I will do is to make sure I'm never too far from a writing tablet, and heck, if any more communications come, maybe I'll jot down a few notes, where I am, what's going on, that sort of thing. A smile breaks across my face. I look at Kendra. She returns my smile without a question. What are you thinking? Oh, I just got this image of my grandchildren opening an old trunk filled with their grandpa's artifacts, including those old and yellowed pages of weird notes and conversations with an invisible friend. When they ask their mom about it, she'll reply, "Well, that's why they had to lock your grandpa up, dear. Now you just put that away and go play out in the yard." Kendra is laughing now, shaking her head. You have such a weird sense of humor. A few moments pass, and now she looks at me, a bit more thoughtfully. Mark, how do you feel about Jesus while you were growing up? The sudden shift in our conversation catches me off guard and seems to unlock a chest full of memories. I see myself going to church on Sunday with my parents. Endless rounds of sermons and Sunday school lesson. That part I didn't like very much. My father would drop me off in front of the church for Sunday school, and I would pretend to be heading inside. But as soon as he was around the corner, off I would be. I would go downtown and spend my offering on a chocolate shake. Kendra's eyes are wide with surprise, but they are smiling. You, that's almost sacrilegious. I smile at the memory. Well, hang me at dawn, but I remember feeling very good about Jesus when I couldn't manage to separate him from the dogma. I felt like here was this being who knew something. I mean, really knew something. I felt like he was somebody you could really trust. Her voice becomes a little softer now. Why can't you trust him now? Kendra, that was Jesus coming to me through someone else's filter. He lived in stories and told parables that were like Rorschach ink blots, and he lived safely in history. That Jesus is easy to trust. You can believe anything about him you want to, and it's how he's going to defend himself. Without moving her head, she lifts her eyes, looks directly at me, maybe by making house calls. She has stopped me dead in my tracks. Are you saying that you believe this Jeshua is that Jesus? Isn't that what he said? Yes, but how did it feel when he said that? She rests her chin in her hand now, looks right at me. Turning my head to look out the window, I answer her softly. As good and as real as those chocolate shakes used to take. But I can't let it go at that. Emotion begins to build within me, a struggle to remain convinced that Jeshua is not Jesus. No matter what it feels like to me, this experience just cannot be real. Well, not that real. Look, Jesus lives in the pages of the Bible, and an obscure esoteric text, and the hopes of some people's heart, but I cannot believe that he appears out of some field of light during the course of a meditation in 20th century America. I drop my head a bit. Besides, even if he does, this is not the message empires have been built upon, that millions of people have pinned the hopes of their soul on. God, Kendra, I can't share a message like this from such a source as him. They'd crucify you? She completes my thought with more than a slightly bemused look on her face. Yes, I blurt out my reply, then quickly catch myself. Well, probably not literally, but I just don't want the hassle. We both grow quiet. Mark? Yeah? What if they have been wrong? Chapter 2. Never have the thoughts of the world been yours. They are illusion. Therefore, so is your unhappiness. Fagin's Beach, Molokai, August 30, 1987. Awakening suddenly, I realize it is quite early. There isn't a trace of daylight. I am half dressed before recognizing a feeling, a sense of urgency that compels me to be up, dressed, and out the door. Surely urgency is laughable here on this most quiet and Hawaiian of islands, where it seems that nothing has ever been urgent at all. I drive along the narrow, quiet road as it curves and winds its way along the coastline, passing tropical farms which grow farther and farther apart until they are no more. My mind starts racing. Why am I out here? Just where do I think I'm going? It is a road that I have traveled only once before in daylight, when I visited Halawa Valley, where the oldest archaeological remains of Hawaii's ancient inhabitants lie obscured, reclaimed by dense and lush tropical jungle. It is a road which becomes narrower and narrower with hairpin twists and turns, and here there are no streetlights to guide me. A subtle change in light occurs as day begins to hint at its arrival. Suddenly I slam on the brakes and come to a stop. Quickly backing up, I can see a small, overgrown farm road. It appears to slope down some 50 feet to a gate. With a continuing sense of urgency, I am out of the car and over the fence in a blink of an eye. Plunging into the dense grasses towering 3 feet over my head, I veer to my left, and for no reason other than that it feels right. Finally, I break through it in the low, sparse foliage, quickening my pace, the urgency compelling me from within. There is just enough light to turn the world around me into a faint shadow. I am running now until I come to a knoll of large volcanic boulders. Scurrying to the top, I hear the surf somewhere below me. My heart is racing. I am excited, though I haven't any idea where I am or why. It occurs to me to sit in meditation, enveloped by soft breezes whose touch easily quiets my body, mind, and breath, until there is only crystalline awareness, sublime well-being. I now feel a subtle, growing warmth as the rising sun begins to caress my body. Slowly opening my eyes, I explode in joyous laughter. It is so beautiful here. The boulder which supports me is at the top of a knoll just to one end of a small, horseshoe-like cove, and I face out across the channel to Maui, watching now as the sun rises like a fiery god into a lightly clouded sky. It is the most natural of responses to simply give thanks. Though my eyes are open, that now familiar feeling begins. I see the golden light, then hear a familiar voice. Now we begin. It is in seeking for and asking of that which is the highest within you and without you, that one comes therefore to the highest. Beloved son, you who would journey so long without me, know that you indeed have come home again. I am that I am. Never have you been without me, for your worlds are but a moment of illusion. I would speak with you at this most glorious time of that which alone is real. I would speak with you of that which alone is life. I would speak with you of that which alone can enable the voyager of 1,000 worlds to come home again. Beloved son, what is real, I am. What is unreal exists not. I am the light and the life of all. My radiance knows no boundary. My purity is not tainted. In that beginningless beginning, I brought you forth as the thought of perfect love and form. That alone is what you are. The earth is my body. Embrace it, for it will teach you of me. The world is your illusion. It can teach you nothing, for what is not real contains no knowledge of me. Beloved son, your soul is my breath. When first I created you, already were you complete. Never have you deviated from that which I created you to be. You are my delight, and in you know I that which I am. Your only thought has been one, separation from me. Upon this rests the creation of millennia of illusion. The worlds you have experienced, the fears, the doubts, the striving, the achievements, all you have ever imagined, you have been or done, and all you can ever imagine you ever could be and do, is but a moment's imagination. All rests on that one thought. This I give you as the way of life. Releasing this thought brings forth into recognition what alone is real. No striving brings the Son to the Father. No prayer and supplication can achieve this. For these things reside in the world of your creation, and thus have nothing of reality in them. Your journey is not. Always you rest in me. Always you abide in me. What alone is real resides within you as your very soul. It is your heart, and can be truly known. Silence is the threshold of this wisdom divine. Often I will come to you. Often I shall speak to you, for you have wearied of your journey. Now you are home with me. I repeat, for those who will choose to hear what is now given forth, the way is easy and without effort. For that which comes of effort is of your world and not of me. I am known only when you choose to surrender in fullness the one thought you have ever entertained, for upon it rests the arising of all worlds. I alone am the end of the world. Herein lies the peace that passes all understanding. Amen. The light fades. I sit in stillness for a long, long time. My world is completely stopped. I rise slowly and walk down to the beach, feeling the warm sand beneath my feet, watching the sunlight dance like sparkling diamonds across the surface of gentle waves. Undressing, I walk into the surf, soothed and held by tropical waters. And now the tears begin. There is no resistance in me. Tears flow freely as I stand waist-deep in the ocean. I am speechless, thoughtless. There seems to be only the feeling of the waves lapping against my stomach, and a waterfall of my tears running down over my cheeks onto my chest. Coming out of the water, I feel as if all my energy is gone. Collapsing in the sand, I fall into a deep sleep. The captain has turned off the seatbelt seat. The voice of an unseen stewardess jars me from a brief nap. Turning my head, I peer out the window, watching for a moment as Hawaii disappears behind me, coming to rest no doubt in a teeny treasure chest somewhere in my brain labeled Fondest Memories. Opening my carry-on, I pull out the steno pad, flip back the cover, read the communication received at Fagan's Beach. Your only thought has been one, separation from me. Upon this rests the creation of millennia of illusion. Images suddenly begin to cascade through my mind. Indians and cavalry, skyscrapers and traffic jams, hundreds of Muslims bowing toward Mecca, a priest giving confession, an Indian holy man, his body smeared in ashes, the face of a man behind bars, the chaos of the stock market, a newlywed couple whose eyes express the hope that their excitement will last forever, an old woman as she shakes her last breath. I turn my head toward the window and straighten my body to stop the onrush of images that come not one after the other, but seemingly all at once. Can it be so simple? And just how do I release this one thought so strongly believed in, if I am to accept what Jeshua says, for millennia? How am I to accept that what I believe, perhaps unconsciously, is the foundation of an illusory world that everyone else seems to believe in too? Putting the steno pad back into its place, tucked in the bottom of my bag somewhere beneath my socks and underwear, I rest my head back into the seat, pressing the button located just inside the armrest in order to drop it back as far as possible, and deliberately turn my attention to the movie, wishing I had paid my $6 for the headphones. September 3rd, 1987. The experience of Molokai already seems far removed. I have not reread the dictation received there since the trip home. It is stuffed into a drawer, as though a part of me is hoping the old adage is right, out of sight, out of mind. What is this resistance, this fear all about? Am I making up this whole experience with Jeshua? Would I even want to make it up? Memories of evenings that seemed lifetimes ago float in my conscious mind, memories of having a few beers after work, playing pool, and discussing the upcoming Super Bowl game. Memories of reality that feels rather attractive just now. If only I hadn't taken that philosophy class 18 years ago, that's it. It jarred my ideas. I began to question the most obvious facts of life. I should have been accounting or something, and maybe this wouldn't have happened. I would have a nice, safe job somewhere, and my evenings would not be consumed by the struggle between avoiding the experience I'm having now and being compelled to understand it. Why couldn't Jeshua at least say something to make sense? How about some winning lottery numbers? What I hear rings with the clarity of certain truth while I hear him, but nothing of my experience in the day-to-day world seems to mesh with it. It is not just another slant on reality, it is a wholly new reality altogether. This inner debate spins on through my mind without reconciliation, until the very failure of my intellect to grasp it, to pin it down in a neat box of logic it worships, forces me to simply shut up. Then it begins again, that sense of warmth that grows from within, the vibrational change, and finally the voice. Now we begin. Abide with me yet a little while. I wish to communicate with you now, before you leave for your office. Are you willing to join with me now? Yes, I mutter beneath my breath. I'm sure I've already lost what little sanity I had, so why not? Then take up pad and pen, for I will share with you that which is life, truth, and that which alone is real. I am Jeshua, and I hear your call. Long have I been with you, Mark. Since before your Lemuria, and I am with you. There is naught that will be hidden from you in this life, for you are coming home to the Father. Would you not abide in peace now? I do not speak of a moment's respite before continuing your journey. I speak only of the final peace that knows no contradiction nor any contrast. It is the peace that abides in the Father, given freely to his Son since first was created the thought of separation. I behold your thought, and accurate it is, no matter how incredible you insist it seems. For in the Father illusion is not. There is no separation, just there is no thought of it. What I teach, others teach. Many other teachers, one is the teaching. Your clinging to those last threads of your separation is the dissatisfaction you feel, even now. You are keenly aware of this. The world has lost its savor for you have transcended the world. Abide in us, Mark. The world in all its teaching knows nothing of us, the holy union of Father and Son. Few there are who would truly relinquish their dream. I have spoken to you that through you I choose to give my final message to the Son remaining in illusion, and so it shall be. The time comes quickly now, for you are come unto the Father's presence. Blessed are the children of light, blessed yet unaware. Only in the end of all journeying is the blessing recognized, and the blessing of the Father resides in this. The Son has never truly suffered, never truly journeyed forth. No pain has been overcome, no effort has been expended. When this is recognized, there is found the end of the world, which is always illusion, no matter the form. The world may be of pain. The world may be of what may call joy, yet beyond these is the truth of the real. It is the abode of the Father, and this the Son has never departed. This is the highest truth capable of expression. This you come to now. Despair not, for I am with you. Allow the dissolving of your dreams. What you are, the Father has created you to be, and in this is your true joy. This day, allow yourself to perceive all you experience as the ending of your illusion, the birth of life. Soon I will come forth with instructions for you. Follow them, for now is the time upon the earth. Many are nearly ready to hear the word and awaken from illusion. Go now in peace. I love you greatly, for love I am. Amen. It is an hour later. How am I supposed to view being stuck in this traffic jam as the end of my illusion? I think to myself, just let it go. Let the judgment of this moment go. My mind is suddenly serene, like a mountain lake without a trace of wind-blown ripples. I begin to laugh as an image comes to mind. Zen Buddhist monks rise before dawn and go to the zendo or meditation hall to just sit, perfecting the ability to simply be present. So what is a traffic jam anyway? An agitation that prevents us from getting to where we think we must be? Or is it perhaps a zendo? For a moment I am a Zen Buddhist monk, but only for a fleeting moment. September 9th, 1987. Now we begin. Mark, hear me well, for even as you have come unto me, so I come now unto you. As I have spoken, there comes forth instructions unto you who has asked for the end of illusion. Follow this, and indeed there will come the dawning of what you have longed to remember. Rest now but a moment, and close your eyes that would show you but the world of your illusion. And in this rest I will come unto you, and my presence will be as a healing unto you. Rest now. What transpired I have never been able to put into words. It was as though all of me was melting into light. I have never felt such utter peace. And now the end of sorrow is upon us. I will go out no more from the Father's holy place. Indeed, I have overcome the world. It is not to think that the task is completed, for the only task is the salvation of the world. This we do together until the sons of God recognize themselves as but the only begotten Christ. Herein lies peace. Amen. September 25th, 1987. Dissatisfaction. I am feeling it again. I do not suppose that it is an experience known only to me. Is it my job? That must be it. In an instant my mind sees many aspects of my current job that could be the cause of this feeling. They range from not being paid enough money to requiring too many hours. On the other hand, it does have its good points, such as paying the bills. Maybe it's my current relationship. That must be it. It's great in so many ways, but there is something I am supposed to be doing with my life, but I don't know what it is. Maybe this is it. Just what am I doing? If it is, why doesn't it feel that way? Why do I do what I do? Why do I feel what I feel? God, sometimes I feel like Barbra Streisand singing, "What's it all about, Alfie?" Oh, what the heck, here I am after all. I cannot pinpoint what the dissatisfaction's all about, but it's certainly there. Get busy. Just get to work and don't think about it. Good idea. Maybe tonight I'll rent a movie, have a glass of wine or two. Evening now, wine poured, but not yet tasted. For some reason I hesitate to slip the video into the VCR. I drop down on the couch and just sit. Damn, I think to myself. I am feeling it begin to happen again. I realize I have noticed it virtually at its inception. As that feeling grows, I leap up and scurry to find a pad and pen. I may as well resign myself to receiving this communication. Maybe I'm going crazy, or maybe I've already done so, in which case there could be no further harm by being ready. Now we begin. First, it is for you to understand that in virtually every instance of your unhappiness, there is found what we shall call a dependence on the illusion of circumstance. Contemplate this for a moment, and I believe you will easily come to see the truth of this. There, that took but a moment, did it not? You will recognize that in these moments just prior to the arising of feelings you choose to label of unhappiness, there is first the subtle thought of circumstance. What is circumstance, Mark? Well, I guess it is a place, an environment of sorts. Yes, a place, that is good. Now, come in your understanding to that which always exists prior to circumstance. What will be discovered here is thought. Your thought. Or, better, what you have unwittingly identified with as being your thought. What we are asking you to examine with that keen intellect you have painstakingly developed over the course of a multitude of lifetimes is simply this. Whence the thought which is prior to circumstance you deem as painful. You have noticed that we equate pain with unhappiness in the mind, emotional, physical realms. We give the picture of arrows to indicate that pain involves your entire being. If you were to well understand how far this being extends, the responsibility would paralyze you, but all in good time. Now, whence thought? Consider the distinction given you some time ago between that of the world and that of the earth. It is a critical distinction. The earth is what you would call an entity. Its form, which is its quality, is not so very different from your own. We mean by this that the earth freely chooses to express in physical form, recognizing and accepting the inherent limitations of this choice. It does this as all true masters do. as a choice to delight in the expression of that which the Father is, unconditional love that cannot entertain fear or constriction of its own good nature. The earth loves you greatly, as it does all of mankind. It feels sadness, and we say this directly, not metaphorically. This sadness is the result of mankind's widespread refusal of the Father's presence and purpose. Separation steadfastly adhered to by mankind creates a disharmony in all that is, which the earth can no longer tolerate. Its sadness brings forth a cleansing which now begins to express visibly. This will accelerate in the months and years to come. The earth is a wise master, from whom mankind could learn to easily provide all that is required without the least bit of effort. Mankind scarcely remembers that such possibilities exist. The world is always illusion. We see clearly the difficulty you have with this. Can it be true? Must it be true? You have already glimpsed the consequence of recognizing this truth in its fullness, and that is why you resist it. The world, Mark, means nothing. This horrifies you, though no longer to such a degree that you do not already hold within yourself the acceptance of this truth. Now, do we give you your first key? Your feelings emanate from your refusal to allow this truth into the totality of your being. Your inner cry for the world to mean something is the cry of everyone who would insist on separation from the Father. The total acceptance of this truth is the death of separation, and signals the end of the world. Indeed, from the perspective upon which mankind insists, this does appear as horrific, but know this: horror at the thought of the world's end is but the choice to believe in illusions. We send here to the image of many mirrors quietly shattering around you, leaving naught but splendid light, to assist in feeling how safe it truly is to release illusion. The world is your self-created trap. You, as each soul upon the earth has done, have assisted in the creation of this elaborate web of illusions, and its subsequent delusions about what is real. Look closely at all of your experience as circumstance. Is it not a perpetual struggle to discern the gap of what is thought to be real? What activity does mankind participate in which he does not ascribe to it the value of having reality? Mankind creates it, then seeks it out to experience it again and again, solely in order to substantiate his belief that illusion is reality. Allow me to simplify. What is illusion? The world. Who is its creator? Mankind, existing in the choice of separation. Mankind's quest? To prove his creation has the value of reality. Pride is the only sin which can be said to exist. It arose when first was held in the thought of the Son. I am separate from the Father. Incidentally, what is being taught under the banner of the New Age is quite true. Each incarnate soul is a co-creator, creating the world with infinite variation. But this is not a teaching which fosters enlightenment, but only the perpetuation of illusion, and so it continues. The world is a web of illusion which you, as a soul, freely choose to be immersed within. The web is like a vortex or an energy field, which is the sole creation of mankind. Its entire foundation rests upon separation, no matter what the pride of the ego may desire to believe. To insist upon illusion is to choose being bound by this energy or vortex. There is no enlightenment in the world, nor can there be. It is this truth that the ego of mankind will cleverly resist until exhaustion comes. And of what? A momentary thought of separation? Only a fantasy. And from this, the arising of all worlds. The fantasy, in truth, never occurred. This is the salvation of the world, that it does not, nor has it ever existed. This one thought is given to you as your second key, and can be given to anyone seeking salvation. Its contemplation may bring an end, however momentary this may be, to identification with the web of energy which is the mind of the world. Now we have come full circle, and well you perceive the true source of all your unhappiness. For never have the thoughts of the world been yours. They are illusion. Therefore, so is your unhappiness. You have come to a point where there is an acute recognition at every moment of unwitting identification with the web of energy, which is the mind of the world, is the creation of pain, no matter its interpretation by the ego, which would insist on its reality. The joy of the world is a lie, for the world is not. Go now, Mark, dwell upon these things. Know well that you hover on the brink of shattering the mirrors of illusion. The veil is being rent. What you experience in your own way is the only death which matters. It is the death of separation. Well do I know what will emerge. Remember this and love yourself for it. We leave you, yet are always with you. Peace I give unto you. Amen. October 12, 1987. Great night to have an emergency client, damn. I muttered to myself while I hurried to turn off my computer, adding machine, typewriter, and radio. It's a half-hour drive to my yoga class, which is scheduled to begin in 20 minutes. Time to fly. How can the teacher expect anyone else to be on time if he can't be there on time himself? Grabbing my briefcase and jacket, I tear past the receptionist. I'm out of here, Peggy. Have a nice... Her reply goes unheard as I close the door behind me and run the parking lot. Better play Speed Racer tonight. Great, just great, I scream as I approach a well-known curve and see that traffic is stopped. It remains quite a distance to the light where I need to turn, and now I think I'll be late. And then wham, just like that, for no apparent reason it happens. No, I have not been rear-ended, though I almost wish I had. Suddenly everything is perfectly quiet. I cannot hear the cars around me, nor even my radio. My visual field loses sight of everything, temporarily overshadowed by 3 words. The Jeshua Letters. My whole body is electrified, from the tip of my head to my toes. Then, just as suddenly, it is gone, and everything is back to normal. Where did that come from, I wonder? I feel like I've been hit over the head. Then it strikes me. I am being asked to make this stuff public. Oh no, no way. Finally, traffic begins to inch along. I make my way into the parking lot, and as I begin walking to the classroom, I notice that only a few of my student cars are here. Maybe very few will be here tonight. Now others begin arriving. I look at my watch. 5:55. It only took me 15 minutes to get here in that traffic jam? That's not possible. On my way home from class, I impulsively turn into a different direction. It is not too late, and besides, what are friends for? I rationalize as I head for Kendra's house. I rap loudly and insistently, revealing my impatience until the door opens. Well, surprise, surprises, I thought maybe you had given up your body or something. I know I've been a little busy of late with what work and my yoga class starting up again. So you no longer have a phone, she smiles as she hangs up my coat. It is a beautiful northwest fall evening, but the Christmas in the air is beginning to whisper of changes to come. God, that feels good. I stand next to her wood-burning fire with the palms of my hands as close as possible without touching it. I know it isn't that cold yet, but what the heck? I love the warmth of the fire. She settles into her new recliner, the kind that simply swallows you up, refuses to let you go, no matter what tasks are screaming at you for your attention. I drop into the couch and relax, letting my eyes rest on the silent dance of the flames in the stove. So how's it going, Kendra asks. I glance at her and realize she's interested only in the communication. I suppose you know that is the reason I am here. Well, at least one of the reasons. I wanted to see you. Don't try to apologize yourself out of that one. She is laughing now, and I recover from a moment's embarrassment. I took your advice and just let myself jot this stuff down when it occurred, which hasn't been all that often, thank God. Once on Molokai, and what did he say, she asked, sitting forward a bit. Kendra, I mutter, I think I would rather not get into it right now. Don't ask me why, I just feel like I would rather not. Not yet, anyway. I think I'd like to take some time to make sense of it myself. Realizing my tentativeness, she asked softly, is it that provocative? I hesitated, feeling a bit self-conscious about my answer. Well, I think it is. You think it is? Now it's my turn to sit forward on the couch. I've read my share of metaphysical stuff over the years, and this is blowing me away. Kendra laughs, saying, maybe that is the meaning of it. What? Maybe it's supposed to blow you away. Sighing, I tell her what happened up on the way to my yoga class. Damn, Kendra, I don't know about this. The thought of making this public makes me shudder. I'm no writer. I don't know the first thing about publishing, and besides, her outburst of laughter cuts my tirade short. Feign annoyance, though inwardly thankful for the interruption. I tilt my head slightly, turning so that I can barely see her out of the corner of my eye. And just what's so funny now, I asked. You're better entertainment than watching the Cosby Show. Huh? Mark, look, don't forget who is ultimately in control here. You are the one in the body. You are the one who is controlled over the decision to publish it or not. Would you please relax about it? She gets up from her chair, opens the door to the stove, and throws another log inside. Sparks fly and flames leap high for a moment as the log drops into the embers. Kendra turns to me and stands there for a moment, gently shaking her head. I know I'd probably be feeling different about it if it were happening to me. I'd probably totally freak out about it like you are, but look, may I say something? My turn to make a friendly jab. So when have you ever asked permission? She smiles. Mark, I just have this feeling about it. Even if you don't want to share any more of it with me at this point, like I said before, you went on vacation. I encourage you to stay with it. But Kendra, the suggestion was so clear. This doesn't seem to be meant only for me, and the thought of making it public makes me shudder. I put my hands on my knees and stand up quickly. You know, I couldn't even concentrate while teaching tonight. When the class was over, I wasn't sure I was even there. I can't function with all this stuff going on. I find myself suddenly contemplating something Jeshua had said. Like tonight, all I could think about was that invisible neon billboard flashing those 3 words at me. How did your class go? What do you mean? Do you think anyone noticed you were not really there? I thought for a moment. A few of my students thanked me afterwards, said it had been one of their favorite classes. I shake my head at the memory. Well, there you go. You don't really need to be there after all, and you probably thought you were important. Ooh, low blow. Kendra's face becomes thoughtful. Mark, I feign a lack of interest. I'm not going to listen if it hits below the belt again. No, it's just that, well, behind this resistance there must be something impelling you to continue with it. I mean, if there wasn't, why would you bother listening to the communication at all, or think about it? I really wish you would just let it happen as it happens. Don't make any judgment about it for now, okay? I look at her for a long time. Boy, what would life be like without those special friends that journey through all of it with you, sharing, supporting, encouraging, lightening the load we somehow create for ourselves? Okay, well, I don't think I want to share it right now with anyone, but can I unload on you if I need to? What do you think, you nut? Now let's have a glass of wine before you go, since it looks like the only time I'm going to see you is when you think you're going crazy. Well, if this continues, you may be seeing me more often than you think. Chapter 3. It is always fear of one's own death that blocks recognition of the kingdom. November 2nd, 1987. Now we begin. Beloved brother, for that is surely what you are. I have come because you have asked. I will share with you during the course of our encounter of this moment that which will reveal to you the harmony of the kingdom. First, you will notice that I favor the use of terminology clearly Christian, though it should be seen that such terminology is better viewed as Judeo-Christian. I do this because such terms are easily identifiable relative to the time I walked among you. It is certainly not the only format which could be chosen. I am not limited, nor are you. The only difference of significance between us is that I have fully acknowledged my unlimitedness, while you choose not to. Mark, over the past few years, as you perceive the flow of your experience, which insight has been achieved for one good reason, you have desired it. Desire, then, is the first factor required in the process of emerging from the sleep you have existed within for millennia. I am quite aware of what you think is doubt. Consider this. Could it be fear of the obvious? What changes would occur in your life were you to acknowledge that you, born of your desire, had indeed brought forth into manifest expression the experience of joining with the mind of Jeshua, the Christ? The latter term is not a title I demanded. It was placed upon me by those who refused to fully acknowledge my message within themselves. The failure to do so is always the result of fear. Fear is the only energy which can separate you from the kingdom. It is not the fear of God, but the fear of one's own self. This is misplaced by projecting it onto God, which must be perceived as something wholly other. Contemplation of this alone can facilitate much movement within one's consciousness, and is not all such movement but the surrender of limitation owned as self-created. Therefore, my unlimitedness allowed me to state, without the least hesitation, I and my Father are one. One enters the kingdom when the obvious truth of this statement is acknowledged in one's own mind. It marks the surrendering of self-imposed limitation. I wish it to be quite clear that my choice of the word darkness should always be equated with fear, which is the only form of energy you may said to have been created. In the kingdom, it does not exist. You are loved wholly. You have never sinned. It is the nature of the dreamer to believe in his dream. The dream you know well. The reality you dimly perceive, like the echo of a melody faintly coming back to you. Listen to it, and it alone. This is where your special abilities are of value. Sharing with others the art of being silent can alone assist those who seek the kingdom to come to a place of vulnerability, where we can speak to them. The kingdom cannot be lost, but it has been forgotten. Yet in the forgetting is born the very substance of genuine remembering. We use whatever you dream as a mechanism for your awakening. If I may be allowed brief levity here, though you trudge across white carpeting with muddy feet, we transform it into an exquisite tapestry which will grab your attention. Just this is the harmony of the kingdom. Nothing, absolutely nothing, can ever serve but to nudge the dreamer toward the end of his sleep. This is why, when I first spoke to you several months ago, I emphasized that your moment-to-moment experience is the path to your enlightenment. It is harmonious, and but a glimpse assures even the most skeptical that this is so. You will have noticed by now that your asking for contact with your guides does not require our consent for communication to occur. Your asking is your consent to allow what is always available to you. It is an exercise in the release of fear. It occurs when the dreamer, however dimly, begins to perceive there is something quite odd about the nature of the dream. The dream is the entire realm of fearful experience which has burst forth from that one initial thought, I am separate from God. It occurred countless eons ago, yet only a moment ago, for time is but part of your dream. One of your guides has repeatedly emphasized that the attitude one needs to adopt in order to awaken from the dream is to allow, allow, allow. Asking for guidance fosters this, and is the implicit recognition that nothing else has worked, that there is nothing else to be done. Initially, this act of allowing is horrifying because it feels like dying, an experience quite well known to the separate ego. For this reason, the majority of seekers remain forever seekers, searching for some form of magic that will in essence bring enlightenment to them. This cannot work, for awakening requires a receptiveness. This can only occur in the attitude of allowing, that is, the allowing of death to occur. It is irrational to the separate self that the greatest doing occurs in the act of doing absolutely nothing. Therefore, my burden is light, and my yoke is easy. No effort is required to enter the kingdom. Allowing is the key to the doorway beyond the dream of the dreamer. Only a moment's reflection will indicate how tired you, Mark, have become of your dream. This initially can create great conflict as it dawns upon the dreamer that something is amiss. Yet his brothers perceive it not, and all attempts to share what is felt lead only to the frustration of failure. One cannot make the dream end, because the dreamer is part of the dream. Allowing is the process of surrendering the dream of the dreamer himself. When the dreamer dissolves, so too does his dream. There is then only the kingdom which alone has always been. You are an awakening dreamer. As I say this, you will recognize its truth. The only difference between you and many of our brothers is that you recognize the dream and the validity of allowing as the key of the kingdom. An aspect of your dream was your journey with me to Canaan and Galilee. From many sources have you been given this. Let me confirm it for you. You were in a scene, and even during this present life you have encountered many of your fellow dreamers. You have heard that you, together with your dear friend Kendra, were present when I spoke to the multitudes on the Mount of Olives. Know that you were. What struck you was not the essence of the teaching delivered that day, but the recognition that the teaching was realized in me. The carpenter's son had journeyed to distant lands and returned a master. Such was your perception. Thus the doorway to the kingdom became for you as a jewel to be discovered in the East. You went there, during 9 consecutive incarnations, to master the yoga philosophies. In this present incarnation, you have completed your chosen course. This ending, as you all know, has been the recognition that the dreamer can master the whole of his dream, yet remain enmeshed in the dream itself. You have discovered the very simple key, the jewel, and is this not the silence of allowing? It can be said that your experience of my sermon was the first genuine movement to awaken from your dream. Does it appear to have been a long journey? Remember, such a perception is of the dream itself. I'm going to ask that you begin spending a little time with me daily now. The work I spoke of earlier is now complete and we can begin. Again, this is not a command from me, only a gentle reminder. This purification is your free choice, as always it must be. That which I am knows nothing of compulsion, for love cannot compel. It merely attracts the seeker of reality to itself. This requires no effort but to be available, for each and every seeker recognizes love because, however deeply buried, there is the recognition that love is the true being of the seeker himself. This is never denied, but it is repeatedly ignored. Our task, then, is only to gently bring the seeker to the experience of attention to what alone has always been the kingdom. We will end here. I am well pleased with the ease you have come to in attending by allowing. Is not the journey, no matter how fraught with seeming dilemma and pain, well worth it? Bless it, all of it. Amen. November 13th, 1987. Hello, Mark. Hello, Jeshua. Now we begin. Is it not the comfort of absolute knowing you seek? Is it not the comfort of absolute union you desire? For it is a great truth, given earlier to you and today reinforced, that desire is the primary key to fulfillment. Therefore one needs to assess the object of desire. For this I share with you most emphatically: what is desired is experienced always. Such is the beauty of your Father's table. Such is the love of your universe. Ask and you shall receive. I would like to clarify this statement, which is, by the way, one I did make. At a future time I will clarify you precisely those teachings found in Scripture which were given genuinely by me. Many were not. Through this process I will clarify the meaning of these teachings, returning them to their original intention. Ask and ye shall receive. It matters not what you ask for, nor that the asking is perhaps what is widely known as unconscious. The mind has depth. The asking of which I speak is that which flows from the depth of your mind. The intent of creation, which is the ever-present flow of the Father, is to utilize the asking as a mechanism for focusing that movement of life into form. The obstacle, of course, is a delusory separation known as ego. This each of you participates in, reflecting to yourself aspects of the grand illusion which is your only creation. As all of you are of one mind in truth, the only begotten Son, so too are you of one mind as your illusion, ego. Never do you look upon another, for there is no other. You see only yourself. It has been spoken many times to love your brother as yourself. This is because your brother is yourself. In loving your brother, you embrace all aspects of ego, your illusion, and can therefore begin to release it. Upon this crucial understanding, we may proceed to an understanding of my statement, ask and ye shall receive. Because you are not separate from God, everything held in your mind as desired is manifest, and you experience it instantly. It may appear that this is not the case, but I assure you that it is. The difficulty comes when you insist on the belief that you are only this three-dimensional being you experience daily. You are far more than this, even within your grand illusion. What I am saying here is that experience need not occur in physical form to be valid. Look upon a woman with lust, and you have already committed adultery in your heart. This should not be taken figuratively. In such a case, you have already experienced the sexual act entirely. Of course, this holds true for all desire held within the mind, from the most minute to the most grandiose. Therefore, what you desire is of primary importance. Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven means to seek enlightenment above all else. This does not mean that no other thoughts will be entertained. They always will be, until the ego is dissolved. However, by desiring the kingdom, the Father, through the Holy Spirit, will transform every experience you create into the means by which you will awaken. Make no mistake about this, for when there is held as a primary desire the experience of God, it lies always beyond the limits of every ego-based desire. Thus, the impetus of your soul is to get through the limited experience, whatever it may be. It is for this reason that the seeker begins to sense that all his experience is somehow symbolic of something which lies beyond itself. You have described this to others as a growing sense of transparency. Of course, what grows more transparent seems to be losing its meaning. Thankfully, it is losing its limited meaning, since it was conceived in the limited thought of the ego. Eventually, nothing satisfies. Now the ego is on shaky ground, for its foundation, separation, is but the limited thought upon which the entire edifice of all your experience is based, and it too becomes transparent. Experientially, this is interpreted as death. and it is quite literally. To be born again means only that identification with ego vanishes. This is obviously widely misunderstood. It is always fear of one's own death that blocks recognition of the kingdom. For those who have been immersed in the distorted belief about my life's mission upon the earth, I would offer this suggestion. Give up the hope of salvation because you have misunderstood it. You, identified with your thought of a separate self, will not and cannot be saved by me. Your desperate desire for this creates the illusion of salvation, since you always experience what you desire. But to enter the kingdom, desire must be born of right intention. Now, ask and you shall receive is a statement about the laser-like focus of creative energy, which is the abundance of the Father's table. Ask, therefore, not for salvation, because your ideas of it are distorted. Ask instead that you awaken from every last trace of belief that you have ever been separate from God. This will focus the impetus of your soul with right intention. Since you receive what you ask for, clarity of thought is essential. Mark, the thought you receive concerning the Jeshua Letters is quite valid. Allow this to come into being. Rest assured that we will be guiding this at every step. The stage of your own process could be called the stage of allowing. This is reached when every attempt to make or manipulate your world has utterly failed. Failure in your world is a blessing of the highest order, because it marks the beginning of the end of illusion. It is thus that we have shared with you that the entire array of perceptions held by the world consciousness is diametrically opposed to the truth of the kingdom. Failure marks the surrendering of ego, and his failure is inevitable. All perceived success stemming from the impetus of ego is temporary. Failure is its only certainty. Rejoice, therefore, in the recognition of your failure. It marks the beginning of the last days of your journey to the abode of the Holy Father. Here we will end. Go always with blessings, for you are the Son of the Father, and you are loved above all things. Amen. November 21st, 1987. Events of the past few months have brought rapid changes in relationships, changes in goals, changes in even the most basic of perceptions. The world looks different somehow, although I can't describe the difference. Even though most often I seek to carry on in my same old ways, the communication from Jeshua are clearly shifting the sands upon which my house is built. When the foundation moves, so too must everything else. If only I could be alone. If only I could be undistracted for a while, perhaps I could make sense of it all. Perhaps whatever is happening could be hastened to a conclusion. I picture in my mind a new place to live, a quiet, peaceful apartment conducive to the inner work I need to do. I choose to keep this day for myself. No work, no chores, no errands, just, I'm not sure. I begin driving with no known destination. Odd, since driving, even to the corner store, is not high on my list of fun things to do. Feels like a left turn here. Okay, there you go, Mark. Straight for a while. Why not? No, another left. And now that familiar shift occurs, and I know Jeshua is present. And he speaks to me, suggesting that I go to the mountains. I see a picture of a waterfall. I find it all a bit humorous. I am in bumper-to-bumper traffic, listening to a thoroughly invisible somebody and choosing to follow a suggestion. Don't think I'll tell anyone about this for a while. Assuming that any waterfall will do, I head for Spry Falls. It is about an hour's drive through some world-famous cities as Buckley and Wilkerson, the gateway to Mountaineer. It is a place of power and transformation for me, a place of soft beauty. At this time of year, it should not be too crowded at Maui Lake, where the trail begins. On the logging road now, I continue driving up the mountain, swerving from side to side in an effort to miss the potholes. Suddenly there's a barricade in the road. Early snows must have already come to the lake. I have several miles to go, and the damn road is closed. I knew it. I scream at the gray sky. I knew it was imagination. What are you doing, Mark? It's starting to snow. You forgot to get gas, and you're out here chasing chimeras. Sign, I think to myself. Might as well take a walk. I hop over the barricade and began walking up the road, soft snowflakes falling through a wind-still sky, touching my cheeks and nose. I have not gone more than 20 yards when I am stopped by a faint noise. I meander off in its direction. It grows louder. It's a sound of rushing water. It is the sound of a waterfall. Momentarily embarrassed by my lack of faith, I quickly scramble up the forested hillside, and as the earth levels off somewhat, I begin to feel an exhilaration. I glance at towering old-growth evergreens and cedar trees disappearing into the white of falling snow. They are so beautiful and speak of power and wisdom in their majesty. Now I am there. Gentle waterfall cascading over shining rocks, becoming a stream that meanders across soft forest soils blanketed in the velvet of vibrant green mosses. I sit on my haunches, my eyes fall on a small, delicate, snow-laden flower, its petals barely discernible from the pure white of the snowflakes resting upon them. A feeling comes. It wells up from a place deep within, then is transformed into words uttered not to human ears, which all too often cannot hear, but to life, which already knows the truth of what is spoken. We are but one. My peace I give unto you. Not as the world gives, give I unto you. A joy begins to radiate out like streams of energy. It pours out of my fingertips and down through my feet into the earth. Standing, I turn my gaze upward and shout, I and my Father are one. I twirl and whirl and laugh out loud. I embrace trees and moss and flowers, and I open my mouth to the falling snow. I touch sacred intimacy. After some time, though I haven't any idea how long it is, as if the trees are speaking, time for you to leave now. I stroll out of the forest, return to my truck, and begin driving down from the mountain. It is said with utmost clarity, resounding through me from ears to toes, that I turn to look, expecting to be sitting in the passenger seat, even as I slam my foot on the brake and come to a halt. Your apartment awaits you. Just as abruptly as the curious feeling lets go of my cells, a liquid light withdrawing like a wave from the shoreline. It's again just me, sitting in my truck on this logging road. The road ahead winds downward, leading me back to the world, the one that seems so real. Yet, if I consider what Jeshua is teaching me, is anything real? The conflict comes into my being as my mind momentarily wars with itself, but dissolves as a whole new thought emerges. Perhaps this road leads not back into the world, but through it. To what? My foot shifts slowly from the brake to the gas pedal. Fresh from the ecstatic experience just past, I choose to trust the statement about my apartment and act on it. Hi, Kendra. We hug in the doorway. I take off my coat and we sit down in the kitchen. Well, stranger, what have you been doing with yourself? She asks as we settle into our chairs. Perhaps if it were someone else, I would not share my experience in the mountain. Thank God for this marvelous human being who knows everything that there is to know about me and still loves me. I proceed to share with her all that transpired, especially the part about the apartment awaiting me. Well, what do you think it means, she asks, but her smile says something else like, make your choice, Mark. Either you believe it or you don't. In that instant, I know my friend is prodding me, assisting me, supporting me. Teachers are all around us constantly. I think it doesn't mean anything unless I live it. So let's put it to the test. Where's the paper? If the apartment is available, I'll find it there. But I am nervous. What if it isn't? Kendra brings me the paper, then busies herself in the kitchen as I circle ads and begin making calls on any description that sounds remotely attractive. Several calls later, depression is beginning to set in, or, for the very least, my old familiar doubt. I have scoured the paper several times, quite systematically. It's just not happening. Finally, I see an ad. The apartment is close to a special neighborhood I lived in once. The rent is much higher than I can afford. I think I'll go take a look at this one. An hour later, I am back, a little dejected. It was definitely not the right place. Suddenly I catch myself. No, I'm not going to shrug my shoulders, conclude I have a vivid imagination, and forget the whole thing. It happened. I heard the voice so clearly. Kendra, this is maddening. Why am I experiencing this anyway? They never make it easy, do they? She answers gently, referring to these unseen guides behind us. Give me the paper again. I practically rip it out of her hand and once again turn to the classifieds. I glance down the first page, and the second, and the third, finally the fourth. My eyes stop, my breath stops. There is a small ad, sandwiched between two I had previously circled and called. For rent, large one-bedroom, marine view, available December 1st. I cannot believe I hadn't seen it before. I had to have been there. Hello, I'm calling about the apartment for rent. I'm showing it at 4 p.m. The lady seems quite certain she'll take it, but if you want to have a look, feel free to stop by. I'll be there. What's the address? Mark, you're beaming. What's the deal? Kendra asks as she hands me a coat. The apartment is 1 block from the one I had in North End after returning from college. Same view at Commencement Bay, same peace and quiet, my favorite place to live. Oh God, I'm getting those shivers again, Mark. It's yours. For a moment, my rational side resumes control. After all, I can't just boldly agree, can I? What if it doesn't happen? Not quite willing to run that risk, I respond casually. There's one other person to look at it before me. I guess if she takes it, it just wasn't meant to be. At least I've left myself an out. The tilt on Kendra's head and the look in her eyes seemed to say, "You know damn well this is it. She's caught me again. What are good friends for?" I arrived just as the woman looking at the apartment is coming down the stairs. "Let me think about it, and I'll call you tomorrow," she exclaims to the landlady. Seeing me, she smiled and said, "Now don't go and rent it just yet, okay?" I hardly see the apartment. I don't even go into the bedroom or the bathroom. I see the view, the lights on the water, tankers resting in the calm harbor. More importantly, I feel it. This is it. How about that? It was waiting for me. November 22nd, 1987. It is 3 a.m., 3:22 to be exact. I am or was sleeping soundly. As I begin to stir restlessly, I am further awakened by a gentle voice which this time carries a sense of persistence. "Mark, arise and write." Shit, is my only thought. It is 3:30 in the morning, and nobody gets up at 3:30 in the morning because some voice suggests they do so. Mark, arise and write. The communication will flow with great ease at this time. Okay, I am begrudgingly awake anyway. I think to myself as I sit with pen in hand, if it's going to be like this, I'll have to remember to leave my glasses out next time. Now we begin. Think not that you can direct the flow of your life from the viewpoint of your own conscious mind. It is not designed with that capacity, for its purpose is not found there. I would ask you to fully accept that the mind is designed to be not director, but servant. A servant of what? Of the flow of your life, that mysterious movement of life through you. It is the movement which springs forth from the Father, and is to be enacted by the Son who participates in the atonement. It cannot be controlled, for the concept of control, even the need of it, is but born after entanglement in the illusion of separation. For what would you control but that which you distrust? Dwell upon this for a moment, and then we will continue. I would like to address your experience yesterday in the mountains, which you are coming to love so deeply. First, is it not clear that you are already past the recognition that there is but one mind? For words which the world has judged as belonging solely to me, as the only begotten of the Father, poured forth from you with no sense of separation. You were, in fact, the mind that uttered those words. To clarify, in that moment you chose to allow the true heritage of your being to be lived consciously, that level of mind which is whole, complete. Being of one substance with the Father, this level is the only level that can be said to possess reality. Anything else is illusion, born of the choice to inhere in a sheer fantasy of separation. It is precisely this recognition to which the children of God must be directed. The Son is one mind. It responds to the impetus of the Father's thought, which is creative, and enacts his thoughts, creating in the express image of the Father. For image is the form of the Father's holy thought. Yet I would add that what we are calling here the Father's holy thought is imageless. It is but the flow of life, the matrix from which the Son draws the impetus for his work. That matrix can be described as unconditional love. Thus, when a mind is awakened to the truth of its identity, its creative enactment is always loving. Its creations image what the Father is, providing an opportunity for minds inhering in the bondage of illusion to witness the image of what alone is real. When love made visible is witnessed, it can be recognized, and a movement toward enlightenment is made without effort. We could say that the mind is touched, and for a moment, however fleeting, it recognizes the highest good available to it. For this reason is every act of love to be cherished. All minds are channels of love to the degree that they choose to be awake. The minds of humankind are intoxicated with love. They long for love because the truth of who they are and what alone is real is necessarily within them. The awakened Son merely enacts the movement of life, which is love proceeding from the Father, for the benefit of those who remain asleep. The children of God are but in truth aspects of the only begotten Son. Thus all love enacted is self-love. For as you have begun to recognize, we are each other's brother's keeper because of the simple truth that we are our brother. When viewed from the illusory perspective of separation, this is incomprehensible. When viewed from the perspective of reality, it is the most obvious and simplest of facts. You comprehended quite accurately while experiencing love in a moment's relationship with a snow-covered flower, that when all the children of God allow themselves to utter, without a trace of resistance or self-consciousness, one simple statement, the atonement will be completed on earth as it is in heaven. The statement is this: I and my Father are one. Now, Mark, return to your sleep, but know the day when sleep will be no more is quickly coming to the mind of the only begotten Son, as it enacts upon your beloved earth the one thought of the Holy Father. Know, too, that you are the beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. You are blessed always. You need simply stretch forth your arms with palms open and uplifted, and the bounty of the Father's table shall be bestowed upon you. It is simply the allowing of recognition to be manifest. My blessings upon you. Amen. Chapter 4. There is nothing, absolutely nothing, you can create that is not an expression of your longing to awake. December 9th, 1987. So I am here. I have moved into my apartment. It is just right. Even from the kitchen I can gaze out over rooftops across Commencement Bay without having to pause from doing the dishes. For the past week I have enjoyed coming home in the evening and sitting in my only chair, here by the dining room window overlooking the harbor. This weekend I will pick up a very old and worn couch and chair, the antique kind with big overstuffed arms and high rounded backs, the wooden legs hand-carved. Now I'm getting used to the simplicity. The place will seem almost cluttered. Gently rocking back and forth, drinking in the quiet, I barely notice the gathering dusk as light steals away into the night, dissolving the boundaries between water and tugboat beneath earth and sky. Yes, I feel that vibration starting. It no longer startles me, since I know it will only persist until I recognize it, as one might knock upon your door softly at first, then louder and louder until the door is answered. I prefer softness, so I casually retrieve pen and paper from the nearby counter and return to my rocker. Now we begin. Hello, Mark. Hello, Jeshua. Thank you for allowing me this communication with you. I want first to share my feeling with you regarding your present life status. I think you know what I mean by that. Well, if I don't, I'm sure it'll be made clear. Yes, it will. Your doubt as to the validity of your experience with me only clearly identifies the degree to which you are still held sway by your belief in separation. For to doubt this communication process is to deny your own experiential reality, or, to put it quite bluntly, to deny your own existence. For to deny a part is to deny the whole. The significance of this is paramount. Why? Simply because it includes denial of your own sonship. Do you see? Enlightenment is frightful from where you are, because you recognize there is no being partially enlightened. One lives either in darkness or in light. Any other perspective stems merely from the ego's desire to validate one's present form of existence, which, from my perspective, is merely non-existence. Since its worth is reduced to virtually nothing when weighed against the worth of living as the sun. I come with fire and with a sword. These are words I did in fact utter, to emphasize that my purpose was and is to sever human consciousness from its infatuation with illusion. As you are aware, the symbol of fire has always expressed transformation. It is a burning up of materials which creates a space for what is new. The sword cleaves what it strikes. It separates a whole into parts, and effectively stops whomever is struck. Jeshua, sometimes even now, as I hurry to write down these words, I sense a fear about all of this. Why? That is a good question, Mark. Why do you fear it? I have hinted at the direction of your answer, but you are well aware that it is you who must remedy the situation. The ultimate act of responsibility is to truly respond to one's initial creative act, separation from the Holy Father, and to rectify it. I have shared with you earlier that this is accomplished by allowing. Now, if it is allowing that restores the Son to the Father, must it not be only resisting that sustains the belief in separation? Well, somehow that feels quite true, as it must. Mark, you have brought yourself to this place as a response to your perceived limitations thrust upon you from what lies outside of you. Yet you fully recognize there is nothing outside of you with the power to limit you without your permission to do so. The only concern here is this: how will you respond to what you have created? I will share with you this. There is nothing, absolutely nothing, you can create that is not the expression of your longing to awaken. nor can there ever be a creation of yours which does not contain within it the jewel of your enlightenment. Allowing is always the key. Silence the doorway. My offering to you this evening is that you remember your soul's purpose is coming here. You have deliberately created an environment of silence. It is all set up for you, by you, because you know it matters supremely. Will you not use the key you have discovered, now that there is recognition that you stand in the doorway? Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. Of course it shall be. To knock upon the door from the stance of clear recognition of one's own creation is to express the power of intention to enter the kingdom. This entrance is merely a change of position, the assumption of a new stance. It is the difference between light and darkness, between reality and illusion, between, shall we say, being and non-being. You will never hear me acquiesce to your insistence on illusion, merely to pacify your ego. This would be a great disservice to you. I go now, yet always I remain. I am, yet I am but you. In silence you have come to hear me. In silence you will come to know me. Listen well, for I am your own higher self. I am the self of all. I am the Christ, the only begotten of the Father, and that is who you are always. Remember, allow. Blessing upon you. Amen. December 17th, 1987. It has been one of those days, busy, too busy, the I guess I forgot to eat lunch and who has time anyway kind of day. Weaving my way through the late afternoon traffic, I speed through the light just beginning to turn red, then dart into the driveway lane of the bank as it's about to close. I smile pleadingly at the teller who pauses for a moment, clutching the window shade, and then smiles back and pushes the metal tray out to me. Back on the road, I am halfway home, still weaving through traffic, before I realize that it is okay to slow down now, noticing that my breathing is short and quick. I deliberately relax my abdomen and chest, focusing on letting my breath naturally find a deeper, smoother rhythm. My foot eases up on the accelerator a bit, and I become aware of my surrounding. The old man walking slowly down the sidewalk, fallen leaves on the street dancing gently in the breeze, a few sailboats in the harbor. This time there is no announcement of his presence unless I have been too hyped up to notice. Mark, take your Bible and turn to Matthew 7, 5-8. It startles me, and I look around, reacting to the suggestion as if I fear someone might have noticed. Along with the words comes an image of my Bible laying open on a table. All the words on the open page are red, indicating that these words are attributed to Jesus. Right, I think to myself, now, where did that come from? I feel the familiar emotions of resistance and subtle fear. I really do not want to deal with this. Can't I just go home and watch television or something equally mundane and normal? I do not own a television. Perhaps now would be an appropriate time to buy one. Even if I did open my Bible, those verses will probably all be in black. Once home, I immediately occupy myself with very important things like balancing my checkbook, dusting, probably the first dusting has ever been a priority, and even vacuuming. Having completed all these critical chores, I relax and begin practicing some gentle, flowing yoga postures, just getting into the joy of feeling my body move and stretch, breathing deeply and evenly, delighting as the day's stress and fatigue seems to dissolve. I have effectively forgotten about Jeshua's suggestion, and my eyes happen to fall on my Bible covered with dust, half buried in obscurity beneath books and papers on the lowest shelf of my bookcase. If my face weren't on the floor, I wouldn't be able to see it at all. Damn, here we go again. That familiar feeling is again present. I take my Bible from its grave where it's the last time I opened this thing, and tentatively thumb through it until I find Matthew chapter 7, verses 5-8, and read, Thou hypocrite, first cast out the beam from thy own eye, and then shalt thou see clearly to cast out the mote from thy brother's eye. Give not that which is holy unto dogs, neither cast ye your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet, and turn again and rend you. Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. For every one that asketh receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knocketh it shall be opened. Both pages, every word of every verse, are printed in red. Then his familiar voice. Now we begin. Mark, these 4 verses should be read together. They are of great importance to the awakening consciousness. Are you aware of what the beam is? As I contemplate it, I first see a log or something quite solid stuck in someone's eye, blocking their view. But the image doesn't feel quite right. Then the image shifts, and I see a beam emitted from the eyes toward another figure. The beam is multicolored. It feels like I have grasped something. It's seen the other person. I stumble for words. It is judgment, Mark. It is judgment that must first be cast out, for it is your only imperfection. With it, your behavior toward your brother will necessarily be an attempt to save him according to your egocentric views. However, only love can effect meaningful change. There cannot exist love where there is already judgment, for judgment is the denial of loving. Verse 6 is almost always seen through the eyes of judgment. Dogs and swine are pictured as having less worth. This is not so. They represent the unawakened consciousness. They trample wisdom out of their innocent ignorance, rendering you with all that they know. Egos use other egos. It is all that they know. It is never your responsibility to cast your wisdom before the sleeping, but to follow the keys of verse 7 and 8, give when asked, for without asking, wisdom has no place to be received. Before helping your brother, ask, and it shall be given you. What steps to follow? Do not reason what you hear, for it is the voice of the Father given through the Holy Spirit that you are hearing. You cannot know what is required by your brother, although your judgment will lead you to believe that you do. How can this be applied to your life? Dwell upon this. Blessing upon you. Amen. December 18th, 1987. I have finished a late supper and relish the thought of simply sitting in my rocker and looking out over the harbor at the boats, watching the last trace of twilight give way to night, and sipping a cup of hot chocolate as if the only experience to be had anywhere in this universe. Not tonight. Hello, Mark. I pause and savor the feeling that comes with his presence, a sublime peace. You will find it somewhat difficult to write with your eyes closed. Reluctantly, I open them, momentarily afraid the connection will be lost. It is not. Now we begin. What distances have been traveled? What paths have been walked? How many lifetimes in the twinkling of an eye? For verily I say unto you, when the soul first stirs from its long slumber, there begins a movement which will never be denied. Of this have I spoken with you. It need not concern us here. That which I'll address comes before us now as a reflection of present times and times yet to come. Soon in your reckoning of the passage of events, for know this, the future is a tendency resting on present choice, not of things believed or seen, but of feeling allowed to penetrate the heart. Hear me well. That peace which passes all understanding will inevitably manifest as peace seen visibly upon the face of the earth. Striving for peace, while perceived as noble through the eyes of your world, lead nowhere if there is not first peace in the heart of him who would act. Therefore, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added unto you. The world has not heard these words spoken by me to the world, yet heard by me from the lips of one teacher we each have known. You know of whom I speak. Dear friend, the tendency of which we speak is that known as upheaval, is that known as travail. For short is the time when the earth will wait no longer for the Son of Man to awaken. Those whose hearts stir and begin to transcend the limits of social mediocrity still hear not deeply enough, for the way is easy and the burden is light. Desire the kingdom above all else. Then allow the recognition that you are the kingdom to be remembered. Thereby rest in the peace that forever must pass all understanding. Herein is the heart of all gospels. And what understanding is past, save that of the world's? Trust not those who see day in the dark of night, for what they say a thing is, it is not, and what it is they know not. Neither do they ask, for the question is not yet born within them. Listen not to those who speak, yet know not what they utter. Hear only the voice of the Father who speaks to you through the Comforter. He is heard only when you rest. He is heard only when you are silent. Is the way yet unclear? Desire, allow, rest. For in silence is perfect rest, and here the ever-so-faint sound of the Comforter's voice rings as notes struck from the crystal glass. Certainty resides there, and there alone. Beloved brother, we come because we love you. You are all that the Father has made you to be. One thought, complete. Therefore, be that which you are, and you are the light of the world. Of what value has your suffering been, but for a moment's experience, a sudden fantasy? It has not fed you, but with the illusion of sustenance. Suffering is but the enduring of separation, the embracing of one's only thought. It is time to release your hold. In doing so, and this I will promise, I, who am the only begotten of the Father, will dissolve the thought in the brilliance of a light incomprehensible, the light you are, and it will be as if the thought had never been. Herein lies the meaning of words read often, but seldom understood. I am the way, the truth, and the life, and no man comes unto the Father but by me. Those who would share my vision have but one duty, to choose wholly, to rest in the peace they already are, craving not the world, having set above and apart the kingdom of the blessed Father, serving God, not through doing, but by loving the presence of the kingdom above imagined fantasies, or that which the world is. For if any man love the world, love for the Father is not in him. How many dare to accept this simple truth? It is the key, given freely to anyone who would pass through the eye of the needle. I love you. Can I do other but to love that which I am? For those who see it not, the blaze of glory shines before me. I see not but myself, the Son of God. See with these eyes and these alone. Herein lies the salvation of the world. Blessings, Mark. Beloved, the time is at hand. Go in love, and fear not. Amen. December 20th, 1987. Now we begin. Mark, I would ask that you again open your Bible, and we will guide you to those words you must read to hear at this time. I walk to my bookcase, grab my Bible. God, twice in just a few days my mother would be in shock, and sit down. Well, I think to myself, what the heck am I supposed to read this time? No, that is not the proper attitude. Just let go of expectation. Soon I grow quiet. Then, turn to Mark 9 and begin reading. It's all in red again. Do these coincidences ever end? Can't there be a mistake somewhere along the line? I'm beginning to realize that there is something going on here, and if I can find no way to explain it, I'm going to have to do something with it. Why does that always cause in me shivers of dread? And he said unto them, He that hath ears to hear, let him hear. Unto you it is given to know the mystery of the kingdom of... I feel a sudden quickening, like a surge of energy leaping up my spine. Mark, remember these words always, and doubt of your journey will not overcome you. Now turn to John 5:10. I begin reading a story of how Jesus healed a man on the Jewish Sabbath, and how the Jews wished to slay him, because not only had he broken a law, he had claimed equality with God. I continue reading until I come to verse 23. That all men should honor the Son as they honor the Father. He that honoureth not the Son honoureth not the Father which hath sent him. It is with great demand for attention that I speak now of this teaching. For those who build their temples and enter therein, only to give supplication to an image of me, created in the minds of man, thereby thinking they honoureth the Son, be it clearly known that they honour him not. The Son is one, without a second. What does this mean? I am not the Son, and you a second which must be saved. I am not above you. I am the Son, as also you are. For the Son dwells within the heart of all, whether in this universe or another, unlimited, without boundary. How then can you honor me without honoring the Son within yourself, the Son that you are? There is a great truth given by the seers of your eastern lands, which you are familiar with as Brahman, Atman. It simply means that the Spirit dwelling in the heart of man, which Spirit he is, before the identification with illusions, is the one Spirit which dwells in all life, Brahman, or God the Father. Honor, therefore, must first be given the Son dwelling within one's own heart. It is only by so doing that you could possibly honor me. In this sense alone, to honor me is to honor him who has sent me, even as he has sent you forth, each of you, to express the fullness of the love he is. And if the Son be not dwelling in all things, I would not have spoken to you. Cleave wood, I am there. Lift up a rock, there you shall find me also. To see into the heart of all things is to behold the splendor of the Son. Herein is the mystery of the kingdom known. Lo, I am with you always, for we are but one, the only begotten Son. This is enough for today. I am gladdened that you are surrendering your resistance to me. With that shall grow a peace you have only faintly imagined, and your imagination is but a shadow of remembrance of that light from which you have journeyed forth. The prodigal son is every soul, the son cloaked in his choice to forget who he is, in order to dream a dream which occurs in but an instant. So too, awakening from the dream is of no greater effort than that of opening your eyes. Let the eyes of the Son given to each now be open. Amen. December 22nd, 1987. Now we begin. Here I will speak with you concerning the glory which is to be upon the earth plain, for as it has been written, so shall it be. And in those days there shall spring forth from the heavens a sound unknown to mortal ears, yet a sound instantly recognized by the soul of man. It is the sound of the Comforter's voice, signaling the end of the world, yet not of the earth, nor of space or time, for the end of the world is not the end of creation, but its fulfillment. Here shall be witnessed in every heart the awakening of the one Son, dispelling the darkness of separation. This I speak unto you. It shall come to pass in the span of your final lifetime, which even now is upon this your beloved earth. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Not all desire the return of light, not all desire the awakening of the Son. These shall be in travail, yet held lovingly in the embrace of the Father, who is as a wise parent, waiting for his child's dream to end, but moving not to disturb it. Such is the quality of unconditional love. Not seen upon the earth is the light to come, for the eyes of man will behold it from all places. The sleeping will be roused before the eyes are filled, and those busy will be stilled, for first it will be recognized in the soul. Hasten then to the countryside, for the earth will shudder as the light dawns upon the gaze of man. Rejoice, and be of exceedingly good cheer, for the day of the Lord shall be at hand. For the day of the Lord is the awakening of the Son, within the soul of all those who diligently seek the kingdom of the Holy Father. Those who seek it not will find it not. Mark, I give tidings of joy to you. What I speak is prophecy. Share it, for it is not the task of the messenger to share his message. All that you have is chosen to be, truly, a messenger of the heart. Fear not the minds of others, for with this sharing their enlightenment begins or deepens. Live the truth that you know, and you will know the freedom you seek. Wait on no one. Is it not time to surrender that last trembling trace of your dream? Would you grasp a drop of water while about you lies the vast ocean? Come home with me, beloved, truly come home. Rest now. Daily I will come to you, for we quicken our pace now, and much there is to set in place. Be that which the Father has given unto you, for as I too had need of surrendering, so does every soul upon every plane within every universe. The choice is simple: life or continuing illusion. Deep is our love for you who suffer, yet demand that your suffering continue. Deep is our love for you who seeks us only to avoid us. You have asked, and we have answered. The end of the dream is certain. Gently nod your assent, and the world shall be no more, burnt forever in the blaze of reality, the kingdom of the Holy Father. Come home, beloved children, come home. Amen. I cannot describe what I feel. Perhaps I feel nothing. Jeshua's energy has never been so powerful, so direct, so blunt. I feel as though I cannot move a muscle nor think a thought, yet I realize a part of me is terrified at this. Prophecy? It goes against every grain in my being. My reasoning mind cannot accept this, yet I see clearly this is only because it is unreasonable. Right now I cannot reason at all. I suddenly feel that shift of energy again. Very good, Mark. It can come so easily when you choose the key of allowing. And this ease foretells the gentleness with which the kingdom is born, while yet in a world which would see it not. My mission was not a burden, nor is any when the soul allows the kingdom to shine forth from within. Free yourself of this senseless fear. For it is not by effort that you will act, for you will experience only the incredible joy of being carried by the arms of the Father's love. The way is easy, for as many as would ask are given the keys to the kingdom. You have received the keys, now accept them. Use them to unlock the final door, for the treasure is nigh at hand. Will you tarry longer when you know there is no purpose in doing so? Come home, traveler. Come home, dreamer. My peace I give unto you. Amen. December 26, 1987. Good morning, Mark. Good evening, Jeshua. How is it that this communication can happen like this? So I would suggest that you write this down, please. Okay. Now we begin. Beloved brother, are you yet without understanding? Or is it merely your resistance to the obvious that brings such questions? Well, yes, I guess it is my resistance. Yes, it is only that. And what would you resist? The very life you have always sought? Something in me draws me back. I think I fear it. What I will share with you this evening will bring an end to your resistance. If you will but reflect on what is given but a little. First, life is easily understood. It is the joyful flowing forth of creation, which is the Son's rightful duty, emanating from the completed thought of the Father. All worlds already are held within the Holy Father. That thought is what you are. It is the essential you. Be ye therefore perfect, lacking nothing, for that perfection is what you are. Being that requires virtually no effort for the ego, this is utter confusion. It is thoroughly incomprehensible that there is nothing to do. I have previously given you the keys, and it would be good for you to reflect on these. I am a part of you, as you are a part of me. This participation in the form of being does not end. We are of one heart, one mind, one soul. Again, I would simply state, the Son is one without a second, and that alone is the truth of what you are. In releasing all resistance to this one fact is found the peace which most assuredly passes all understanding, for an awakening from your dream to the reality of who you are. Your only thought, that of separation, ends forever. The Father and Son are revealed as one. I would advise you not to endeavor to make your peace in the world. This is to insist on sustaining but an illusion, which must inevitably grow old. Put it away as a child does an old toy. But isn't that a denial of life? Illusions hold no life. Your question expresses your resistance. It expresses your deeply held belief that the world must be real in some way. The world is the illusion of separation. The world insists upon this, as it must. The struggle you feel, the pain which brings on your fatigue, your depression, your hopelessness, is but the result of your monumental effort to remain into the world, to insist on its reality, when already you have moved beyond it. Your refusal to acknowledge this is a denial of your own self, and is based on fear of the Father's kingdom. For my kingdom is not of this world. Allow me to clarify this for you. The kingdom does not exist in some other location, for the kingdom of heaven is spread upon the earth, but man sees it not. He cannot see the kingdom because he insists on seeing the world. Therefore I taught, you cannot serve God and mammon. It is simply impossible to enter the kingdom and yet remain in the world. Will you disappear? Possibly, but probably not. Remember, the world is all that you perceive from the viewpoint of separation. End this, and all that remains is the kingdom. Let not others minimize this. The kingdom is as far from the world as the east from the west. Yet if you do not reside always within it, you would not be. There is but a slight difference between enlightenment and ignorance. Intention. Your intention reflects your choice, whether continued belief in the illusion of separation or the acceptance of atonement with the Holy Father. You do touch this truth occasionally. All do, if only in their sleep. Faith is never enough, for where there is faith in God, there is separation from all that God is. Well, this is too much. Surely I've got to be making all of this up. Of course you are. The you, who is the only begotten of the Father, is making it all up. As you have made the world through your one thought of separation, so too do you create the salvation of mankind. And is not man but the expression of the Son still bound to illusion? Mark, many years ago in this life, you prayed to me for guidance home. You knew even then that you were thoroughly lost. Never have I left you. All that you have created I have used to shape your journey from sleep into waking. So it is with all who ask from the heart, whose intention is clear. The kingdom cannot be comprehended by the minds of those who insist upon the belief of the world. Only when the world is allowed to end is the kingdom entered. The doors as many as the sons of man, before each and every one is their door that leads to light, closer than their own breath and paper thin. Our time is well spent this evening. I look forward to the day when you come willingly, without the need for me to ask for your attention. It is a day not far off now. Remember, I love you, for I love myself. Therefore, love, self-love, is ultimately the only door into the kingdom. It is a love forsaken in the moment of that one thought from which has arisen all worlds. Now I leave you, yet remind you that I am with you. I can hardly be anywhere else, since I am as you are, the Son of the Father, truly begotten before all worlds. Omniscient, omnipresent, is there yet wonder that these communications occur? Dwell upon this. Amen. December 28th, 1987. Now we begin. Know that the vision of me seen in your meditation is quite valid. I have appeared to you now several times, 7 in total, for it is not with physical eyes that one sees the essence of what alone is real. To see requires what can be called inner vision. You have developed this to a high degree. Allow me here to share but one thought, one teaching, one lesson. Others may, of course, benefit from this, yet for a teaching to be well received, there is a need for the possibility of reception. True teaching, then, is an art requiring sensitivity to the reception of the student. The thought is this: in all things there will be discovered that which is of the world, and that which is of the kingdom. These are known in but one way. That which is of the world will demand that you perceive it from ego. That which will be felt then an attraction, a need, a desire. Beyond this can be discerned a sense of restlessness. When recognized, abandon it. This is the process by which the world is released. By soon doing, one automatically discovers that which the kingdom is, peace. Here there is a direct knowing that one lacks nothing. Therefore the world is sustained by choosing the quality of experience given above. The kingdom is revealed when the habit is abandoned. The essence of the thought is this, and you know it well. Nothing real can be threatened. Nothing unreal exists. Practice this lesson and great shifts will occur. Now I give you peace. Not as the world gives, give I unto you, for I am your final teacher. And the student shall be as the teacher, teaching the kingdom of the Holy Father, helping to deliver yet another from the bondage of self-induced blindness. Thus is the Son awakened. Thus is the world transformed. Release not the vision, for the kingdom shall be known upon the earth. It will come to pass while yet you live in this life. And this is the kingdom, that the Father and the Son are one. In this shall the earth rejoice and bear fruit, as yet unseen by the eyes of man, save in the distant reflections of an ancient memory when man walked in God and knew it. Remember what is spoken here. Blessing upon you. Amen. December 29th, 1987. Something is going on deep within me. It is a stirring, a movement beginning at a place so deep within me that it feels like discovering a brand new room in my own home. It is like a tremor which I sense wants to grow. It is all quite odd. It feels though I want nothing but to be alone in this beautiful, serene apartment. The feeling is an attraction, yes, but it borders on urgent necessity. Every day I rush home only to be inundated with a plethora of avoidance thoughts. I should go to a movie. I should go to have a few beers. I could call all my friends. Is the laundry done? It goes on and on and on. I'll meditate. That's what I'll do. Sitting and breathing rhythmically only serves to heighten my awareness of this dancing kaleidoscope within my mind. I see at its roots fear. I'm frightened. God, I feel like a cornered cat who nevertheless wants to be cornered. I do my best to suppress any thoughts of the Jeshua Letters. That is what is frightening to me, the thoughts of making this public. Fear. Is it more than that? It is terror. The information Jeshua has given me flies right in the face of Christian theology, and that makes me shudder. There have been so many communications these past few weeks, breathtaking in their eloquence, profound in their philosophy, striking in their impact. Recalling especially Jeshua's instruction to read specific scriptures from the Bible, I can only nervously chuckle to myself. Bible study was never like this. His teachings have affected me in ways and to depth I cannot yet understand, much less assimilate. It has been Christmas season like no other, one in which I find myself unable to see as I had always seen, unable to participate in the ways I have always participated before. For the Savior, whose birth we celebrate, is speaking to me now, today, and he speaks of a Christ, of a truth, of a secret, labeled as heresy by the very Christian authorities who love him. Emotion builds within me, and my eyes wander through this unpretentious, sparsely furnished apartment. Is this why I have come here? Is this what has been compelling me to place time in solitude, a solitude that calls to me, and from which in the same moment I want to run? How is it that I can resist with such strong will the very experience that seems to flow so effortlessly? Why do I struggle against the incredible peace and certainty I experience with Jeshua? What is it within me that, despite all my avoidance games, continues to impel me along this journey? I am beginning to recognize the import of Jeshua's measures. It touches my mind softly, momentarily, like the ray of sunshine that finds a crack in the sky of clouds, startles me in its sudden illumination. Yet it is already hidden by the time I look out the window, hoping to see it more directly. To see that light directly, unobscured, surely that is a goal unsurpassed. Yet I do not see clearly the veil that hides it, nor am I certain of how to remove the veil. I am compelled by an unknown force within me, seemingly against myself. Or have I denied my true self in order to identify with a self I am not? Chapter 5. The awakening sun is like one who seeks light, then laments the disillusion of shadows as dawn breaks gently through the night. January 3rd, 1988. Now we begin. A little while and you shall be where I am. It is your home, as it is the home of all who will tarry still in the dance of shadows. All are coming home, for all are as we are. And this I state once again, the only Son, only begotten of the Father, begotten before all worlds, and of one substance with the Father. That alone you are. That alone I am. That alone all are. Herein is the essence of my gospel known. It is wisdom sublime, yet it is more obvious to any who would but seek it than the flow of their own breath. Never are there barriers between the forms of the Son and his Holy Father. All such barriers are but reflections of just one thought. I am separate. I am alone. With this is born fear, and the Son withdraws into but a point of the light which alone he is. The belief in other is the insistence upon separation. Yet this I give forth unto you. The world cannot know of this, for its thought, verily its perception is based on separation. Therefore to know me as you are requires a different knowing. My A Course in Miracles but points the way for those so deeply attached to their Judeo-Christian heritage. There are many such paths. Know this, a path home, when genuine, bids you not to believe in it, but gently nudges you beyond your delusion. The keys I have given you are found in all such paths: desire, intention, allowance, surrender. I will close this communication now, for your mind begins to ponder what is revealed. You know who you are now. You have completed the use of the first two keys. The culmination of the long, long journey, which is truth, never was, resides in the third. When this occurs, our work will begin. Blessings upon you and all that you dream. Amen. January 22nd, 1988. Hello, Mark. Hello, Jeshua, I love you. And I you, beloved friend. Now we begin. Patiently do I wait for you to surrender the last thread of your resistance. Patiently I wait. Come unto me and allow the world to be no more, for it has been but the faint reflection of a moment's thought. It is not what is real. The kingdom resides not in a special place, nor in a special time. The kingdom is within you. This I uttered long ago, yet still does it remain misunderstood. The kingdom is the union of Father and Son beyond and prior to all shadows. It has never changed. Within is a metaphor, since the you, with which you so mistakenly identify, is the moment's thought upon which the worlds of your innumerable dreams are built. The kingdom, where you truly reside always, is within this you. Know this, and know this well. There is no doubt about this, for what alone is real is real. What is merely shadow cast by a limited thought cannot be real, and yet shadows may possess a power to bind you. Know that the source of that power is your very insistence that they be real. The awakening sun is like one who seeks light and laments the disillusion of shadows as dawn breaks gently through the night. Mark, I would ask you to consider once again the disharmony you have become sensitive to. Is it not but that final resistance upon which you so stubbornly insist? Consider this well. Let this be a sign unto you. That which flows effortlessly in your experience is indeed the Father's will. That which brings fatigue, or that which brings heaviness to your countenance, is but the weight of shadows long since outgrown. I would not speak to you this if it were not so. And what is your fear? Is it not also surrendering your shadows? And is this not but the insistence upon the world's reality? Unto you do I give this truth. The world is transformed by the renewing of your mind. For this renewing is the return of the Son to his Father's kingdom, a perfect state of being which enlightens the world. Its shadows merely disappear in a flood of brilliance, which is your rightful home. Indeed, the kingdom has already spread across the earth, but man comprehended not. Will you not assist me in the transforming of the world through the renewal of the Son's mind? For this have you entered the world. For this have you suffered the world. For this have you sought me. Let there be no mistake here. What unfolds for you in the manner of these communications is but the manifestation of your desire to share in this work. Your pain is but your refusal to accept the fulfillment of that desire. Now we would leave you. Tarry no longer. Indeed, the time is at hand. The end of the journey is certain. Even the time has been chosen. That which I am is with you always. For that which I am, you are. Amen. February 15th, 1988. Now we begin. So be it. The end is neared, the shadows pale, in light incomprehensible to the mind of man. For it to be cradled in the bosom of wisdom divine, it must first be emptied of all traces of self, for self is a distortion of that which alone is real. I am that. Forever does not exist, for in truth time is not. There is but this moment, and in it the arising of all worlds. Know this. That which you are resides in all times and places, yet is always beyond the shadow of illusion. The light I am dawns in the act of recognition of what alone is. Your only task is to allow it. The keys I have given you, and these have you used, for the kingdom cannot be approached if there is not first desire, nor can there be movement toward it without clear and uncompromising intention. But the greatest of keys is allowance, for entry therein cannot be gained through self-effort, but through self-disillusion alone. Herein is the essence of my gospel. Neither by much effort, nor yet by mere belief, is the kingdom entered, but in the end of illusion alone. Teach this, be this. Thus does the awakened Son proclaim, I and my Father are one. Peace, and again I say peace to the only begotten of the Holy Father. Amen. He speaks, I write. Everything seems to disappear. Oblivious to my physical surrounding, the dimming light of a disappearing day holds no consequence as the pen flies along the lines of the paper. It ends. He fades gently away, and I return to what we call reality. Sitting in a quiet apartment, hearing now the sound of a couple chatting as they walk by on the sidewalk below my window. I must turn on a light to read the words, struggling to decipher my own hurried scribbles. I finish and shiver involuntarily, though not because I'm cold. This is radical. It is not what I have been taught. It is not the official dogma of my own human family. To follow where it leads requires a boldness which I am not sure I possess, and which I am not sure I even want to possess. Yet there is an attraction, a feeling deep within that wants to cry out, yes, yes. Plato once wrote a now famous allegory, The Cave. In the cave, people lived their lives facing the walls, never turning to see what else the cave might hold. The whole of their experience revolved around their interaction with shadows that were always cast on the walls of the cave. Over the course of generations, they came to believe that the shadows comprised the whole of reality. There was no need to turn around. But one day, for no apparent reason, a young boy did slightly turn his head. At first he was disoriented and did not comprehend what he saw. Gradually, though, it became apparent to him that the cave dwellers were chained in such a way that all they could see were the shadows. He saw that the cave was much more vast than he had been taught. He saw a huge fire some distance away being maintained by a few individuals whose appearances was not like on his own. With a start he realized that the shadows on the wall were actually being cast by the dance of the firelight. They were not real at all. He learned how to drop the chains that had unwittingly bound him, made his way quietly past the guardians of the fire, and noticed a trace of light seeping in from some point high above him. With great effort, he climbed up to where the light was coming through and lifted himself up out of the cave. The brilliance of the light was dazzling at first. Everything was crystal clear. Here there were no shadows at all. Then he remembered his family and friends still living in the cave, still entranced by shadows. Climbing back inside, he returned to a spot along the cave wall and excitedly began to tell of his experience. Some acted as though he could not hear him, their faces without a trace of expression. Others turned for a moment and then looked away. Still others warned the young boy that the light was an old myth, long since explained away by the high priest and governor of the cave dwellers, and that he would do well to forget them. A few, a very few, wanted to hear more. Is that what this world is? Are we living in a cave occupied with mere shadows we cast ourselves? Am I ready to give up on my world? Is it only one I know, and even this one I know not well? Or do I simply fear what lies beyond the borders, the proscriptions of authority, of consensus, truth? February 20th, 1988. Maybe it is only the feeling of intensity with which the communication from Jeshua has been coming, or maybe it is the challenge of this message my own worldview built up over the past 35 years. But I sense no struggle with pressure within myself. I confess to wishing at times that I were more naive, less questioning, or maybe Kendra is right. Maybe it is, after all, a question of trust. Lately I sometimes find myself lost in the whirlwind of thought about what is happening to me, questioning the source of this experience called Jeshua, looking for some hidden ego-based motive that surely must be there, despairing at not being able to find it. This is not comfortable. Sometimes I recognize the child in me wanting to find someone to make it all go away. But after many years of self-observation, spiritual practice, and self-improvement, I know that I am either blessed or cursed with an orientation in life best summarized by William James. All around us are infinite worlds separated from us by the flimsiest of screens. For the most part, they remain discreet from us, but on occasion they may burst through to reveal themselves to us. Therefore, we should be careful lest we close our accounts with reality too quickly. My willingness to leave my account open has been both a boon and a bane, but this is unlikely anything I've ever encountered. My intellect does not seem able to explain either the experience or the meaning of Jeshua's message. Perhaps because of that I simply shelve it as best I can and continue to live my life, or try to, as I am accustomed, as I believe I ought to. Yet some part of me insists that I do whatever it takes to understand it, to integrate it. Picking up the telephone, I punch in the code that will automatically dial Kendra's number. Once again, I have let too much time pass since contact with the gentle soul I love so dearly. I know it is because I want to go lightly, as if I could use her friendship up and there wouldn't be any more. Hello, Kendra. Mark, hello. It's funny that you called. I've been thinking about you a lot lately. She pauses for a moment, then continues. Are you surviving? Always as usual. Now it's okay to say, didn't I suggest this a long time ago, so that you might as well get it out of the way? There's a brief chuckle before she dutifully repeats the words and asks, okay, what is it that I suggested? That I might want to schedule a session with Jeremiah to see if he can shed some light on this. Resting the receiver between my ear and shoulder, I grab a pencil and notepad. I think I would be really happy at this point if Jeremiah would tell me it's all a projection of my subconscious megalomaniacal desires. Maybe I can get a prescription for hearing voices. But give me the number and I'll see if I can schedule something. Kendra reminds me that Billy Ogden, the channel for Jeremiah, is sometimes booked far in advance. Look, let me call her now while I'm on a roll, and I'll call you right back. In a few minutes, I am back on the phone with Kendra. Guess what? She had a cancellation, and I can see her tomorrow. Kendra, of course, cannot let this chance go by, so that means I'll see you tomorrow night, right? I smile, knowing that now I really have no choice but to go through with it. Tomorrow night it is. Thanks for the number. Bye. After exchanging pleasantries with Billy, we ready the tape recorder and settle down on the sofa. Doing my best to relax, I patiently wait for a change to occur, for Billy to leave and Jeremiah to appear. Whatever this phenomenon is, I am always fascinated by the noticeable physical changes that occur. Billy's face subtly changes shape, her body begins to appear larger somehow. Finally, her head raises, and a voice very different from Billy's, with a far different style of language, begins to speak. Dear heart, you have questions to ask. Yes, I reply. Well, actually, I had thought of preparing a list of them, but decided to just trust the flow of our session. There is a faint smile. Is wisdom there, dear heart? One of the problems I have is that, while I am learning to listen to my heart, following it seems to be another thing. It is because you get tangled up with the intellect. That which causes pain, dear heart, is the confusion between the intellect and the heart. At this time, what we say to you is that the best way to come from your heart is to have only the willingness to let go of what you know, to let go of the training you have had. The source of all life, you see, is what you can call God or love, the oneness of all things. Dear heart, until you let go of who you think you are, you cannot receive wisdom from the universe. Shifting my position so I can look directly at Jeremiah, I asked, can you shed any light on my experience with Jesus, if I have had any at all? Wanting to know if I might receive information similar to that received by Kendra so many months ago, I have deliberately not mentioned Kendra nor Jeshua. There is a very long pause, and Jeremiah's reply abruptly stops me. It is not so much that you are having an experience with Jeshua, but that you are. That is your lifetime. Jeremiah used the name Jeshua, but I know I had avoided doing that. There is no way for Billy to have known about him. I stumble over my words. That is my lifetime? Could you clarify that, please? First, we will explain to you, so that there will be a better understanding for you of what you call lifetimes. It is not so much, dear heart, that you have many, many lifetimes, one here, one there, then another in what you call time. You do not have what is called past lifetimes. We talk about past lifetimes because it is that which the human mind understands, but in truth it is not so. You only have lifetimes you are living now. I feel myself leaning closer, hanging on every word. You see, dear heart, you are like a book, and there are many pages in the book, and the pages are all transparent. Therefore, when you look at the book, you see the whole, but if you take just one page out, you see only that page. The further away you get from the book, the less of it you can see, so you call it past lives. But indeed it is not. It is still your lifetime. You are in many places at one time, living many lives now. You are the being you ask of. I am stunned. I am this being I call Jeshua? Is so. Do you understand? Yeah, right. I may understand the words I've just heard, but their meaning, well, that is another matter. Something tells me the Pope would not agree with all of this. Jeremiah, we grow up here in a culture with a rather different view of Jesus, and now you are saying that I am that life. Is so. So would you say that, as lately, Jeshua is communicating with me more and more clearly that I am... Jeremiah finishes a sentence for me. It is that you are willing to look at the pages that you are. I am reduced to silence as my mind tries to absorb what I am hearing, seeing the inevitable conclusions as pictures stealing briefly across an invisible screen, conclusions which turn the whole world upside down and inside out. This is radical in the most fundamental sense of the word. Dear heart is all right. Jeremiah's voice is softer now, soothing ruffled nerves, seeing my plight even though the physical eyes are closed. Is that you have what is called judgment going on? Is that you have created a mindset that says you are looking this being called Mark? Therefore, because this is all that you think you are, it does not have the value of this being you call Jeshua. It is the pattern we see in the framework of thy being, that you hold the idea that all are the only begotten sons of God, yet still you insist that Jeshua is the real begotten Son of God. Therefore, you cannot see the equality. But, dear heart, there is only equality, because there is only one mind. Until that you are ready to look at thy brothers as thyself, for indeed it is you that lead the lifetime of every being. Now it is my turn to interrupt. I live the life of every being? Is so. Every lifetime ever lived is but one lifetime. There is no separation. It is to know, dear heart, that you are the holy begotten Son of God, the only begotten Son of God. Do you understand? I sit very still, staring at nothing at all. I do not know how much time goes by sitting there staring out into space. What would an onlooker see? A man and a woman sitting on a sofa silently, not lost in the panacea called television nor listening to music, apparently not interacting at all, just two bodies sitting on the sofa. But inwardly nothing is still. Energies are pulsating through every cell of my body. Images race through my mind. Flashes of brilliance, colored lights seem to fly by, as though I were traveling at incredible speeds. Finally, I am able to speak, and so I do. There is a return of more familiar surroundings, though I still do not move, nor do I even turn my head to look at Jeremiah. Somewhere inside of me there is a knowing that we could carry on this conversation without being in the same room or even on the same planet. So, the Son is doing all of this. All of this, then, are the murderer, the rapist, the king, the poet. Jeremiah is smiling now and speaks easily, confidently, as a teacher who is sure that his student is, at least, beginning to comprehend. When one comes to the full awareness of that who he is, then all will move closer to that oneness. The greatest gift you can offer to the world is to come into your own full awareness of who you are. When you love all that you are, you will have given to mankind that love, that acceptance, for it to awaken to who you are. You will recognize that you are all things. Not skipping a beat, Jeremiah continues. It is that you have these teeny borders, these little rules that say what life is, and because what you receive does not fit within these rules, it is very difficult to deal with. It does not fit in a box. You must push out the borders of your mind. This is why we tell you to allow it to be, even if it does not fit in your current perception. This will push out the borders of your mind. Slowly nodding my head, I reach over and turn off the tape machine, silently saying thank you to Jeremiah, then rest back on the sofa, waiting for Jeremiah to leave and Billy to return. Billy offers me refreshments. Often people don't seem ready to leave just yet. At first I was uncomfortable with it because I didn't know if I should say or do anything, so I just got used to hanging out with them. Do you have any idea what goes on in these sessions, I ask? No, but it was harder to come back this time. I think Jeremiah's energy was pretty strong. She doesn't seem very much interested in this line of questioning, so I let it drop. I think I'll skip the tea and head out. At the door, I pause and turn back to her, saying, thank you doesn't seem like quite enough, but I'm glad you let this happen. Billy smiles broadly. Oh, I guess I learned it's okay. I mean, it seems to help a lot of people, and that is all I need to know about. I nod my head, turn and walk down the hallway to the elevator. Driving first toward, then through Seattle, the traffic is hardly noticed. The hour-and-a-half drive south to Kendra is over what seems like an instant. Come in, how did it go? Do you have the tape? Kendra is obviously excited as well as curious. Without saying anything, I give her a big, long hug, then hand her the tape and sit down on the floor. I watch her across the room where she opens the door of a beautiful hand-carved antique cupboard that serves as her stereo cabinet. She slips the tape in and sits down on the floor beside me. As we listen, I can see that Kendra is quite involved, listening intently to every word. As the tape reaches the part about Jeshua, I can feel my heart beating faster, waiting for her reaction. It is not so much that you have an experience with Jeshua, but that you are. That is your lifetime. Kendra turns her head toward me, eyes showing surprise, asking for an explanation. It doesn't mean what you think. Well, not exactly. Finally, the tape is finished. After a while, Kendra speaks softly. Well, there isn't much that can be said to that. She starts chuckling. Well, so what's so funny? She looks at me askance. I don't know, nothing, I guess. Maybe I'm chuckling because I don't know what to say. I sense an opportunity for a good jab here about her, of all people, being speechless, but I let it pass. Do you remember the part about allowing, I ask. Yes, she replies, why? Jeshua has been talking about that with me. He said that the stage of my own process of awakening could be called the stage of allowing. Rather an odd coincidence, isn't it? Smiling, eyes sparkling now, Kendra replies without pausing to give it a thought. Coincidence is a word for connections we do not understand, or don't want to understand. She turns to look at me, then continues. And you know it, too. I smile back at her. Yeah, hey, maybe all those apparently non-physical beings are collaborating. What do you think? I think, she pauses and takes a deep breath. I think that if you listen to all of them, it is a lot more than collaboration. What do you mean? I ask the question, but I already know her answer. There is only one mind. For the longest time we look at each other or at ourselves with the one mind, the one sun looks at itself. Whatever the words used to describe the experience, there's a feeling, a momentary knowledge beyond any doubt that for both of us melts all boundaries, all division, all doubt. Well, I finally speak almost as a whisper. I should probably be going. I could swear that the sparkle in her eyes fades a bit, and I sense that the spell has been broken. Or is it, perhaps, that we were choosing to return to it? On the way home, I feel as though I am 6 feet off the ground. The Tacoma City skyline is alive with vibrant energy. Yet even in this moment, after all this time with Jeshua and the impact of the sessions with Jeremiah, I can already recognize a now familiar energy almost imperceptibly rising within me. Have you ever experienced knowing something beyond doubt and also knowing just as clearly that you are refusing to accept it no matter how obvious it is? Perhaps it seems simpler that way. Chapter 6. As you resist service to your brother, so too do you resist your own salvation. April 24th, 1988. Nearly 2 months have passed since my session with Jeremiah, 2 of perhaps the busiest months of my life. A business opportunity presented itself, and I quickly dove in head first. For the past several years, I've been earning a living primarily in the health field, learning everything there is to know from serving as a doctor's assistant to a clinic manager. Now I have joined with a software firm to create a management system for the healthcare industry, complete with training manuals and procedures that will be marketed throughout the country. My partner and I have been working feverishly to complete the prototype. A few weeks ago, we made our pitch to the president of the software company in a limousine cruising around Seattle. The president was very impressed, so impressed that he hired me as a consultant trainer and agreed to our terms for the future right to the product. In short, I am going to be paid to devote the majority of my time to completing a product that will give me royalties for each unit sold, and the software company will make the product a mandatory part of their package. Now the whirlwind of the last few months is beginning to settle down, or perhaps I should say settle in. We have moved into our new office, sat through countless planning sessions for marketing, driven all through the Puget Sound area meeting clients, and while the pace is still fast, at least it is feeling more and more routine. We're getting there. I see a year, perhaps less, and everything will be in place, and then freedom. There have been several occasions when I have felt Jeshua's presence, like yesterday. While I was in the midst of reformatting some material, I sensed him. Under my breath, I muttered that I really did not have the time and to please not distract me. Imagine! And some parents are concerned about the invisible playmates of their children. I am looking forward to tonight. I feel safe in not bringing my work home with me. I am well ahead of schedule. Time to kick back and savor it all. As I rock gently back and forth, feet on the windowsill before me, eyes drinking in the soft light of the remarkable clear evening, that familiar feeling begins. I am looking forward to this connection, whatever comes from it. Now we begin. Silence. Again I say unto you, silence. Just beneath the roar and din of your world is found a quiet voice calling to the one who has journeyed over immeasurable distance and through time without beginning. So gentle is the voice that surely we are mistaken. Unlike the cry of the world, his sound is unfamiliar and goes so often unknown. Therefore, silence for the seeker of the truth once known then lost. Silence is the door of which I stand and knock, knowing that if the seeker is still, my knock will be heard, and I shall enter therein. Can you allow silence? Are you willing to quiet the longings born not of the Father, but of the roar of the world? Seek first the kingdom of heaven, and enter therein through silence. O you who believe even beyond your own belief, that you are lost from your Father and separated from his divine love, can you not see it is but your own voice which calls unto you? I bid you come to silence, that the voice may finally be heard. Here marks a gentle turning point in the long journey. Herein is the way home rediscovered. I stand here at just this end of the pathway while you wait there, at the edge of the world you have imagined into being. Turn gently then, your ear from the din you have for so long immersed within. Turn gently and hear my voice calling. The way is before you now, and the table is prepared. Our Father awaits us. Come unto silence, let the journey end. It is but a short step when once you turn to me and hear me. Come, I bid you come. Amen. May 6, 1988. Now we begin. So long has it been since last we walked together upon the earth, for I speak unto you this truth. The sun is but one. Never is there a time, nor ever a place that illusion reigns, save in that of your own delusion. For always and ever the truth is, and the truth is this. The Son is one, united eternally with the Father, who is the essence of the Holy Begotten Son, the form of the Father's presence. Do you know how far you have wandered in your journey through countless illusions? Have you but a faint idea of the worlds you have created? The dream ends where the kingdom begins. Therefore, ye cannot serve God and mammon. For either you will serve the one and deny the other, or you will serve the other and not the one. Think not that you, who can only demand your belief in separation, can reside within the kingdom in the same moment. Such is a deception, though subtle, that seduces the seeker of true spirit. Long have I waited for this age to be upon the surface of your beloved earth. Now the time is upon us. No more will the Son suffer the torment of his illusion. Look, you cannot see from whence appears the light of the Holy Father. Look yet again, and behold no end. Thus it is, and thus shall it again be upon the earth. Surrender unto me, for indeed I am the way, the truth, and the life, and such as this you are. Let the dream end, that the kingdom may be known. Amen. May 25th, 1988. Now we begin. Hello, Mark. Hello, Jeshua. How are you? I am fine, Mark, though I see you are not. It shows, huh? My beloved friend, never is truth hidden at any time nor from anyone, though of course many prefer not to see. That makes me want to ask, why am I tired from your perspective? Fatigue has nothing to do with the body. It has everything to do with the mind. It is merely through the body that disharmony is expressed, and this only because you are refusing to recognize its true source. To say I am tired is little more than an escape from truth of illusion. Well, why am I tired? You know the answer to this without asking. Because I am not following my heart? It is so. I seem to hold the belief that reality is out there, that if I simply and wholly give up resisting my heart, calamity would ensue, and the world will condemn me. To insist on being part of the world is to accept condemnation already. So what do? Just blink my eyes and walk away from responsibility? Of course not. Yet by trusting the voice of the Holy Spirit and moving in the direction toward which it would point, you will allow an effortless transition to occur. You need not think that you must ensure the welfare of others, for when the Spirit is trusted wholly, no such transition occurs which does not also nurture all of what you currently participate in. Again, trust is the issue. But how do I know what is really the voice of Spirit and not just some more subtle ego stuff? When you release all thought of what your good is, when you release all thought that God is not to be trusted, for what is resistance to Spirit but this belief? And especially when you desire only to be empty, then will you hear the voice of the Holy One. Mark, I have come because you have called. So it shall be for all the sons of God, held in the bondage of their own delusion, yet who sense that salvation is possible. No cry for deliverance is unheard by me. Now, is it not but a small matter to recognize your chosen purpose? The result of such a choice you cannot see, nor is it your need to do so. For when the soul chooses to serve God, it serves mystery beyond reproach. It is that which can be trusted completely. For since the Son first held the thought of separation, has the Father sought to restore his place. He alone knows the fruit of all service given by the soul who sees beyond shadows. I will share this with you before ending this communication. Never shall I ask that you surrender your own free will. Yet you have asked to participate in the awakening of the Son, and so we have come to you. Will you tarry yet a while longer? As you resist service to your brother, so too do you resist your own salvation. These are one and the same. I encourage you to follow your heart and place your trust, not in the belief of the world, but solely on the light of your Father which is within you. Herein lies what you long for. Herein lies your final peace. Here I am. And I desire that all the sons of God reside where I am. Indeed, peace is but love which longs to share of itself, and that is the light which has come into the world. It is time for the world to comprehend it. What work could be grander than this? What task of greater importance, what beloved brother, can the world offer that can be remotely as valuable to you? Seek first the kingdom, Mark. You have sought and you have found. Now is the time for sharing, that the world may comprehend light and release darkness. Fear not, for I am with you always. This you know well. Live what you know. Amen. That does it. Often during this experience with Jeshua, I've had the idea of scheduling a session with Jonah, who is the only person, perhaps I should say entity, whose authority I would trust. His guidance over the past 3 years has been uncannily accurate, and the profundity of his teaching unsurpassed. Whoever or whatever Jonah is, I have come to trust him completely. This doesn't mean I always follow his advice. In fact, quite the contrary. It seems that more often than not, if he suggests the high road, I take the low road. Following the low roads has eventually led me blundering into the humbling recognition that, in ways I do not yet understand, Jonah seems to see things from a much more inclusive vantage point than I. Now, there is no hesitation. I grab my writing pad, write out a list of questions, stuff it in an envelope, and hurriedly address it to Hoska Harrison, who serves as the channel for Jonah. I rush out into the blustery spring afternoon and run up to the corner mailbox. Just before dropping the letter into the mail slot, I silently ask Jonah to be perfectly frank with me in his answers. Back in my apartment, I reread the communication I just received. I thought I was past the fear of sharing this information, but it strikes me as so radical. It demands change at fundamental levels and in ways I do not yet understand. How then can I share it? June 6, 1988. Now we begin. As you rest, look out upon the beauty of your earth. There is no lack of harmony there. It is this sense of union which attracts so many to nature. Yet the question arises, why do I not move in accord to this harmony? The I to which I refer is mankind. Mark, I am in all things, except in the perception of the world, so strongly adhered to by the mind of mankind. In these things you will find me not. Split wood, I am there. Lift up a rock, there you shall find me also. It does not occur to the mind of one so enchanted with illusion to consider why I did not mention the marketplace or government. The earth, and all that abides in it, knows no thought of separation from the Holy Father. It is for this reason that all who desire to awaken are attracted to nature. It is why even I journey to the desert. For when the noise of the world subsides, the kingdom may begin to be revealed. That which facilitates silence serves the awakening of the sun. I wish to address your concern over the Jeshua Letters. Seeing your doubts, I offer this as prophecy. Within 2 weeks, you will receive your tape from your beloved teacher Jonah. Here you will find the confirmation you seek. My question to you is this: will you then create yet another defense against the very purpose you have chosen? Dwell upon this. Amen. Later, as I wash the dishes and stack them to dry, it suddenly occurs to me that Jeshua has given me something quite concrete, a prediction, one that has a clear message. If I do not hear from Jonah in 2 weeks, I will have fuel to discredit all of this, and now one question occurs. What if I do receive the tape? June 18, 1988. Turning off Tacoma Avenue, I drive down the hill, feasting my gaze on the harbor below. As always, a feeling of simple joy begins to settle in. I love living here near the water, yet above it, above the neighborhood's rooftops where I can see for miles, unobstructed by glass and concrete. Pulling up the old house whose top floor has become my home, I bound up a few steps to the front porch and flip open the lid of the mailbox. Immediately I stop breathing, if just for a moment. There is a small package, a brown shipping envelope, just the right size for cassette tape. A glance confirms it is from Hoska Harrison. Walking much more slowly now, I go around the corner of the house, up the steps of the landing, and open the door that I forgot to lock when I left this morning. Once inside, my briefcase is gently tossed on the sofa, the brown envelope on the dining room table, and I'm in my rocker. Within seconds, my mind is full of avoidance thoughts. I really need to get the laundry done, and it's been a long time since I vacuumed. Did I take the garbage out this morning? Enough already, I shout out loud, and then more quietly, let's just get this over with. I slip the cassette into the tape player and settle into my rocker. The harbor is so still tonight. There is only one tanker, waiting patiently to be pulled into the docks by those familiar green and white tugboats. The lights are beginning to shimmer across glassy waters, ribbons of dancing radiance disappearing into the hillside that lies just a block from me. A clicking sound announces the tape is ready, and I turn my attention to it, but leave my eyes on the soothing water below. We have questions for Mark Hammer, says the recorded voice of Rebecca Harrison. So stated, booms the voice of Jonah. It is a voice so unique, so powerful that it cannot be forgotten. Last year I met with 2 friends at a cafe in Ballard. Oh, quite by accident, say ye, interrupts Jonah. It has been my experience that he already knows the real intent of my question before they are asked, as if replying to a deep level of genuine inquiry, often inaccessible in my conscious mind. He continues, "Is not all, my friend, that transpires in accordance to one's beingness by a grand design? Not a design by a force or a source outside of oneself, but by a drawing of souls together to share with each other, to teach and to learn from each other, to bring back ancient memories that one forgets because they are so shielded with the programmed consciousness. Indeed, as ye well know, and we have spoken to ye many times, your purpose, is it not, to bring forth an understanding of one's own inner enlightenment, one's own inner power of assisting others through trauma, indeed of healing your own trauma? All of that from one seemingly innocuous question about a meeting with a few friends. He is already there, touching the space deep within me. I can feel it. It is not so much the words, but a feeling that is evoked. My ego, my protective mask, cannot shield me from this feeling. And now tears are flowing freely, as if my whole body is opening up. The tears work their way from cells into my legs, my arms, my chest, everywhere, up to and out of my eyes. I'm tingling, bawling mass of flesh, but it feels so good. The tears continue unabated throughout the remainder of the session, so I ask Jonah questions about my resistance, about my fear that it is all just an ego trip, about Jeshua. When one is preparing to change realities, to go from what would be termed as an old reality to that of a new reality, in the midst of that change, the negative ego, the old fearful programming, comes to the surface. Even that which would be termed as the hidden unconscious programming begins to surface. Ye have asked us in this energy to be blunt and frank with ye. Indeed, we will be. He heard me. When I made all the questions, I had silently asked Jonah not to hold any punches, to be frank with me. And is he ever? What are ye afraid of? What indeed in this life is there to be afraid of? Death? What is death but simply walking through one door to walk unto another door called birth? It is the death of an old consciousness, the death of the old reality, to allow the birth of a new reality, a new dimension of life. Chance. What is this word chance? An accident? Is the universe an accident? Is the earth an accident? Is the birth of a child an accident? Is the flight of a bird, the sound of a dolphin, the singing of a whale, or the birth of a star an accident? Is it all by chance, or is it indeed a grand design of the oneness of that termed God? Never is there such called chance. Ye were drawn to us because of your ancient memories of us, to break through the ego that the heart might be found. Is it all by imagination? Indeed, my friend, one cannot imagine that which they have not experienced, indeed to ponder that statement. We will well understand you want a direct answer, yes or no. Is this occurring? But it is to be perceived in this manner. Jeshua exists within everyone. To understand it in this manner, my friend, a part of ye is Jeshua. There is a part of that within each one. Jeshua is an energy, meaning truth giver. Honor that which ye hear. Honor that which ye speak. What is of importance is to understand the symbology of this energy, meaning truth giver. Suddenly and dramatically, everything which makes up the reality of this moment disappears. Simultaneously, I am electrified, every cell of my body alive, as if charged by some unseen source of sublime energy, the energy of recognition. There stands before me an image I know well. It is the image of Jeshua, radiant in golden light, and about him, to the sides, below and above, are other beings equally as radiant. I somehow know they represent all beings who have ever lived or ever will live. Their smiles and radiance express a joy that transcends all description. The person Jeshua, indeed, the whole of that lifetime, does express the reality of Christ, who is all of us. My God, does his life make visible the truth of our very beings, mirroring back to our conscious minds what was so long ago forgotten? Was he, is he the soul of each of us, whispering to our heart the only obvious truth? Truth giver. The tears have stopped. In fact, it feels as if everything has stopped, especially my mind. No grasping for bits and pieces to argue against, no resistance to what I feel or what I experience. The words reverberate continually in my mind, resonating like an echo without end. Truth giver, truth giver, truth giver. July 19th, 1988. Now we begin. Beloved brethren, you who linger on the edge of light, believing yet that darkness is your home, allow me to speak to you in this treasured moment, which, by the way, is not in time. Time is the measure of illusion. What is real is always beyond time. Again, I would share with you that if you would penetrate the veil of your experience and find within it that which can set you free, you must always go to your feelings. For the thoughts you hold are either the producer of other minds, held in the bondage of darkness, or are born of your own insistence on the truth of circumstance. Never are you apart from the kingdom, save by your clearly free choice. Contemplate this one truth deeply. When you come to trust the Father's will for you, all doubt about your experience will be forever banished. Do not doubt this. Yet I would share with you that there are no road maps. You are your path home. It is thus that guidance is an art requiring the greatest tenacity, since you are constantly creating your experience. My guidance is given simply because you have asked for it. Now ponder this. My life among you was nothing more than your very own. My experience of that time is wholly yours, for the Son is indeed one. See then that Jeshua is not, and was not apart from you, but is a part of you. It cannot be otherwise. I give you no specific instructions relative to the experience you create, nor shall I. It is not my purpose. My purpose is to guide you on this, the last part of your journey. When you have come to where I am, it will be completed, and a new one will emerge. I will lead you beyond all shadows, once and for always the shadows you know well. This day, remember that you are the only begotten Son, and that nothing matters save the remembrance of me. Beyond all appearances, this alone is the only experience truly occurring for you as well as for everyone. This is preposterous to the mind in bondage, for remember always, what appears as darkness is light to the world, yet that which is light is believed to be darkness. There is no salvation in the perception of your world, therefore simply release them. Soon you will abide in me wholly. Herein lies the purpose of your being in the world. Herein shall you know the intention of your soul. Peace I give unto you, my beloved brethren. Amen. July 21st, 1988. Now we begin. Again I come forth to you, for again you have asked. I am that which resides in the heart of all. I am that which springs forth from the Father and is before all worlds. I am that which is walked among you, and the world know me not. Beloved brethren, peace I give unto you. Not as the world can imagine, give I forth unto you. I call, yet few hear, fewer still respond. In all things rest first in me, and know your Father's will. In all things heed not the teaching of the world, for what is born of ignorance can lead only to ignorance. But that which proceeds from light leads surely to light, for that light it is. Release all fear, embrace all that you are, and express in this the light that you are. Not one hair of your head can be touched when first you abide in me. Why fear a moment's fantasy? For if such is the world made, it means nothing. Love alone is the substance of all that is real. Go now in peace, for I am with you always. Amen. I come forth to you, for again you have asked. Rereading the communication, my attention rests on that one line. I don't remember making any appointments with Jeshua. This isn't the only time he has spoken like that. Why? And why does it seem to matter to me? How could I ask and not know I have done so? I feel like Sherlock Holmes trying to unlock the secrets of mysterious occurrences. Sherlock picks up a paperweight and senses its importance, even though it remains beyond his understanding. Like Sherlock, I put my own paperweight back down for now. Chapter 7. Not as the world gives, give I unto you. Yet my giving is but your giving to yourself. When will you choose to accept it? August 17th, 1988. I just got a call from Wayne. I put the last touches on the flow chart I've been designing, hit the F7 key to save the document, then turned in my chair to look at Geoff. You what? I just got a call from Wayne. Geoff is not smiling. In fact, a look bordering on pain is etched into his face. He glances at me, then at the floor. This does not feel good. What is going on these days back in Columbus, I ask, referring to the headquarters of the software company that we work for. It has been a very satisfying relationship, and the future is bright. Geoff turns his head away and looks out the window. Whatever it is, he certainly does not want to say it. Wayne just told me that our paychecks might bounce. Come again? I'm sure I did not hear what I heard. He said our paychecks might bounce. Now Terry, our service technician, his ears perked by Geoff's words, bounded into my office with an inquisitive look of disbelief. Geoff continues, Damn, there are apparently some big problems with money right now. I don't know what is going on. Wayne may be the vice president, but he didn't seem to know much himself. Something is hitting the fan back there. What money problems, I interject. We have done $150,000 in business the last 2 months, and they can't make salaries? Geoffrey winces. I know, right, man? I do not know what else to tell you. Damn. His frustration explodes as he slams his fist into the wall and then takes a deep breath and sighs. All three of us are on the phone to our banks, and our replies are the same. Our paychecks have bounced. Frustration, anger, fear, confusion, a sense of disorientation run rampant for the next several minutes. Finally, we get through to Wayne. All three of us are speaking at the same time from our individual office phones until Wayne shouts for silence. Look, I am as much caught by this as you are. We thought we had $200,000 in backing from our financiers, and so we have been leveraging our assets to expand our markets, like yours out there in Washington, but it's been withdrawn. Maybe it wasn't there, I don't know. The bank has frozen our assets. There is no money available. The reality is beginning to sink in. It occurs to me to ask about the commissions, especially the development fees due to us for the software products we designed for the company. An amount of $10,000 is due to us in only 45 days. After a long pause, Wayne speaks slowly. It looks like all of it is in his history mark. What about the checks due in a week for the month of August? Silence is the only answer any of us need to hear. By the end of the day, it hits me full force. I have lost 2 months' salary, an additional few thousand commissions, and most significantly, my share of the development fees due on October 1st. That money is what I had joined this venture for. Even conservative royalty estimates had promised enough income to allow me to stop working every day in order to get to the next. Then a paralyzing fear grips me. When all is said and done, I have enough funds to live through the end of October, and that's it. I finally raise my eyes from my financial records and stare out of the window at blackness, seeing only my own reflection blankly staring back. Much time passes this way, simply staring as if transfixed at and through this transparent image of myself. Thoughts begin to whirl, chasing each other round and round, visions of what might have been, visions of what I had expected, visions of imagined disasters yet to befall on me, all of them whirling around a central axis of Wayne's one message to us: there's no money. But now something shifts. The image and racing thoughts dissolve, replaced by feelings, energy pulsating through me. I feel it first in my solar plex, then building and pushing through my chest. I involuntarily begin to breathe very deeply, and the energy continues moving upward. Its quality is transformed as it seems to fill my head now, and I burst out laughing. God, I am laughing as I've not laughed in years, maybe never. It is not the laughter of nervousness, nor of helplessness. It is the laughter of freedom. I haven't lost anything. No job has been lost, no royalties, no commission, nothing. What has been lost is a weight, the weight of believing that I must strive to get ahead, to gain something I thought I did not have. No, nothing of any importance has been lost. The only thing that has happened is that a bubble has burst. And as that the realization sinks in, the phone rings. Hello? Hi, it's Kendra. I know this is probably going to sound weird, but is everything all right? Struck by the uncanny timing of her call as well as her question, I do not answer immediately, and so she continues. I was getting ready for bed, and suddenly I had this overwhelming urge to call you, and well, for a moment I actually a little frightened. Pretty crazy, huh? What strikes me is that too few of us trust our intuition enough to act on as she has done. Sitting in the hard-backed chair next to the phone, I tell her all that happened today. God, that is scary. I don't know what I would do. And then more softly, what are you going to do? I pause, realizing I had not really thought about it, yet my answer comes quickly. Well, I have my yoga classes, which begin again soon. Maybe I'll expand them, maybe even get busy and do some promotional work, and well, I'm going to write. The cat is out of the bag. Just what are you going to write? Her voice betrays her suspicion that she already knows the answer. It feels like it is time to start. I mean, I am sitting here with no money to speak of, no idea what the Jeshua Letters are supposed to be. I feel like I am staring into a fog that obscures everything in front of me, yet I have the oddest feeling that the fog is utterly safe. Kendra asks the obvious. How are you going to make it? Well, that's the strangest part. At least it seems strange to me. It seems so clear at the moment that all these years I've believed there is some sort of security out there in this world, and now it is like waking up from a dream or something. My rational mind wants to insist that this is just a momentary setback, and I should start scrambling around again to create that security. But a deeper part of me seems to know there is no need, no purpose in pursuing that course anymore. So, are you okay with that? I sigh, and Kendra is quiet, allowing me time to sort out my feelings. Yes, well, no. Well, I know it doesn't make sense, and yet in that moment when the bubble burst, it somehow made perfect sense. It feels, well, like it's what I was supposed to be doing. It is that deeper feeling that overrides my reasoning mind shouting thoughts of fear and panic. Again, there's a long pause as Kendra gives me room to continue my sorting. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. I guess the worst thing that can happen to me is that I'll end up a bag lady. A bag lady? Yeah, I figure I'll have to wear a disguise so no one will see how embarrassed I am. We both laugh for a moment, then become silent again. Kendra, this is really affecting me. I mean, something is affecting me. This is not me, you know. I have no money to speak of, no job. I'm going through emotions over everything that happened so suddenly, like the rug just got swept out from under me. And yet beneath it all is this hidden, quiet sense of rightness, like all it is all right. Everything that happened and everything that will happen. It confounds me, actually. Sometimes the rational voice within me becomes so loud that it seems to win me over, and I feel certain I am totally out to lunch, and I'd better get my head back into reality. But then that quiet, peaceful feeling reemerges, and I feel very certain that what I'm saying to you is what I'm going to do. I'm going to write the book. Again, there is a pause. So Kendra finally speaks, nearly as a whisper. It's happening. I mean, it's actually unfolding. Remember Castaneda's books? I ask, knowing that they're among her favorites. Remember when Carlos has to jump off the cliff into the black of night? Well, I feel like I've jumped without knowing I did so. Most of the time it feels okay, but at other times I start kicking and screaming even though I keep falling. And the falling feels absolutely right. No matter how strong my anxiety attacks are, it feels like it is happening in slow motion. Yet I know that it is happening now, even as I speak with you. Hearing my words magnifies the reality of it all. I have jumped off the cliff, one I never thought I would consider going near. I am going to make the Jeshua Letters public and let come what may. When do I get to read it? Kendra asks. My reply comes so quickly that the words seem to rumble out even before I can think. The manuscript will be done around Christmas, and I'll circulate a few copies among friends before I set about finding a way to publish it. By Christmas? I haven't even started transcribing the communications yet, nor do I have any idea what to do with them. Am I getting a taste of what it means to jump off the cliff? Kendra? Yeah? Mind if I share with you something really strange? She laughs, and her response to me is almost giddy. You mean all this isn't strange enough? Kendra, during the past few weeks, sometimes in meditation, sometimes just doing whatever, an image of a woman has appeared in my mind. With it, Jeshua suggested that I go see this woman. At first, I was at a loss, yet I felt I knew her, even though it isn't someone I've ever met. Well, last week I suddenly remembered an old business associate who told me about a Christian mystic in Seattle he was quite fond of. It struck me deeply because he said that she speaks with Jesus. Anyway, I got her name and number and gave her office a call. I'm scheduled to meet with her tomorrow. When I got the appointment, I had no idea how I would be able to get away from work. Surprise, surprise. Our conversation ends with Kendra's unconditional support. Together with her insistence, I tell her everything that happens when I meet with that mystic lady. I am still 15 minutes early, so I drive slowly by the stately old mansion now named Gethsemane, which is both home and teaching center for Elizabeth Burroughs. The box containing the communication is on the seat beside me, but it occurs to me not to show this to her. I do not so much want to talk about my experiences here about hers. I'll just stay in the closet for now, thank you. Turning around a few blocks away, I return and park the car, acknowledging my nervousness as I climb the steps and open the lead glass door. Why am I here? Just go with the flow, Mark. Just go with the flow. Trust, remember? I think to myself, trying to relax to slow my breath. Mrs. Burroughs' personal secretary greets me warmly and escorts me upstairs to the mystic lady's office. I hear her secretary announce me, and as she steps aside, I see Elizabeth standing up. All 5 feet 4 inches of her, face beaming in a large smile, hand extended warmly. We are already as old friends, at least it feels like that to me. Her hair is cropped short, and she is dressed completely in white. Apparently hearing my unmasked question, she explains, I choose to wear white, you see, as it is the clothing worn by the Essenes, of which I was one at the time of the Masters. We fall easily into an intriguing conversation, talking about metaphysics, yoga, cosmic consciousness, her memories of life as an Essene, and her love for the Master, the one named Jesus. She is obviously very intelligent and well-studied, and she speaks from personal experience about mystical states of awareness. In fact, she speaks of these things easily, as I might talk about the weather of a favorite restaurant. Elizabeth, I interject, I recently had an experience I would like to ask you about. Now I know why I left the communications in the box. I will not mention his name. I was sitting in meditation one day when a being seemed to appear out of a field of golden light. I do not need to continue. A smile crosses her face. Her eyes look not so much at me as through me, towards something, or someone who elicits a gentle joy, a love, a reverence from her. Well, that's him. Him, I ask? Oh, I mean he. No, I am certainly not correct in your English, but who is him? She looks directly and says, why, the Master Jesus, of course, implying with her tone that I obviously knew it. There is a silence for a long moment, her eyes embracing me, and then she speaks. I know now why you are here. There is something you are missing, something he wants you to have. Please follow me. Like a dutiful and innocent child, I do, following her down the stairway, my hand gently running along the top of the polished wooden handrail. At the bottom of the stairs we turn and enter the library. After looking through the 2 bookshelves for quite a moment, she picks out 2 volumes, one small, very thin, the other much larger and thicker. Here we are, she says, handing them to me. Our time together is now completed. I leave you to show yourself out. Her departure catches me a bit by surprise, and after a moment I look down at books I had never seen before, even after 20 years of extensive study. The teeny book is entitled The Discovery of the Essene Gospel of Peace. The larger one is a rendition of the Gospel of Peace, written by Elizabeth. Electricity is running through my fingertips and up into my arms. I know it is time to leave, and I do so, holding the volumes to my chest, which feels warmer and warmer. All the way back to Tacoma, there is an unmistakable feeling of joy. Occasionally I reach down, letting my hand rest on the books, caressing them, smiling them. Everything is as it should be. Trust. Back in my apartment, I sit down in the living room, bathed in serene afternoon sunlight filtering through the blinds, books on my lap. Again, I run my hands over them, pulse quickening. She was right. These are what I was sent for. I know it without even reading them. Not hurrying, savoring this experience of clarity, I open the larger book. As I read, tears begin to come, tears of joy, tears of recognition, beyond even the slightest trace of doubt. I know I am reading the teachings of the Master, of Jesus, of Jeshua. A tremendous burst of energy moves rapidly up my spine, exploding in a flood of images, scenes, memories of another life, a life that is surely mine. As the images flow through me, felt in every cell, my tears flow freely, releasing a deep tension that has unwittingly held back the memories. The tears simultaneously seem to flood me, nurture me, and bathe me in a joy beyond words. For a moment I see with my mind's eye the face of Jonah, and recognize the identity of the Great One, my teacher, my friend, my guru, Jeshua, the one called Jesus. September 4th, 1988. Now we begin. Again, you have chosen to prepare a place for me, and so I come now unto you. Beloved, is it not without effort that the kingdom is entered? What struggle must be experienced, what obstacle overcome? Is not such perception founded on the belief that illusion is reality? Never are you separate from your Holy Father. You simply choose to insist that you are. Herein is the birth and continuance of all struggle, all fear, all doubt. Penetrate this truth wholly, and illusion will be no more. Shall we tarry longer? The Father awaits the return of the Son, with patience born of incomprehensible love. There are no wrong turns in your journey, nor in anyone's. You know this is madness to the world, but the world is madness. Release it. This day I shall speak only briefly, for what needs to be shared is simple. I await you just beyond the edge of your resistance to a purpose freely given and accepted. I am the end of your pain, which the journey of separation is. You are but a breath away now, yet your resistance is your path to the abode of the Father. Embrace every moment of your experience wholly. Celebrate it. This will quicken the process of final release. The Jeshua Letters is the beginning of our work together. Your purpose is to allow it into the fabric of illusion which traps the Father-Son. It is this creation of another door leading from illusion to reality. Enlightenment is inevitable. Remember this always as you gaze upon your fellow dreamers. Serving the atonement is to know the effortless joy of the Father's will. All else is but resistance to this. I am always here and will participate with you in this most joyous work of atoning the momentary imagination of separation whenever you choose to recognize me instead of the world. Peace be unto you. Amen. September 7th, 1988. Now we begin. Beloved brother, I would ask you that you pause in the movement of your dream, that I might share with you this moment. I am not lost to you, and I assure you that you are not lost to me. Lift up a rock, and there you shall find me also. How long will you choose to wait for what is necessarily inevitable? The dreamer will indeed awaken. To see with new eyes is to transform the world, which is entirely of your making, from a world of darkness into a world of light. To see with new eyes requires only that you abandon these perceptions which already you know cannot work. The kingdom you seek cannot be found where you are. It is, however, where I am. The distance between us is never more than this simple choice, to release your insane insistence on separation from your Holy Father. I am Jeshua. I am available to you whenever you decide to choose me, to know me. There is not the least difficulty in this, for it is simply to choose to truly be who you already are, and have forgotten. As you come to know me, the recognition will dawn that what I am exists everywhere as a substance of all things. As you come to know me, the recognition will dawn that you are already all that I represent to the consciousness of humanity. As you come to know me, the recognition will dawn that there is no distance to travel, no growth to occur, no error to correct, save one. Your insane perception of yourself is separate from me. You are as a rich man who travels forth with a purse of jewels and gold coins, searching constantly for the treasure he is certain is there for him, forgetting the purse clutched tightly in his hand. Consider this image and allow it to transform your perception, for this is a very accurate image of what you have chosen to be. You are entirely free to make your choice anew. Remember always that the truth of the kingdom is utterly beyond the capacity of your world. Therefore, Seek not guidance from the world, for it cannot lead you to what lies beyond the world, the kingdom, and the treasure you seek in all your longing. I am with you always, though rarely do you recognize me. I am the very heart of what you are always, though you struggle to deny it. When you release your dream, which is wholly insane, the reality of who you are will alone remain. Herein lies the end of your travel. Herein lies peace. Herein I am. Come home to me. Come home to your true self, and celebrate with me this one fact. I and my Father are one. Peace be unto you, my beloved brethren, not as the world gives, give I unto you. Yet my giving is but your giving to yourself. When will you choose to accept it? Amen. October 4th, 1988. Now we begin. It is not without much hesitation that I come forth unto you at this time. This hesitation occurs because there is again a resistance building within you, though at a very subtle level. During this pivotal transformation, you are moving closer than ever before to disillusion in me. It is a time of critical importance for the ego. The habit of separation will rise yet more steadfastly to block this from ever occurring. To the conscious mind it appears that all is well, but at a very refined, very deep level I assure you that it is not. Therefore I hesitated to come forth, for it was possible that the resistance would again be your habitual choice, thus rebuilding the wall we have worked so diligently to dismantle. I am pleased that, in a very critical moment of this contact, you chose in your soul to open to me. It was at this point that the clear vision of light appeared to you, and you beheld various images granting recognition of my presence. You are very much like a warrior engaged in your last battle. The enemies take on a subtler form, and can therefore go unnoticed. It was I who spoke to you this morning, suggesting you arise. It is a great truth that receptivity to guidance is most present during that time of the early morning. A touch of sleepiness, I might add, enhances the receptivity. Come into the mountains tomorrow. Do not allow the shoulds of your illusion to take precedence. The emotions you have been feeling beginning last evening are the result of your denial of me. This you well know. You have chosen to participate in the bringing forth of a knowledge so sublime, so simple, as to seem ungraspable. It is the knowledge of living in Christ wholly. Again, I reiterate that this is a crucial time for you. Let not your path be shaken. All the universe moves to support you at this time, as it does whenever and wherever a soul stands on the brink of fully awakening. Do not allow your habit born of separation force yet another denial of this support. To the degree you allow support, support is given. This is the bounty of your Father's table. This communication brings forth no new teaching. What has been given forth as the Jeshua Letters is now finished. The completion of this project is inevitable now. Following this shall come specific guidance from us, and I shall continue to refine this teaching as required for the benefit of many levels of human consciousness. Tomorrow, when you journey to your mountains, you will establish contact with an entity, a soul, who will begin to give forth to you the wisdom of the earth which you have asked for. Mark, I well perceive your incredulity. God, another one? You think to yourself, is it not time to simply be what you have chosen? A messenger of the heart, opening, receiving, and sharing the wisdom of perfect knowledge to assist in the awakening of man. This is not a grand thing, but the simplest of the simple, the inevitable conclusion to the drama of separation, for light cannot be ultimately denied. Soon now, the conscience of man will bask in the glory of the sun's remembrance. Rejoice and allow your return to light to be fulfilled. Amen. I managed to get to Kendra's just as she is pulling out of her driveway for the 1-hour ritual drive to work. Take a moment and read this, will you? I hand her the communication. For a moment, she looks at me with an unspoken question in her eyes. She probably isn't used to having people pulling into her driveway at 7:30 in the morning insisting that she stop to read things like that. She shivers suddenly, and she finishes reading. She hands it back to me, and I detect a trace of tears in her eyes. It's finished, she says with quiet resolution. You know, I didn't shiver because I'm cold. I know. She turns and walks back to her car, slides in, closes the door, and rolls the window down. So what are you going to do now? Well, it seems I'm in quite a spot, aren't I? Her face is quizzical. What do you mean? Kendra, the only way I will ever know if any of this is valid is to do it, all of it. Not just write the book, but strive to live it. Only what Jeshua talks about doesn't seem to be the kind of thing one can learn to do. It seems you either choose to be it or you don't. She nods her head, looking at the dashboard. I know. I think sometimes we all know it. Lifting her head, she gazes out through the windshield, her eyes focused on nothing in particular. Yes, I think we all know it, but living it seems to be another matter. Now she looks back at me. I suppose I better get on to work, or is it back to my dreams? So what are you up to for the rest of the day? I had been my intention to spend the day looking for work. I guess my rational side had been winning the battle. I shrugged my shoulders and smiled. I'm going to the mountains. Chapter 8. When you release your dream, which is wholly insane, the reality of who you are will alone remain. December 16th, 1988. There have been times during the past several months when I felt very clear about not only this book, but about Jeshua. During those times, I cannot help but give thanks. Rather than commuting on congested highways, my time is spent enjoying the peace and quiet of my home, allowing the manuscript to take shape around the communication from Jeshua. But there are other times of anxiety, of questioning, of doubts, and I am convinced that surely this must be crazy. Well, almost convinced. Always when the tirade of self-criticism abates, there comes a quiet voice speaking to me, heard only when I choose stillness within. He is there, always assuring me that all is as it needs to be, reminding me that my task is to trust. Last week, during one of my anxiety attacks about small details like paying the rent and buying food, I put the thought out to the universe that I just can't do this, that I am, after all, not very good at jumping off cliffs. Isn't there a nice, comfortable job out there? The very next morning the phone rang, and I answered to receive an offer for just that. My first impulse, probably out of habit, was to grab it fast, before the lifeline was withdrawn. But something made me stop. I made an excuse about needing time to think about it. I tried to spend the day just tinkering around the apartment, but grew restless and took a long walk. It is not often that December provides such a pleasant and dry opportunity in the Northwest. I ended up on a beach at a deserted pier along Ruston Way, watching a sea otter lazily playing in the water 20 yards away. I feel caught between two worlds, knowing that I am unable or unwilling to return to the old world, yet only faintly recognizing the one ahead. It is a world without familiar road maps and signposts, a world which I am hesitant to enter, but beyond my internal intellectual hair-pulling is a feeling, a sense that somehow, in some way, I am going to emerge there, where he is, wherever that is, and in spite of myself. I know well now, after this year and a half with Jeshua, what is required of me, if I truly want to be in what he calls the kingdom. It means giving up all the familiar ways I have cultivated for dealing with life, or what I thought was life. Whether these ways are effective or not is beside the point. It means releasing the unconscious belief that my life is mine, in the common view we all have of me. Habits are not easily broken, or is it that the I can't break it, since I am fundamentally the habit? As I watched the sea otter comfortably swimming about just off the end of the pier, I began to think that maybe these crazy physicists working on the cutting edge of quantum theory are close to the truth, closer than perhaps they realize. Or are they masters come to us in disguise to prod us out of the structure of our thought, the shadows on the cave wall? They speak of an odd reality in which all possibilities are somehow always present, hidden in some invisible bag of eternity, waiting for us to do but one thing, to make a choice as to which reality we will manifest. We are the ones with the power, after all, always. According to Jeshua, those infinite possibilities come wrapped in two packages. One is labeled the kingdom, and the other dream. The dream holds within it a seemingly infinite number of possibilities, all the worlds and lifetimes lived before us, lived after us, lived now as us. All of these worlds are founded on one cornerstone, separation, inseparably united with one fundamental energy, the energy of fear. Collectively, we believe so strongly in it that it goes unquestioned. We live in separation from each other, from nature, from God. Because we insist on being separate, we choose without hesitation the package labeled dreams, and immediately find ourselves right here, right now, in the world we have believed to be real and independent of us. Or is it but a mirror reflecting nothing but our choice? Maybe, I thought to myself, maybe the world keeps revolving around as it does, wars and greed and the like, because we insist it is real, and then struggle to find ways to deal with it. Have we given the package labeled dream our power? Have we given the very power of the sun away to our illusions? In Tibetan Buddhist metaphysics, it is said that at death the soul leaves the body and begins ascending to the clear light of the Dharmakaya, the body of truth. However, faced with the overwhelming power and beauty of this light, the soul, habitually identified with its sense of being a separate self, recoils out of fear. This recoil creates a heaviness, and the soul sinks down eventually back into yet another round of birth and death in a physical body, and all because the soul misunderstands its own nature, insisting on being separate. Perhaps the package aren't offered only once. Perhaps they are offered to us every morning as we wake up, at every moment for that matter. Is the light always available, and death we fear but a moment's delusion? Perhaps if we all decide to choose anew, right here wherever we are, right now wherever we are, the world will manifest, will be different, so very different. Different because we will seek not to create our world, but the world intended by a mystery forever beyond us, yet a mystery that resides right in our very core, at the center of our very truest selves. The sea otter disappeared beneath the surface of the bay, swimming off to explore and play in other worlds. I waited for a moment, hoping it would surface again, then turned and walked home. Back in my apartment, I stared at my computer, unable to find anything to say, not sure what the direction of the book is to be. It is still ahead of me, somewhere in the fog, the one without any signpost. I spent the evening watching television, that great god of culture forever reassuring us of what is real. Finally, I pointed the remote control at the picture of some newscaster. They all look and sound the same, don't they? And zap, the world disappeared. It seems so clear, so simple, and yet a trace of something inside me is still resisting. Separation and all that comes with it. Where's the button and how do I push it? How do I change channels? How do I finally and irrevocably release the package labeled dream? Am I sure I want to? Mark, arise and write, please. The voice startled me and my eyes pop open. Oh, damn. I left my head with a struggle and turned to look at the clock. It is 11:30 and I feel very tired. Can't we do this in the morning? I asked my unseen visitor, then chuckled to myself at the nonchalance with which this conversation is taking place. Yes. God, I love that feeling of his presence so much, and think how nice it would be just to curl up on his lap and sleep forever. At 3 o'clock you will be awakened and we shall continue. 3 o'clock? I was thinking more along the lines of 9 o'clock or even later. I feel his energy subside and quickly fall back asleep. Out of a myriad of cascading thoughts and images, awareness emerges. I realize I am awake. Damn, double damn. I sink down in the covers. It is so nice and warm here and so cold out there. I know, I'll just ignore this. Give it something I can. I toss restlessly for a while. Suddenly my eyes pop wide open. Look out the corner of my eye, see the clock clearly. It is 3:34, and I have to go to the bathroom. No warning at all. I just have to go to the bathroom, and it won't wait another minute. Disgustingly, I throw the covers back and grab my robe. On the way to the bathroom, I lift my eyes upward, muttering under my breath, "Boy, you guys will stop at nothing, will you?" Now we begin. You are losing the battle, Mark, losing. But loss is not our aim now. Soon there comes a clear sign unto you of the work in which you participate, the work of the Son's atonement. When you clearly choose the active participation in this work, there will be nothing which will not be provided. There is no need to return to your former dreams, and in this thought not the reason for your apparent misery. Now is the time of your final choice upon you. The choice is but between love and fear. Fear is your habit, the dream of humanity, and the denial of the Son's rightful inheritance. It is an inheritance, the acceptance of which is a choice which must be made alone, only because it was once alone denied. There is no effort experienced in the kingdom. There is only the manifestation of the Father's will for you and through you, a demonstration that touches the sleeping soul of the Son, cloaked momentarily in a dream of aloneness, stumbling through fields strewn with the corpse of the death, and that which is even now dying. For separation from the Father is death and nothing more. When you choose the abundance of the kingdom, there is born a way of living which requires no planning, no achievement, no security of one's survival. All is prepared for you, the one who serves first the Father who is within you. Awakening from the dream seems painful only to the degree that one resists arising from the temptation of illusory sleep, and the apparent need of it. This sleep is but the habit, cultivated since the choice was made, to inhere in the dream of separation. Would you not choose with me the reality of the kingdom? In it is all you can ever imagine, every need fulfilled, before even a single request is made. For surely your Father knows you have need of these things. You have experienced the many aspects of separation. This world you know well. Has its allure not clearly failed you? Choose, then, only to release your useless dream and be born again into the experience of the kingdom. This choice gives birth to a process of recognition that quickly reestablishes remembrance of the Son's rightful place. For you will sit at the right hand of the Father, reviewing not but the splendor of a magnificence unimaginable within the paltry and painful dream of separation. The dream of fear, which is all of mankind's worlds, contains not a trace of true joy, only of apparent pleasures lasting but an instant. Choose, therefore, that which is everlasting. Choose, therefore, that which abides forever, and whose boundaries are never reached. Choose, therefore, the presence of the Father within you, and the kingdom is all you will experience around you. What life could be lighter than one requiring not a trace of struggle? What joy could surpass participation in the eternal abundance which is the presence of the Father, and the awakening of the Son is everyone living the dreadful dream you have for so long suffered? We love you greatly, yet we cannot choose for you. We merely guide you, pointing the way only when asked, patiently awaiting recognition of the dream to dawn in the consciousness of a mind habituated to shadows, a recognition of a dream's depravity. Choose the kingdom wholly, and the dream shall be no more. It vanishes from the mind forever, leaving only incredible peace and wonder that the dream could have ever been dreamt. There is no lack in the kingdom. Your only task, if we may call it that, is to experience and enjoy the absolute safety and abundance of the Father's table. This simple choice demonstrates a truth, buried deeply in the heart of every son yet sleeping. To witness this choice is the act of being nudged into waking until all the sons of man are again living as the truth they are. The one Son, begotten of the Father before all worlds, partaking in the abundance freely given, the presence of the Father. Herein lies the kingdom of heaven on earth. Can there be in truth any choice but this? For a moment I pause. The energy which is Jeshua has suddenly abated. I find myself gazing at the flickering lights on the black and quiet waters of the harbor. There is the faintest of feeling within me, a pulsing of some sort. Surrendering my resistance, I breathe deeply and slowly, allowing abdomen, ribs, and chest to expand and release without strain. While the intensity of this pulsing, this vibration, does not grow, it seems to expand in all directions, then becomes softer and softer, drawing more deeply into it. Though my eyes are open, I catch a glimpse of colored lights, felt as much as perceived. Images begin flashing on the screen of my awareness at incredible speeds. I embrace the emotion such brings, recognition dawning that each is a part of me, each a lifetime, stretching back further and further, seemingly without beginning. They appear and disappear in an instant. As they fall away, I feel my body melting within itself, a deepening peace embracing, penetrating every cell. I am dissolving, letting go of all traces of resistance, all trace of denial, all trace of doubt. Dissolving more and more completely, increasing space now between the images. They become fewer and fewer, few until there are none. I do not know how much time goes by, for here time is not. From the silence of an emptiness which is forever perfect fullness, there emerges awareness. First of the reflection of my face in the window before me, then of the ships at rest in the harbor, the still water, the flickering and radiant light. They all seem to be contained within the reflection on the windows, they in me and I in them. I am one with all things. In my reflection a faint smile begins to grow, a smile that springs gently from the center of my heart. I did not know it would be like this. I would never have guessed it. Sitting here in this wonderful old rocking chair, the world so quiet in this pre-dawn hour, nothing special taking place. Everything the same, yet everything so different. For this moment of eternity, gone the dream. Tomorrow I will start writing. Now it is finished. Already the choice is made. Now the recognition is completed. Coming as a thief from the night, stealing the cobwebs of shadows, revealing the illusions of a long-standing dream to the son who remembers. The end of a lonely journey and the celebration of one begun anew. It is not a journey to, but within, the kingdom. Thus is my promise fulfilled, for the dream is burnt forever in the glory of the Father's presence. Now does life begin anew. Now does life fulfill itself, and this without effort. Welcome home, beloved brother. Welcome home. Amen. Chapter 9. There is no effort in the kingdom. February 10th, 1989. There, it's finished. I mutter under my breath as I save the draft for the Jeshua Letters in a file. Some part of me hopes it disappears into the strange black hole of cyberspace, that cosmic junkyard where the gods of computerland eat up everything not backed up or printed out. If this book could be so eaten, and just maybe that part of me could rest as it gradually resumes authority and control over my life. I am startled at the chuckle that comes as the thought ends. It surprises me because it has emerged from a place much deeper than where my ego lives. as though I just discovered a room in my house I didn't know even existed. As I push back from my keyboard, I notice for the first time that it is dark. A glance at the clock reveals it is 11 p.m. I realize I've been living in a very different world for the last 7 weeks. I even missed Christmas, though I must say I can't even remember thinking about it. The writing has meant a deep immersion in all Jeshua has shared with me, and I have been occasionally surprised when a strong feeling would come over me, leading me to the removal of copious amounts of material. At times I have heard him say, "Not yet." Was it in personal information about his life, the controversial matter of end times, the vision he has shown me about what this work is to be in the future? There is no rational explanation for this, only a deep inner sense of rightness, and I trust that completely, I think. Some things he said recently kept stirring within me. Choose then, only to release your useless dream, and to be born again into the experience of the kingdom. This choice gives birth to a process of recognition that quickly reestablishes remembrance of the Son's rightful place. That shoots a hole in what I now see has been the entire thrust of my spiritual path since 1973, when I took up meditation and yoga along with the study of the world's religion and psychologies. I see now with extraordinary clarity that all of it was based on a me striving to attain, to gain a knowledge, and I humbly admit a control over my life. Now it all appears in this new light as simply a dream based on a false premise. I have looked the enemy in the face and seen it as but me, that it is little more than a habit cultivated since a choice was made to exist in a dream of separation. After all these years, I feel like I can only truly just begun. What is it he alludes to as this mysterious process of recognition? Do I get to peek around the corner to see if it is safe? Now as thought brings an outside laugh, what a hoot! Who could be asking such questions if not the smaller part of me that is the habit of separation, rooted in fear, I once fully identified as myself? How can I ever hope to discover what this mystery means unless I fully submit to the way of love Jeshua reveals, and to which he has called us? I rise from my chair and shake off the stiffness of my legs as I roam into the kitchen for a cup of tea. While the water races to boiling, I break off mint leaves and breathe in their scent. I drop the leaves into the pot and watch them as they are rolled and tossed in the water. As part of me senses that I am not unlike these mint leaves, plopped into the waters I had heretofore been ignorant existed, while claiming all sorts of knowledge about all these very waters. I feel embarrassed. I feel reduced to being unlike a marriage counselor who has never been married, or a UFO expert who has never seen one. Ugh. Returning to my desk, I realize I was wrong. It's not finished yet. This manuscript isn't finished, and I most certainly am not. I can feel it, this old nemesis that has lived so long and so deeply within me. This nemesis emerging from within the shadows of my own existence so clearly I am startled, no shocked, that I could have looked past it in avoidance for so long. This nemesis has a name, and it is fear. I don't mean the kind of fear I felt in Vietnam or at plenty of other moments. This is something else, something deeper, something in the fabric of my very soul, if that makes any sense. My body shudders suddenly, for it is clear to me that the only way to be free of this nemesis will somehow require that I be lived into reality. What's more radically so is that this is actually God taking the final step for me. Whoa! Where is there hope for any modicum of control in that? Yet, he promises the result will be to arrive in a new land, a land that is the opposite of fear, love. Love, sweet, sweet love. I thought I knew something about it, but now as I sip this delicious mint tea and hear the nearly freezing rain begin to pelt my window, I must accept I have known little, if anything, of its true nature. The love Jeshua speaks of certainly cannot be anything to do with what I have deemed pleases me, since that me has been steeped in the soup of ego. I feel reduced yet again to being a mere child, a child with much to learn. And what about his cryptic statement? Soon there comes a clear sign unto you of the work in which you participate, the work of the Son's atonement. When you clearly choose the active participation in this work, there will be nothing which will not be provided. A clear sign? Yahoo! I could use some of those. Or again, are they needed only by that now smaller part of me, so used to fearful apprehension, often hidden behind a smile? I pull up the file again and find myself drawn to words I know I feel a deep resistance to. There is no effort experienced in the kingdom. There is only a manifestation of the Father's will through you, a demonstration that touches a sleeping son cloaked momentarily in a dream of aloneness. I flip through the printed pages of his recent communication, my eyes stopping on one more strange statement. The completion of this project is inevitable now. Right, I suddenly shout. What the hell do I know about writing a book, much less getting it published? And who the F would read this crap anyway? And why would they want to? Now this thing actually becoming a book people read? Now that would be a clear sign, huh? Really, I am screaming these thoughts as though attempting to rebuff some unseen advancing army trying to storm my castle. My body shudders again, not once, but twice. 3 times, actually. What the heck is he talking about? That nemesis I thought I had buried deep enough to be rid of, like a cancer under control, is suddenly and literally kicking and screaming. No, not me. I'm not worthy. Look at me. Look at my utter failures. I mean, I'm really the worst of the worst. There's nothing that could be possibly manifest through me of any value at all, nothing. That final word explodes from the realm of thought in a body shaking and trembling into a loud, defiant scream that shakes me to the core. I give up fighting all of it. If allowing is the key to the kingdom, then I may as well start with a sudden gushing of tears from a well deep within my heart and belly. The strength goes from my legs and I collapse onto the floor. The tears, interspersed with a litany of self-loathing arguments, increases their flow. Yet the floor is comfortable somehow. I surrender into the darkness rather than fighting it, and touch for a moment, even as the flow continues, a hint of peace, of real peace. The early morning clanging of garbage cans wakens me. I don't know when I fell asleep or whether the tears stopped before sleep or because of it. Rising, I peer out of the icy windows to watch the garbage collector do their important and underrated job. What would they do if this was happening to them? What would anyone do? All of a sudden, an idea crashes headfirst to my whole being. I'm getting out of this cold, dark, dreary place. I'm going to go on to Hawaii again. Energy is surging through me as I pull out my suitcase in the closet. What, Mark? No careful planning? My, things are changing. The thought occurs to me to print out the draft of the Jeshua Letters. I see myself as though in a movie, delivering it to Kendra on the way to the airport. A week later, I am walking up the steps to her door, manuscript tucked under my arm. Chapter 10. When the soul chooses to serve God, it serves mystery beyond reproach. It is that which can be trusted completely. February 17th, 1989. The fire blazes before me as Kendra sits down on the couch, handing me a cup of hot spiced wine. A bit early for a touch of vino, don't you think? You know me, it's Saturday and it's never too early to enjoy my day off. Besides, not all of us have the freedom to traipse off to Hawaii. I make no response, I just look into her eyes. I remember thinking exactly that way. Was it just a short time ago? Did I really believe I was not free to follow the depth of my heart, and that reality was out there, in a job I didn't really love? Of course I did. In this internal tug-of-war, part of me clearly still believes I, too, should get back down to earth, except that an emerging larger part of me, a part I am only beginning to know, simply won't succumb to that anymore. Kendra seems to be knowing exactly what I am thinking. I guess I'm still using my freedom to insist on this habit of living I'm so familiar with. She smiles weakly and sips her hot spiced wine. Glancing at the manuscript in its light blue cover, she looks at me. Is that what I think it is? Yes. It doesn't feel like it's done yet, but yes, that's it. I thought you could, read it through for me while I'm gone. Her hands rest on it, but she suddenly changes her mood and mind. So you never told me what happened on your winter excursion into the mountains. I was really hoping she wouldn't ask. It has been a month since that trip, yet her question evokes effortlessly a renewal of the impact that day has had. I wonder if it will ever really move from the present into the category of history. My hand shakes a bit as I put down my hurriedly emptied cup and move to stand near the fire. There are parts of that journey I don't want to share, things that disturbed me. I elect to take a well-trodden path. First, the good news. I found my way to a stream and brushed the snow off a large rock, sat down and waited. What happened, she asks. Nothing. Well, for some time, nothing, that is, except that I fell into this delightful rhythm. It seemed like my breathing naturally found its way into resonance with the sound of the water flowing over nearby rocks. I moved back to sit facing her on the sofa and take her hands in mine impulsively. That's when I heard her. Her? You mean Jeshua, don't you? No, her. Definitely female. Who? I stop. Don't even think about asking. I reply with a quiet firmness. Kendra looks hard at me, nods her head okay, while her hands are squeezing mine a bit tighter, as if to encourage me to continue. Her willingness to respect my boundaries somehow allows me to do so. I would swear I could hear, feel her presence, and at least in my mind see her as plainly as I am seeing you right now. She did something. It felt as though she touched the top of my head. All this energy started to swoosh around and around. I felt dizzy, but blissfully so. Then she spread her arms out, and as she did, I felt like some subtle part of me, more fluid than this body, expanded with her. Then, effortlessly, Kendra, I could feel the trees, the snow, the rocks, the water, and I mean feel them from the inside out. Feel them like I've never before, maybe, in fact, for truly the first time. At some point, I remember her saying to me, "Now you know your true body." It is this precious earth herself that gives you entrance to this realm. Love her as you learn to love yourself. Kendra, stop. You're going to break my fingers, I shout. Oh, so sorry. I can feel the blood rushing back, skin beneath fingernails becoming pink again. That is so beautiful. Kendra's eyes are watering, and I sense her hold being open and softened, but my response doesn't match hers. Noticing, she grabs my chin the way my mother used to when she demanded some hidden secret from me. Come on, what else? Kendra, I'd rather not talk about it. I don't know if I can. Maybe it's time to go back to the fire. Rising, I step up and gaze into the flames for a moment. She showed me the future. She what? She showed me the future, Kendra. I saw twisted heaps of concrete rubble and the people huddled around fires and deserted streets and... Wait, you saw those things? Yes, all like a high-speed movie right where the trees had been. It scared me. Suddenly it all stopped and the trees were there again, just as they had been. Only, well, I could not feel them as I had done a few moments before. This is when I felt her soften. She told me there's not much time left. Time to correct the spell mankind has fallen under, a spell in which we have forgotten that the earth is really our true body, that we are all one family, and what? Don't you dare stop now. That in reality there is only one of us here, one being, one soul, caught in a spell, a dream. There is only one of us here. But isn't that what Jeshua has said to you? You never took upon another, for you see only yourself. Well, yes, but that makes no sense. Damn, Kendra, and this future junk. I don't like this stuff. It makes my skin crawl, just as when Jeshua has shown me similar things. What? When did he do that? Are you hiding things from me? I've been caught in my own admission for sure. Hey, I plead the Fifth Amendment on the grounds it may later incriminate me. But the look on her face, that ploy isn't going to cut it with her. Yes, he has, and more, much more. But he has said it is not yet time for all of that. He has spoken of a time coming when America will feel very safe and comfortable, and then that will be shattered. But we will think the ego's way of thinking can save the day. I need to sit down again. I speak softly. But it won't happen. Only then will the whole world, begin to realize government or big business, nothing can keep things the way they have been. That will be forced by the failure of our own miscreations to undergo a massive shift of consciousness. He said that with each passing day, while not being fated, the images shown me are becoming an increasing probability. But he also stressed that even what may come will become part of the awakening, the end times the Bible speaks about, except that they have been seriously misconstrued. It's not a punishment, because God does not punish. We create our experience, and we are so inextricably linked that there is really only one of us, one soul that is humanity, and in its fullness of Christ already resides, stirring to be remembered, rising to be authority from which we create, rather than fear and the ego it generates. He calls it the Adamic process. Kendra is about to ask the same question I asked him, so I beat her to the punchline. He said he will be revealing more about that in the proper time, that it has something to do with what he really taught when he was here. It'll be shown to me when things are, ripe. It was odd how he paused and emphasized the word, as if he had some special meaning or something. Anyway, the result will be the coming of heaven to earth, that just as each individual soul must go through its own resistance before it dies of its old ways, so too does humanity have to pass through it to its next stage of growth. And what is that exactly? Universal Christ mind, as natural as ego mind is to humanity now. It's Kendra's turn to walk over to the fire, where she sips slowly, very slowly, on her hot spiced wine. It shimmers on her lips in the firelight before her tongue carries the last drop inside. That all sounds too incredible for me. I know I feel the same way. It's beyond me, totally. Kendra comes to stand in front of me, now smiling. But you know what isn't beyond you? Know what? Hawaii. Oh, God, I nearly forgot. What time is it? She comes to me as I stand and step into my arms. I think it's your time. That is what I think. I slip my jacket on. At the door, I turn back to her. Kendra's smile softens my heart a bit. By the way, do you remember that book you loaned me some time ago, the one by the guy named Alan Cohen? Yes, she replies. Did you read it? No, but the other night Joshua suggested quite strongly that Alan would be writing a foreword to the book. Can you imagine that? I don't know a thing about him. She clutches the blue binder fondly to her chest. Mind if I take care of this for a while? I nod a yes. Had I known that this was soon to mean, the nod would have been a most emphatic no. After our eyes meet in silence for a moment, we share one more very long hug, and it's off to the airport. Chapter 11. There are old friends waiting, and I come with you to call them to myself yet again. Stepping out of the waiting area at the airport gate, I am hit by the sweet, delicious fragrance of Maui, the heart island. Closing my eyes, I drink deeply with my breath this intoxicating scent. It's enough to bring a touch of tears to my eyes. Is it okay to consider an island your most precious of loves? I step onto the escalator that takes me down toward baggage claim. Then it will be onto the rental car bus, and then what? Why have I come here, really? I am a patient sitting in a waiting room of the grand cosmic doctor. My symptoms? Hearing the voice of Jeshua, being shown images of events that haven't occurred, feeling compelled from a place in me that is beyond me to follow an unseen trail through a territory I never knew existed until I found myself in it. Is there a pill for this? Hunger, thank God. I can always count on my appetite to serve as a needed distraction. There's a great little health food store not far from the airport in Wailuka called Down to Earth, and I could use a little of that. Having paid for my salad and carrot juice, I turn my head out the door when my eyes catch a stack of magazines at the end of the counter. It looks like some sort of local thing, so I throw it into my bag and head, where else, to the beach. The sand is hot beneath my feet, and even the sound of the gentle surf rolling onto the shore seems soft. In fact, the whole island of Maui feels soft as velvet. Having cleverly put on my swimming suit just before landing, I kick off my shorts, peel off my shirt, and run into the warm tropical ocean waters. I open my eyes to the sting of salt water, delighted in the endless visibility. Ribbons of sunlight dance downward toward a sunny bottom, further and further away from me as I swim out and out into this incredible healing ocean. Relaxing on my back, arms outstretched, I bob in the gentle, lapping waves 100 yards offshore, gazing at dancing whips of cloud and endless blue sky. I can't contain a long, loud scream, this time of utter ecstasy. At just that moment, my hunger returns with a vengeance. Turning over in the water, I look toward the distant shore and beyond to majestic Halakala, House of the Sun, the mountain that really is East Maui, at whose sandy feet I rest and eat. Gulping down the last of my carrot juice, my eyes rest on the thin magazine I picked up at the store. I turn to absentmindedly thumb through it, occasionally noticing a short article here, ads for things like yoga, Sufi dancing, and what have you. I am more than a little distracted from reading by a couple of remarkably attractive bikini-clad women baking in the sun, thankfully not all that far from me. Sparkling warm ocean to swim in, great food, jungles, waterfalls, hidden pools, and an extinct volcano, and bikinis. No wonder they call Hawaii paradise. I could definitely live here, I mutter, forcing my eyes back to the magazine, maybe someday. At just that moment, I am drawn to a small ad at the base of the page. It's really the face I am drawn to, but why? Why does this sudden jolt of energy in my spine? It isn't anyone I know, but somehow know I need to know her. Next to the picture are simple words. Sarah Patton, wordsmith, manuscript preparation, friendly support for authors. In less than 10 minutes, I have completed my call to her from a phone booth, and my appointment is set for tomorrow. I just know Sarah will be the one to shape the Jeshua Letters into form, and I haven't even made it to my condominium yet. Sarah is entirely focused as she reads through page after page. I can't notice anything that tells if she likes it or not. She turns pages a bit faster, so maybe she's losing interest. I'm sure that must be it. I knew it. This was just my fanciful mind playing tricks on me again. She stops on the last page. It's taking her way too long as I watch her eyes follow each line, then again and yet again. The silence is palpable. Finally, she looks up at me, still reading, but not the manuscript. I would be honored to help you prepare this. Did she really say this? You have had quite an experience. Is it still going on? She closes the binder and turns to place it on her desk. I recognize it is no longer in my hands, but then was it ever? Well, I stammer a bit. I mean, the manuscript is done almost, but no, I have a feeling things are just getting started. Her warm smile relaxes me. It's okay. I work a lot with spiritually based authors, so I can understand something about how this must be for you. But don't worry. If he chose you for this, he will handle things for you. She seems nonchalant, matter-of-fact, and reassuring all at the same time. In fact, I know who would love this, and it would be wonderful because maybe he would provide an endorsement for you. Well, who are you talking about, I ask. Oh, sorry. I just got really excited for some reason. Alan Cohen. Do you know his work? He lives right here on Maui. It would be easy to get him a copy of this. Jesus. I can't help it. I start laughing a nervous laugh and finally tell Sarah about the prophecy Jeshua had given me concerning Alan. This stranger I've never met, but through Sarah will soon be reading the Jeshua Letters. Well, you see, just as I said, if he chose you to bring this through, it looks like he is already a step ahead of you. Or maybe 1,000. I wonder if I will ever catch up. I used to think my salvation was in becoming a know-it-all, but it is beginning to feel like the real direction is in becoming a trust-it-all. My meeting ends with my signature on a contract and Sarah's promise to get to work immediately. She will get the manuscript to Alan this week, and as I am leaving, she decides to give me his phone number. It feels like it would be best for you to call him first. And with that, I leave Sarah Patton, wordsmith, and drive away from her apartment in Malia, back along the road that runs next to Sugar Beach, back towards my condo in Paradise and towards something I'm beginning to dread. Soon I will be calling a perfect stranger and saying something like, "Hi there. You don't know about me, Adam, but I have this manuscript. What's it about? Well, does the name Jeshua mean anything to you?" No, I didn't think so. Egad, I have to tell a perfect stranger about this. It was one thing to let Sarah read the manuscript, at least that gave me some distance, but now I have to cold call a stranger and fess up. Boy, do I need to take a nice long swim. How far is it back to Tacoma, anyway? Aloha, this is Alan. The voice is gentle, open, enthusiastic, and he doesn't even know who is calling yet. God, do even the people living here take on this soft Maui quality? Somehow I stammer through introducing myself, let Alan know Sarah has referred me to him. Well, if Sarah likes it, it must be good. She does great work, you know. You have been dropped into good hands. I wonder if he'll say that after I tell him by whom. I begin to blurt it out. After all well done, I stop and listen to my heart beating fast in an otherwise silent interlude. In my mind's eye, I abruptly see an image of Alan, his eyes closed as if praying about what I told him. I also see Jeshua standing near him, smiling at me. At just that moment, the inner image disappears, replaced by Alan's voice. Forgive me, but I felt the need to close my eyes and tune into the spirit. My mental image was a coincidence, I'm sure. Your manuscript feels good to me, he continues. I would be happy to read it. Really? Sure. I'll give Sarah a call, and then she can send a copy over to me. How long will you be in Maui? He's actually going to read it. Only another week, unless, of course, I move here. Move here? Of course. I mean, it's not like I have a job to get back to. Wow. Alan laughs. She's stealing your heart already, isn't she? She? Mother Maui. Somebody has to say yes to their joy. Might as well join us. Saying yes to joy? Really? Fully? Is that okay? Does it actually work? My talk with Alan ends. I just couldn't quite bring myself to tell him one little piece. The bit about Joshua saying he would write a foreword for the book. I mean, this is our first date after all. After hanging up the phone, I walk outside and sit on the grass. It's nearly sunset. The trade winds are slacking off to a gentle caress. The sun is deliciously, almost erotically exquisite on my face and arms. A cardinal lands on the grass, eyeing me for a bite of something. Sorry, friend, I have nothing to give you unless you'd happen to like some interesting bedtime reading. I show him my empty hands. He tilts his head from side to side a few times and flies off. The light is beginning to turn golden, like liquid gold shaping into rivulets as the sun nestles down behind the edge of the islands of Lanai out of the horizon. I look around. Maui. Live here in all this beauty. Me? It dawns on me I can be broke here as easily as anywhere. And after all, there is someone working on a manuscript. Maybe I ought to trust that. Yes, that is exactly what I'm going to do. Suddenly, as I look up at the stars and the looming curve of Halakea and breathe into the amazing sweet scents, Mother Maui is seeming more and more like home. Who am I kidding here, I think to myself. It felt like home the first time I came here back in 1973, the year I began meditation practice, where I met my first Zen master. Maui is the comfortable pair of jeans I put in a closet and forget about. Why did I do that? Why wasn't I willing or able to let myself be where I love to be the most? That thought strikes me hard. It is like a symbol of far deeper things, isn't it? After all, what has kept me all these years, all these lifetimes revealing themselves like fragments of a forgotten dream since Jeshua's appearance? What has kept me from opening to really receive the heart and soul of the truth so obvious in his words? I have to know, to really and fully know what this is all about. Not just for me, for all souls. Just what keeps the world spinning around as it does. What keeps suffering in place like a broken record. And in a snap of a finger, one key moment of life explodes into awareness. Vietnam. I am 18. The firefight was horrific, sudden, deadly for too many. Now I stand digging yet another foxhole in yet another unknown spot in a nerve-ending jungle in the Central Highlands. Looking up, I am transfixed by the most beautiful sunset I've ever seen. Such beauty. Is it the shocking contrast of beauty and pain that does it? For I am being stretched to infinity until the sunset is in me, as much as I was just a moment ago looking at it. There is no end to me. All things are within me, and I pervade all things. Then, as suddenly as it begins, I am again standing with shovel in hand. I notice it is dark. At least an hour must have passed. Why did no one disturb me? Awareness of the night and the jungle sounds I have learned to hear so accurately to service to survival returns. I jump down in my foxhole and look up a few stars I can see through the canopy. What the hell was that? God, if there is such a thing, I have to know what that was. And what is this insanity in the world and this beauty? What the hell is going on really? I have to know. Tell me, damn it. There is no reply, and in time I am again a soldier in a heightened alert against the danger out here hidden in the jungle. A mosquito brings me back to the present. With a slap, I realize it is just the last moment of life. I'd forgotten that moment in Vietnam. It got buried under the deluge of the rest of that year and years since then. Maui is resting into the coming night, but the air is still so soft and sweet. Such beauty, I leap to my feet. Well, that's it. It's cold in Tacoma. Hey, Mother Maui, meet your newest resident. Opening the screen door to go inside, one simple thought arises. Perhaps my soldier's prayer was heard, and for Christ's sake, just maybe all of this, every moment since that night has been part of the unfolding of the answer. It isn't just a thought in my head, it resounds from head to toe. Damn, I utter. Undressing and laying on the bed with no need to close windows or pull the covers, I simply rest, feeling my breath rise and fall, leaning bit by bit to be present with it as Jeshua has been instructing me. Feeling it enter, not just into my lungs, but oozing it through every pore, streaming out as every tension dissolves into light. Remember, my brother, to let God's love breathe you. Perhaps one day I will know what that really means. I no longer trust my intellect's understanding, the one thing I had always banked on. Perhaps he is right. On the road of a genuine spirituality, maybe there really is nothing to be gained. Only everything mistakenly accumulated to be lost, leaving room only for the reality of God. What would it mean, really, to submit to such a journey that many would think insane? Holding hands is one thing, making love another, but really surrendering, to be ravished, to be utterly taken, well, that is another thing entirely. It feels like I've been invited to a party I grow very weary of the closer I get, no matter how inviting the music. Roll over on my stomach, eyes falling on the branches of night, blooming jasmine prancing gently in the breeze. If only I could surrender as easily as it seems to breezes unseen. It certainly doesn't seem to contract in fear or wallow in complaints and confusion, nor demand how the breeze tosses it. It just seems to enjoy the dance. I close my eyes. Right now there is nothing to do. I live here now and have no plan. Funny, but it doesn't seem to matter. Kendra will be surprised, but maybe not. There is nothing to do but get to know Maui better. My attention turns toward him, that ancient friend out there in the ethers of reality, unseen by the eyes of the body, but not missed by the eyes of the heart. Jeshua, if you want the book published, you're going to have to do it yourself. I could make it happen, but what would that prove? I refuse to make anything happen with this. In fact, if you are who you say you are, you're going to have to prove it, and I mean shatter every last doubt I have. The energy of that thought is so strong it makes me sit up on the edge of the bed. Whew, where'd that come from, I wonder? I make my way to the shower and stand beneath slightly cooler water tumbling from forehead down across closed eyes, streaming to the drain of my feet. There's a strange feeling deep down in my belly, almost to my pubic bone. It's like I've just discovered some subtle room in my house I didn't even know was there. How odd. An image appears. It's a large trapdoor in a wooden floor. It appears right where the strange feeling is occurring. This time I manage not to move away from it, but into it, putting into practice what he has been teaching me. To feel into the edge of resistance. He has said someday I will know that doing so is to be the presence of love itself. A soft whisper emerges from me. I will trust you, Jeshua, all the way. There is no other way left now, no turning back to familiar ground. There is only one way to ever know what this strange new territory with you is all about. The trapdoor opens and a strange feeling increases. I feel like I am falling or opening, or well, I'm not sure. My whole body feels different. Whatever the trapdoor has opened me to now feels to be everywhere, in every cell, and the streaming water feels so wondrous. His voice startles me. It comes from behind me, but I would swear I can feel the presence of him standing behind me. But I don't turn to look. Very well, my brother, for this have I waited patiently longer than you currently know. There is much to set in place, and we now commence our chosen work together. Your only role is to allow me to lead this until our purpose is completed. Doubt will come and go and rise again. Strive only to remember this moment, and you will not again be defeated as in the ancient past. Now, return to your Tacoma. There are old friends waiting, and I come with you to call them to myself yet again. For the time is at hand. All things will come to be remembered by you in due time. Let your ancient faith in me be restored, and trust it until my promise to you is fulfilled, and you are fully returned into the Father. Trust, beloved brother, the love for me you have allowed to be rekindled. Nothing else need be done but this. An invisible field of energy seems to release me. I turn off the shower and return to bed, where I lay quietly stunned for some time. I think I have started a new job, but don't remember when I signed the contract. And I think union benefits out of the question, but for now at least the resistance is gone. So much for living on Maui. With that I roll over into a very deep, deep sleep. You what? My shock was exploded loudly, causing passerbys in the airport corridor to turn and look, and the elderly lady on the phone next to me has dropped her coins in her coffee. Sorry, ma'am, I mutter apologetically. She moves to a different phone. Kendra, run that by me again. You say you gave the manuscript away to a stranger? Kendra recounts her story, interrupted by my groans. Sighing, I try to shrug it off. Well, what's done is done. No, it's okay. Guess if I'm going to do this trust thing, I don't get to pick and choose. Hey, my flight's about to board. Yeah, bye. We hang up, and I saunter slowly toward my gate, half muttering to myself. Kendra has handed my manuscript to a perfect stranger, saying only that she felt a strong impulse to do so. No idea who, much less why. As I make my way onto the plane, the one who is carrying me away from this island I love and back to winter's cold in Tacoma, simply because some part of me is choosing to heed a voice that comes from a being I can't even see. I recall watching episodes of Star Trek where they would suddenly lose control of the Enterprise, then a voice would boom over their speakers. You have entered the land of the Borgs. We are in complete control of your ship. Resistance is futile. Captain Kirk, I think I know how you must feel. Goodbye, Maui. Chapter 12. Trust again is essential. It is also your final lesson in the field of time. March 15, 1989. How are you doing, Kendra asks. I cradle a telephone handset between my left ear shoulder and try to continue washing the dishes. I'm washing the dishes again. Again? Yes, again. Too much nervous energy, I guess. I stop and walk away from the sink. This is crazy, Kendra. In a few hours, you and a small handful of friends will be here. I don't have a clue what's going to happen. What's the worst that can happen? It's just among friends, you know. I lean against a wall, but will they still be friends after this? Kendra laughs, but I don't. Look, I'll see you at 7. I gotta go downstairs to my office, close the door, and figure out how to deal with this. Oh hell, it's good old-fashioned fear, Kendra. And by the way, thanks for coming tonight. Didn't think I would miss it, did you? Just remember to come out. Out? Out of your office. See you later. With that, the phone call ends, and I descend the stairs to my office. Closing the door gently, I take a deep breath. Usually I love coming to this small room in the home I found so quickly after returning from Maui. It's as quiet as a vault. But tonight it feels oppressive, as though the walls are closing in. I step to the edge of my yoga mat and launch into a series of standing postures, noticing how difficult it is to stay present and trying to get my breath deeper than my chest is like pulling teeth. It tells me from there down I am contracted in fear like thick concrete upon which my asanas are faint chisel blows. Coming down to the mat face down, I begin to work harder, but it's no use. Finally, I just stretch out, still face down, and give up. This is when I hear him. No, first I feel him strongly, more strongly than ever before. Hello, brother. And so we began to take the next step in an ancient work shared before. You have again given me your trust. I shall not leave you until it is done. Now I ask that you open your Bible. Please begin reading in Jeremiah. Did I hear him right? The Bible? I don't even know where the damn thing is. Jeremiah. For some bizarre reason, all I can think of is that old pop tune, Jeremiah Was a Bullfrog. Raising from my mat, my eyes survey my bookcase, hundreds and hundreds of books on philosophy, religion, physics, and what have you. I almost felt a disdain for them, for not one of them has helped me prepare for the strange journey with my unseen visitor. Scrounging about, I finally find it buried beneath a stack of papers on the bottom shelf. For a moment, I recall how deftly skirted anything to do with it during my university days. I have to look in the index to find the page for the book of Jeremiah. As I flip to it, the butterflies in my stomach kick up a notch, several actually immediately. He speaks to me, God. His voice is so clear that I can turn away and look out the window with no loss of connection, not unlike a friend talking to you while you attend to other things. Only I am unsuccessful at tuning this friend out. Begin reading now. I do so. As I reach the 5th verse, he stops me. Please read out loud slowly, that you may truly hear, for these are my words to you now. Out loud, slowly, okay. I guess it's one of those moments that was sure to come when I said I would trust him after all. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I sanctified you. I have made you a prophet to the nations. As I gasp and feel the familiar nemesis strike hard and quick in my belly, he speaks again. Now read verse 9. And the Lord said to me, I shall put my words in thy mouth. My mind, my breath, my body's movement are all slammed into stillness. My brother, I have chosen you because you first chose me, long ago. I shall direct you to those whom I serve, those who have called out of me. Fear not, for do you truly believe you can possibly prevent me from speaking to those I send to you, or distort what I would share as I continue my Father's will in service of the atonement of creation? Again I say unto you, trust, together with your unceasing willingness, is all that you need bring to our work together. It shall come to pass that one day all will realize this is all that is ever needed as miracles come to heal all suffering. Heed not the voice of others, but turn to me, and I am with you. Trust, again, is essential. It is also your final learning lesson in the field of time. Now the time is upon us. Let us go and abide with those who are now gathering. Fear not, beloved brother, fear not. His energy fades. I become aware of muffled sounds above, voices, laughter. I hurry to describe what has just happened in the words he spoke. I have a feeling they are going to remain etched in my brain as long as the thing keeps working. Upstairs now, I am barely aware of the greeting as I move to sit in a chair in front of a half-dozen or so friends, all staring at me, wondering what is to happen next. Touching my index finger to my forehead and gently stroking downward to the bridge of my nose over and over, repeating the prayer he instructed me to do whenever we join in this way, I feel the world recede away in the distance. The body itself becomes soft and softer still until, too, seems to disappear in a midst of light and color as waves of bliss and peace engulf me. It all gives way, and I am aware only of him, perceiving us together in the infinite field of purplish light. All things are prepared, and now we will begin. This is when I notice we are not alone. There seems to be a host, a large circle of beings, all shimmering in light, all within this field of purplish light. I can vaguely make out my living room and the friends staring at me. No, they are staring at my body, and so am I. Only I am looking down on it. Jeshua moves to a place just behind it. He seems then to move into it. It is the last thing I am aware of until it is all over. Thank you, my brother. His voice startles me. Rapidly I become aware of my body again. It's a rather rude experience. I open my eyes, but it takes several moments before everything settles into things, people, flower pots, chairs, walls. But it's the people. Faces staring at me, eyes wide, some with mouth open, all unmoving. They look stunned. My body is vibrating, pulsating. Finally I am able to speak, or should I say stammer. Well, what happened? There was a slight and then. Silence, a long silence. No one has moved. Then one by one each rises. A few come to me and touch my leg or my hand, but say nothing. In due time everyone has left. I am still sitting in the chair, vibrating, pulsating in energy, with Kendra looking at me. That is when I notice the shining remains of tears on her cheeks. She speaks softly. He spoke to each one of us, one by one, everything, our lives, lessons, next steps, if we were willing, things no one could know. His own life, I mean, no one said anything. We just listened, and it was palpable. You could cut it with a knife. What? I managed to say. The presence, the love. She finally rises from her chair. I think I'll go now. I don't seem able to get up and walk about. My legs feel like jello. Strangers made of jello. Kendra hands me a letter. I almost forgot. I grabbed your mail on the way in. Have it. I take the letter and watch her leave. Whatever occurred, it has clearly struck her. Everything is still vibrating. If I didn't know better, I would think I just ate several hits of LSD. Only it's been years since I tried that, shortly after my return from Vietnam. I open the letter. Dear Mark, you don't know me. A friend of yours handed me a manuscript some weeks ago at a lecture in Seattle. I must tell you first that I've been praying to discover and know the real Jesus. I know it wasn't an accident she gave your manuscript to me. I cannot tell you what this means to me. There is no doubt my prayers have been answered. And I'm writing to ask you if you'd be willing to let me pay to have this precious book published. It would be an honor to do so. Sincerely, J.R. Now, my own tears begin to fall softly. I am alone, but have never felt less so. Suddenly it hits me full force. The sign, I suddenly remember, his words to me. Soon there comes a clear sign unto you of the work in which you participate, the work of the Son's atonement. When you clearly choose the act of participation in this work, there will be nothing which will not be provided. I guess he wasn't kidding. For the first time I look at my watch. It's after midnight. Over 5 hours have passed. I finally rise, gingerly, but the vibration isn't abating. Walking out through the kitchen, I open the door to the night. It is quiet. Stepping out under the grass, I feel it. I really feel it. The apple tree seemed like liquid light more than a solid thing. Even the brick of the garage feel intimately charged with this liquid vibrating light. I walk down the steps to the street and look up at the stars. Somehow they feel more like they are inside of me than above me. I don't even notice the cold. Clearly something has begun. I have entered my own version of the Brave New World, to borrow the title of that book. I hope the brave part stays with me to the end of it. That is, if there is an end to it. Turning back toward home, his presence is welcomed with a new ease, as if somehow figured out how to answer this cosmic phone line. It will be dawn before finally this body sleeps, and strangely enough, what comes with it, or the possible dawns to come, matters no more. All things have been made new. Now it is finished. Already the choice is made. Now the recognition is completed, coming as a thief in the night, stealing the cobwebs of shadows, revealing the illusion of a long-standing dream to the son who remembers. the end of a lonely journey and the celebration of one begun anew. It is not a journey to, but within, the kingdom. Thus is my promise fulfilled, for the dream is burnt forever in the glory of the Father's presence. Now does life begin anew. Now does life fulfill itself, and this without effort. Welcome home, beloved brother. Welcome home. Amen. The Jeshua Letters, Epilogue. As I write to you now, sitting at my desk on the veranda of our temple room at Alam Sinta Ashram in Ubud, Bali, it strikes me that there are really only two things that really ever occur. First, it is most extraordinary that the dream of separation can occur at all. I refer to this as the great cosmic quirk. The second is this, and it is infinitely more extraordinary. Help is sent that we can awaken from the dream and fully abide in the self-evident truth of who we really are, alive, awake, free of suffering, and fully co-creating with the divine, extending the good, the holy, and the beautiful. I refer to this as the seamless life, free of effort, buoyant in the grace stream, where miracles are natural, and all things radiant in the light of love. And it begins the very second any being sincerely asks for the help that will indeed set the soul free. The Jeshua Letters truly does contain the truth that sets all things free, for I have seen that following him has lived me into the realization, by which I dare to say that this simple book of a few words contains the power, wisdom, and deep truth capable of moving the mountain that matters, the heap of illusion we have cast around ourselves, and projected outward to make the world. I can promise you that it is not a book to be read once, but a universally possible experience to be lived into. It probably won't take you as long as me, as I cannot fathom anyone with greater resistance and clever avoidance strategies as me. It's been 23 years since these letters were scribed during the initial period of my actual encounter with Jeshua. I have come to realize the extraordinary truth that Jeshua, the man, was, and is, the actual incarnation of God, showing us our true nature, our true self, and you, dear reader, are precisely what he is. There simply is no way to understand the secret of his gospel, the secret of life itself, until one makes his final journey from the illusion of separation, a journey that shatters the little self from the world altogether into the radiant, eternal presence of the real world, where all is held lovingly in the extraordinary truth that God is everywhere apparent, and love is winning all the time. Quite simply, one rests in the illumination that God is. I could not have known when I first fearfully consented to write this book, then kicked and screamed as it miraculously became publicly shared, what would ensue. Nor can anyone know what God will create through them when they take this final step of faith, and set as their one task the salvation of awakening. The Jeshua material is frankly astounding in its richness, its depth of wisdom, and its unique power to transform consciousness into the remembrance of Christ, who is alone the existence of our very existence. Thousands have been touched, healed, and transformed through the body of material unreal. Living pathway has been carved for us. Please peruse our website at wayofmastery.com to just see how rich the path truly is. He led me to discover the deeper dynamics of just how this dream really occurs, and what is necessary to unravel it profoundly. He led me to understand the power of the breath and how our birth dynamics recapitulate the patterns of the soul caught in its dream as the prodigal son. He also led me deeply into study and contemplation of his biblical teachings in his own original language, Aramaic. He took me to the heights of meditation and to the depth of my soul's angst, riddled with ancient guilt that fear had kept shielded. And so I have learned that love truly does heal, and love alone. And in discovering the power of love within me to embrace all things, I have awakened fully and permanently to the field of love that suffuses all things. Heaven is right here, right now. This fourth edition, not surprisingly, comes at a time when I can confidently know that his master plan for his work, painstakingly developing over these many years, is now coming to fruition. He once said that the purpose of this work was to carve a living pathway by which the soul can truly be supported through the states and stages from illusion to awakening in Christ's mind. No small task. As you might notice, the word way is prevalent in his teaching. Only recently did I learn the very first groups that formed around him referred to his teaching as the way. Along with the global dissemination of these teachings, inside groups are blossoming everywhere. Seminars, retreats, and teacher training programs are emerging, and other teachers are emerging that I am honored to call friends in the deepest sense of the word. And you, dear reader, are the key. Heaven is incomplete without you to fulfill your role, which is the same as mine, and also his, to be the living testament to the truth, shining powerfully and magnetically the reality of love and love as God, and to have great fun in doing so. Unlike the limited expression, a mere step in the dawning of humanity's awakening of Orthodox Christianity, which adopted the perspective that Jeshua alone is the begotten Son of God. His authentic gospel has always awaited his time, this epoch, to begin to be revealed and accepted. His gospel is both extraordinary and utterly simple, simply because only truth really ever is, and it is this: the Son is one without a second. You, all of us, are as I am. Only God is. Nothing can arise by accident. That you have dared to read a book like this can only mean it is time, your time, as it was once mine and once his. Your time to dare to fully remember, your time to shed the veils of the dream, come fully and finally into the peace that is light years beyond the mind's feeble capacity to understand. Your time to realize peace by being born again into and as the presence of it, and in your presence the world is healed. May the mystical reality of Christ's mind come to suffuse, permeate, and alone be extended through you as creation rests gently into its fulfillment. May this occur beyond all dreams of loss, threat, and the need for useless defense, as we come to see with him what he once demonstrated in the field of space and time, and has patiently been guiding us to all along. You look not upon another, for you see only yourself. May we now live as one act of living devotion, our creations extending only the good, the holy, and the beautiful, as we become what we were created to be, the living Word, and fulfill the greatest pathway possible. Love one another, as I have first loved you. In forever gratitude to the reflection of myself and yours that has come ceaselessly into my useless dreams until all darkness has been dissolved, Jeshua ben Joseph, who asks only to be known as friend of the heart and brother to the world. End of chapter. End of book.